The elf elder was speechless. Well, I think what he said makes sense. The elf elder saw the last battle with his own eyes. Rob alone cleared up over 100 harpies, and then floated in the sky with magic to improve people's strength. He has been taking charge of battles all the time. It's very hard. However, such a way of fighting was obviously abnormal. The townsmen, elves and dwarves of Westwind Town couldn't be giant babies all their lives, could they? There were always some battles that needed to be fought by themselves. The elder nodded and said loudly, "Let's fight, elves." When he said this, a large group of elf archers suddenly emerged from the grass behind the houses, behind the trees and on the slopes. The innate night vision ability of the elves allowed them to fight in the dark as if it was daytime. In the night, arrows came and went without a shadow, and it was impossible to guard against them. The elf archers drew their bows and arrows. As soon as their bowstrings rang, a kobold head would fall to the ground. A dwarf was fighting fiercely with a kobold warrior. Suddenly, the kobold froze and then slowly fell down. The dwarf was a little confused until he saw an arrow on the kobold's throat. Then he reacted and turned around to give a thumbs up to the elf behind him. He did a good job, but what he said offended him. "Oh, you like to pretend to be cool. Your archery is not bad, but the dwarf in front of you is more powerful." The elf archer said, "If I shoot one more arrow for you, you should jump off a cliff." Before he finished his words, an kobold assassin secretly leaned against the dwarf from behind. Without any hesitation, the elf archer readied his bow and shot an arrow. With a muffled snort, the kobold assassin fell behind the dwarf. The dwarf was speechless. The chattering dwarf shut his mouth and stopped complaining about the elf. The town was full of shouting and killing, but the townsmen of Westwind Town were not in a panic. Unlike an ordinary town where when it came to war, all the civilians would hide and tremble. The townsmen here were very bold and not afraid of death, because they knew they could not die. So they fought as well. A kobold retreated to the front of a window of a townsman's residence while fighting with the dwarves. The window suddenly opened, and the upper half of a middle-aged woman popped out, with a pan in her hand. She waved the pan hard and knocked the kobold to the ground. When the kobold was still dizzy because of the hit, a dwarf took the opportunity to stride forward. The big axe in his hand slashed horizontally and cut the kobold into 2 pieces. The dwarf gave the middle-aged woman a thumbs up and said, "Well done, brave ant." "Ant?" The middle-aged woman was furious. "You look about the same age as me. How dare you call me ant?" "No, no, no. I'm still a young man. It's just that my beard is too long." "Go to hell," the middle-aged woman threw the pan at the dwarf. The dwarf quickly shrank his head, and the pan scratched over his head, knocking over a kobold behind him. The dwarf looked back, and then turned to look at the middle-aged woman. "Oh, you really are a powerful woman." The middle-aged woman laughed, "Because my husband is a soldier from Godfather's Royal Guards. I can't embarrass him." The dwarf laughed, "You're awesome." Just as the two of them were talking about this, a strange shadow suddenly appeared from the sewer next to them. The dwarf thought that it must be another kobold who came out, so he waved the big axe in his hand and slashed at them. This axe was very forceful, fierce, and fast. If it was a kobold who came out from the ground, he would definitely die on the spot after eating this axe. However, the dwarf felt something was wrong when he chopped the axe halfway. The person who came out from the ground was not a dog head, but a huge strange bug. It looked like an earthworm, but its body was much larger than an earthworm's. Its body was thicker than a bathtub. Since it hadn't come out of the ground yet, no one knew how long it was. There was a large bloody mouth on its head, and its mouth was full of sharp teeth. The monster opened its mouth and bit the giant axe that the dwarf had swung over. With a wave of its strength, the dwarf immediately loosened his grip and the axe was dragged over by the monster. Then, it was thrown to the side and flew more than 10 meters away. Then, the big bug suddenly bit the dwarf. The dwarf was startled and rolled backward to dodge. The middle-aged woman was also frightened by this huge strange bug. She screamed, "What the hell is this?" The dwarf shouted, "Hide in the house quickly. It's a caterpillar, very powerful, and you can't deal with it. The part of its body that just stretched out of the ground is less than 1/20th of its body." The middle-aged woman was frightened. The part of the body that the caterpillar stuck out from underground was at least 6 yards long, but such a long body was less than 1/20th of its body. That was to say, it was a superworm over 100 yards long. The dwarf knew very well about the creatures underground and knew how powerful they were. Now he had no weapon to use, so he didn't dare to fight against the caterpillar. He took down a small flying axe from his waist and threw it at the caterpillar. With a thud, the flying axe slashed at the head of the caterpillar, leaving a big cut. However, this cut was only a small wound for the giant worm, which was over 100 yards long. It didn't care at all. It opened its huge opening mouth and bit the dwarf again. The dwarf turned around and ran away, shouting, "Be careful, giant bugs are coming." The giant insect chased after him. And in a blink of an eye, they ran dozens of yards away. The dwarf soldiers who were fighting with the kobolds nearby turned their heads and were startled. They saw a giant bug chasing after a companion. The giant bug's head kept extending forward, but its body was already 40 or 50 yards long. It hasn't even gotten completely out of the ground yet. It's a huge adult caterpillar. "Watch out! Watch out!" The dwarves all shouted. The elf archers quickly bent their bows and arrows, shooting at the caterpillar. However, when their bows shot at the giant bugs twisted their bodies casually and all the arrows on their bodies were bounced away. "Oh my God! Watch out! Don't be touched by this thing." In the screams of the dwarf and the elves, the caterpillar caught up with the dwarf in front of it, opened its big mouth and tried to bite him. Seeing that he couldn't escape, the dwarf had to hide behind a house next to him. That house was the governor's house of number 32. The caterpillar hit the governor's house head-on and with a loud bang, the house made of bricks fell down. At this time, Rob was in the hot spring pond of his chapel, activating his detection technique to observe the battlefield. Although he had used the detection technique, his sight could not turn around. His vision in the hot spring pond was too low to see many places, and would be blocked by all kinds of buildings in the town. He was wondering if he should make a move. If he doesn't make a move, maybe someone will die and he will have to bring them back to life. He can't be lazy if that happens. But when he also makes a move, he still can't be lazy. Just as Rob was thinking about this, he saw a huge caterpillar crawling out from underground. It chased a dwarf and rampaged, and then slammed into the governor's house. Half of the governor's house collapsed on the spot. Fortunately, the governor's house was just an office building, not a residential building, so the administrative staff who worked in it didn't live in it. There was no one being pressed down in the collapsed ruins. Otherwise, it would be time to bring him back to life. The remaining half of the governor's house hadn't collapsed, but there was a person standing inside. It was number 32. It turned out that this guy often worked overtime and often slept in the governor's house at night. Just now, he was sleeping on his stomach at his desk for a while. Suddenly, someone shouted outside, waking him up. He laid on the window of the governor's house to watch the fun. Anyway, he was sent to Westwind Town for administration, not for fighting. Through the battle, he could know how powerful Westwind Town was now. Just as he was happy, a big bug suddenly rushed towards the governor's house, which frightened number 32 to retreat from the window. With a loud bang, half of the house was gone. If he had retreated slowly, he would have been buried in the ruins. Number 32 had died once. Only after he died did he know how precious his life was. Now he was almost killed again by a big bug. How could he not be angry? He took out his staff from behind the desk and pointed at the bug, bone spear. This time, he wanted to hit the head of the worm, but after it crashed into the governor's house, it continued to chase after the dwarf. In a blink of an eye, it had crawled 10 miles away. Number 32 wanted to hit its head, but he couldn't, so he had to face its huge body. A spear made of white bones shot out from the tip of his staff and hit the waist of the caterpillar. Although the bug's body was huge and its skin was tough and elastic, it was only aimed at physical attacks. When facing magic attacks, a low-intelligence creature like it had no resistance. The bone spear instantly left a blood hole in the waist of the caterpillar and went through it. "Huh, I'm the best," Number 32 laughed proudly. The old men's broken axes can't cause such serious damage to the big bug. He waved the staff in his hand again and began to chant his next magic. After eating a spear, the bug felt a little pain and temporarily gave up chasing the dwarf. It turned around to look for the person who had just hurt it. It was not intelligent, and because it was an underground monster, its eyesight was not very good. Moreover, Number 32 was standing in the ruins of the governor's house, dry, thin and dressed in a black robe. His whole body was integrated in the night. It was really difficult to find him. The bug looked around and didn't see Number 32. However, Number 32 had taken the opportunity to finish it. He once again threw forward his magic. It was still a bone spear, but this time it wasn't just a bone spear. Instead, more than a dozen bone spears flew out one after another. With a series of sounds, they all hit the waist of the bug. The power of magic far exceeded physical attacks, and the large bug couldn't withstand the continuous attacks. Its waist, which was as big as a bathtub, was broken into 2 pieces by the bone spears that came continuously. With a scream, the bug raised its head and then fell down. A loud bang stirred up countless dust. "Ha ha ha. I killed it," Number 32 laughed. "It's just a monster. It won't take me much effort to kill it." He did a good job. This time, even Rob didn't lie. He thought, "I'll give him a bucket of cola later. Look at him, he's so thin. It's not bad for him to gain weight by eating sweet food." The collapse of the caterpillar in the crater shocked all the dwarves and elves present. Although the big thing only chased after one dwarf after it came out, its huge body, which was 100 feet long, shocked everyone around it. Many people were worried about how to deal with it, but they did not expect that the seemingly stupid governor had such a powerful magic. The dwarf leader shouted, "Raise your strength and drive all these damn monsters back to the ground." The rest of the dwarves answered, "Yes." They were so powerful that they knocked down many kobolds in an instant. However, at this moment, the audience outside suddenly shouted, "Look, outside the town, many giants are coming." Many. The soldiers turned their heads and saw a large group of lava giants rushing towards the town. There were at least 15 of them. It seemed that they had been hiding around the town for a long time, but no one had found them before. They didn't climb out until now. They were too big to enter the sewer, so they pretended to be stones and piled around the town. The battle happened in the town. The human soldiers and the dwarf soldiers were fighting closely with the kobolds, so the elf archers were scattered in the periphery. These lava giants were forced to come over from the outside, and the first to be attacked were the elves. The elves were startled. This kind of giant over 20 feet tall, and their entire body was covered with thick volcanic rock. How could they fight it? An elf archer shot an arrow at the chest of the lava giant, but the arrow could not penetrate its skin at all. He shouted, "Be careful of these giants. Our arrows are ineffective against it." The elf elder commanded loudly, "Let the dwarves deal with these stones. They are good at dealing with stones. Elves, let's go with humans to deal with the kobolds in the town." The elves on the wall drew back their bows and ran away, followed by 15 lava giants. Soon, they approached the wall, waved their huge fists and smashed it with them. Lillian ran to Rob and said anxiously, "Master, those monsters are going to break the town wall. Aren't you going to help them?" Rob chuckled and said, "Why should I do that? Since cement was developed, we don't need the old wall. It's good to let it be smashed by the giants, and it can save us a lot of strength to tear it down later. Lillian. The team of 15 lava giants tore down the town wall in a flash. At this time, the dwarves also reacted. They were more adept at dealing with the lava giants than elves and humans, so they came over to them. Be careful. 40 people each group to deal with a lava giant. The rest will provide mobile support. Be careful. Maybe they have other troops. Don't talk nonsense. Unfortunately, the crow's mouth had taken effect. There was a cry of killing in the mountain forest outside, and a group of orcs rushed over again. They charged straight at the dwarves, leaving no chance for them to form a team to deal with the lava giant. The lava giants opened the way, and the orcs followed the lava giants' heels to charge. The town was filled with kobolds who were running around, and the kobolds were constantly emerging from the sewers. The dwarves and the elves could not help but feel at a loss, thinking in their hearts, "It's over. Westwind Town couldn't hold on anymore." "Don't be afraid," a voice suddenly shouted, "you still have me. Necromancer number 32, I will lead you to victory." Number 32 jumped onto the ruins of the roof of the governor's house. He tightened the staff in his hand on the ground and shouted, "Get up. Kobolds, fight for me." Dark energy gushed out of his body, and the dead bodies of the kobolds that had been killed on the ground around the governor's house suddenly jumped up. Everyone looked at him and realized that he was still alive. Right, this guy is a necromancer. He could manipulate corpses. Although it hadn't been refined and transformed, so the corpses that were pulled up temporarily would be very stiff and not as flexible and skilled as real skeleton soldiers. However, no matter how stiff they were still a fighting force. Moreover, their fighting force would keep increasing. Every time they defeated an enemy, they would have one more companion. It was simply cool. The elf elder and the dwarf leader sighed. "I thought number 32 was a fool. I didn't expect him to be useful." Number 32 gained a lot of admiration and became complacent. When he saw the broken body of the caterpillar lying on the ground, he suddenly laughed. "Ha ha ha, I'm going to pull this thing up to fight for me, then I'll be invincible. Ha ha ha. Get up, caterpillar." He pointed at the insect with his scepter. However, the huge bug did not get up. It was still soft on the ground. "Why?" Number 32 asked. At this moment, number 8 ran out of the chapel of darkness in the distance and shouted, "Number 32, be careful. That thing is not dead yet." "What?" Number 32 looked at the ground in astonishment. The two halves of the caterpillar bounced up at the same time, and new body tissues continued to grow from the broken parts. In a flash, they turned into two caterpillars. One of them swung its tail towards number 32 and suddenly hit number 32, sending him flying backwards. He flew dozens of yards away. By the time he landed, all his bones had been broken. He spat out blood and died. The dead bodies of the kobolds pulled up by number 32 also fell to the ground at the same time. The elf elder and the dwarf leader covered their faces at the same time and said, "I thought this guy was very useful, but it turned out that he was still a vegetable." Everyone was speechless. Although they were complaining, the situation was a little serious. The caterpillar were already difficult to deal with, but now one had become two. Moreover, it was obvious that there were 2 to 4 of them. Outside the town, there were 15 lava giants with the orc army coming over, and the kobolds were still coming out of the sewers. Such a situation was simply despairing. The dwarf leader let out a long sigh and said, "What a pity. We haven't started the production of our steam tanks yet. If we had a large number of steam tanks." The elf elder also felt a little dejected. Although he knew that the great druid was very powerful, he did not think that the great druid would win when he saw the 15 lava giants and the huge caterpillar. With such a rhythm of attack, the monsters would come one after another. He did not know how many monsters there were. Maybe it's time to ask the elderly, weak women, and children to leave first, the elf elder said. Soldiers, stay behind and let the elderly, weak women, and children go first. Don't panic. What are you panicking for? Elsie ran past him and asked, Are you seeing anyone from Westwind Town panicking? The elf elder turned his head and saw that the townsmen of Westwind Town were not in a panic. The human soldiers were not in a panic, only the elves and dwarves panicking. Elsie said, Since we can't hold on anymore, Godfather is about to take action. The dwarf leader said, But can he do it alone? Before he could finish his words, he saw Rob jump out of the hot spring pond and put on his priest's clothes. In a flash, he came to the side of the three people, Elsie, elf elder and dwarf leader. He was still grumbling unhappily, It turns out that I still have to deal with it. It's so annoying. Forget it. Now that the town wall has been removed by the lava giant for free, I'll go out for some fun. I'll be responsible for all the big monsters. I don't want to take care of the little monsters all the time. You deal with the little monsters. You'll be responsible for all the big things alone, the dwarf leader doubted his ears. How can this be possible? Those are 15 lava giants, 2 caterpillars, and perhaps even more. More is okay, Rob said. It's better to come more at one time than to make trouble every time. The dwarf leader wanted to persuade him again, but he suddenly found that Rob in front of him was growing bigger, bigger, bigger. The dwarf leader was as tall as Rob's waist, but in the blink of an eye, he only reached Rob's knees. Then he couldn't even reach up to his knees, and only to the back of Rob's feet. At this time, he discovered that Rob had become a giant, a super giant. He was at least 2 or 3 times taller than the lava giants. Wasn't he 50 yards tall? It was as if a giant god was standing in Westwind Town, overlooking the entire town. The lava giants and orcs that had just attacked the town were startled at the same time, and the kobolds were even frightened enough to freeze their movements. The 2 of them were also shocked. At the same time, they asked, What the hell? However, the townsmen of Westwind Town were not surprised at all. They cheered together and said, Godfather has grown bigger. This is the same move that he used to deal with the guardian beast of the desert. The 50 or 60-yard tall Rob overlooked the whole Westwind Town. His eyes widened, and all the kobolds below him trembled with fear. They couldn't even think of resisting. Originally, every sewer still had them rushing out, but now no kobold dared to jump out again. The kobolds who just jumped out immediately jumped back to the sewer, frightened. Rob stretched out his hand and grabbed the 2 caterpillars on the ground one by one. Although it was very long and 100 yards long, it was only as thick as a bathtub. Rob could easily hold it with one hand and lift them up in the air. The 2 caterpillars were like 2 slender snakes in Rob's hands. They bent their heads, opened their bloody mouths, and fiercely bit Rob's arms. However, the 2 bites only did 2 misses. Caterpillars were not intelligent enough to bite Rob accurately. Without thinking too much, it wrapped its tail around Rob's arm and continued to extend up along his arm, trying to wrap him up. However, Rob used a little strength in his hand. With a pinch, the 2 caterpillars immediately felt that all their strength was cut off at the position where Rob's hand was grabbing. Because Rob's strength was too great, he clasped them tightly and destroyed all the strength of the caterpillars. Their bodies were so soft that they fell down like 2 hemp ropes. With 2 caterpillars like hemp ropes in his hands, Rob grinned mischievously and walked towards the 15 lava giants. If the lava giant was a monster with high intelligence, it would have turned around and escaped now. However, they weren't that smart. They just stared blankly at Rob, who was several times taller than them, and they watched as Rob walked towards them. They were instinctively thinking whether they could defeat this monster that was even larger than them. Rob walked up to the first lava giant and stepped on it. The lava giant roared and actually raised its hands, trying to withstand Rob's feet. However, it was useless. Crack! Crack! The lava giant was trampled into pieces by Rob's foot, and even its lava core was crushed by his foot. When he stood in front of the second lava giant, he lifted his foot and smashed it into another pile of debris. At this time, the orcs who had followed the lava giants into the town had already understood that this giant in front of them was a terrifying monster. He could actually smash the lava giants one by one, as if stepping on a child. What the hell was this? How could they fight with such a thing? They turned around and ran away. The lava giants weren't that smart. Facing the scene where their companions were killed by Rob, they didn't have any fear in their minds. Instead, they were only angry. After screaming a few times, they rushed towards Rob. Although they were 2 or 3 times shorter than Rob, they believed that they could still win if they fought 13 against 1. Rob waved the 2 long caterpillars in his hand, like 2 long whips. With a flick of his left hand, a lava giant was knocked to the ground, and his right hand swung again. A lava giant's neck was wrapped by the caterpillars. Rob pulled, and the lava giant's head was actually pulled off by him. However, this was not a problem. As long as the lava core was not broken, the lava giant would be able to regenerate infinitely. Its head that fell on the ground would fly up and grow on its neck again. Just as it was rejoicing at its strong race talent, it saw Rob stomp on his head. Powder. Then, with a wave of his left hand, he whipped another lava giant to the ground. With a wave of his right hand, he wrapped his whip around the waist of the lava giant, pulled it in front of him, and kicked it again, smashing it into pieces on the ground. Those broken stones were still shaking, trying to fuse together again. A human soldier from Westwind Town, wearing steel armor, quickly ran into the rubble heap. With a wave of his sledgehammer, he hit the lava core, and the rubble immediately quieted down. Rob gave the man a thumbs up and said, "Brave soldier, come back to me to get your bonus." The soldier was overjoyed. The dwarf leader was completely stunned, and the elf elder was not much better than him. Even all the elves and dwarves were stunned, and only the townsmen of Westwind Town were not stunned, as everything was within their expectations. In the eyes of the people in Westwind Town, Godfather not helping early was normal. He would come if it was doomed. The real suspense was how the Godfather would deal with the enemy. The townsmen began to discuss, "I didn't expect that Godfather would use the whip technique. How beautiful those 2 whips are. Why did he suddenly change to a whip? I think with Godfather's ability, he can even lift these lava giants with his bare hands. There must be some meaning in using a whip, right? Yes, there must be a reason, but we can't figure it out." Of course, they couldn't guess the reason why Rob suddenly got 2 whips was that he wanted to use the skill of a beast tamer, which was inactive. The effect was that if he used a whip to whip a beast and make it on the verge of death, he would have a certain chance to tame it and become his pet. He saw how agile the lava giants were when they were removing the town wall, so he felt that this thing could be used for a construction project after training, so he played this trick. However, after Rob whipped a few times, he found that he couldn't do that. Lava giant were not beasts at all. It was a kind of elemental creature, and even its brain was filled with stones. It was impossible to subdue such a thing. No matter how hard he tried, it would not work at all. It seemed that he couldn't do it anymore. Rob whipped out a few times and the rest of the lava giants were all smashed into pieces of stones. Shualu led a group of soldiers to rush over and find the lava cores in the broken stones. Afterward, the 15 lava giants were completely annihilated. It was so easy. As for those kobolds, they were so frightened that they all rushed into the sewers. The small sewer mouth couldn't accommodate so many kobolds at the same time, but every sewer mouth squeezed a large group of kobolds. Some of them were even stuck at the entrance of the sewer, unable to go up or down. The elves and the dwarves were still in a state of shock and could not recover for the time being. Elsie had no choice but to lead a group of human soldiers to kill these kobolds who had lost their morale. They surrounded the sewer and beat them up, chopping them into pieces. Rob pouted and said, "It's not funny at all. Just as he was about to throw the 2 caterpillars in his hands to the ground and trample them to death, a hint of the game system that only he could see flashed through his eyes. Train caterpillar. What the hell? Rob asked in a daze. He doubted that he had seen it wrong, but after thinking carefully, he suddenly realized that although the name of the caterpillar had the Chinese character that meant insect, and it looked like a caterpillar's, its nature was still a beast. Rob had just used the 2 caterpillars as long whips. When he was lashing the lava giant, the 2 caterpillars were tossed back and forth by him. After a while of playing, they were put in a state of death. As a result, the skill of the beast tamer was triggered. He wasn't able to train the lava giant, but he was able to train the 2 giant caterpillars. Rob couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed, as if one day he had $1,000 in his pocket and planned to go out to ask a girl out to watch a movie, eat, sing in a KTV, sleep in a hotel, develop a relationship, and finally achieve the goal of marrying her. But unexpectedly, when he was about to go out, his mobile phone suddenly popped up a prompt, saying that it was all a game and that the wife that he had planned to marry turned into a woman with dull hair on her head. Are you kidding me? Rob looked at the 2 ugly caterpillars in his hands, and now he had the feeling of being tricked. He threw the 2 caterpillars on the ground, and immediately a group of human soldiers rushed up, trying to chop these 2 bugs into pieces, so that they would not even want to regenerate. Rob said, "Forget it. Don't kill them." "What?" the soldier asked. "If we don't kill them, they will continue to make trouble." "No, they won't." Rob said, "They are owned now." The soldiers were rendered speechless. Rob casually swung 2 heels on the 2 dying big bugs, and the 2 big bugs immediately refreshed themselves. The soldiers quickly guarded against them, but they didn't expect that the 2 caterpillars looked very obedient. They crawled to the feet of Rob, gently coiled his ankle with their tails, and looked like pet dogs. The soldiers sweat and asked, "What happened?" Rob shrugged and said, "I beat them too hard. They have recognized me as their master now." The soldiers said in unison, "You use them as whips." "Well, don't care about the details." Rob changed back to his normal size. At this time, the 2 caterpillars were very huge to him. They could no longer hold Rob's ankles and leaned their heads over to kiss his master, as if they were going to swallow Rob. Rob looked at the 2 big bugs with a bitter face and said, "What's the use of training 2 of them? Speaking of which, what do they eat? How can I feed them?" All of a sudden, Shualu ran out from the side and said with a smile, "The caterpillars are easy to raise. They only need to eat soil to live. In fact, they are just huge earthworms." "Rob, are you telling me that this kind of thing that looks extremely ferocious is an earthworm?" "Well, it looks like an earthworm. When it goes underground and eats earth, it will regrow. Isn't it basically a large earthworm?" Suddenly, a light bulb flashed on Rob's forehead. "Right, thinking of the uses of these 2 fellows, these 2 fellows seem to be very good at digging holes. With them, wouldn't they be able to dig the sewer with higher efficiency?" The sewer of Westwind Town had been dug for a long time, but it was still not complete because humans were not very good at digging holes. However, with these 2 fellows, they might be able to dig it out in the blink of an eye. These were 2 large tunneling machines. Thinking of this, Rob finally understood why the monsters could rush out from all the exits of the sewer in an instant after dark. It seemed that the monsters used the time when the workers who dug the sewer went home to have a rest after work to drive the caterpillars in the tunnel. They used an extremely fast speed to break through the sewers of Westwind Town. Only in this way could they leave from all the sewer entrances at the same time. Very good. Rob reached out his hand and patted 2 bugs. "From now on, you 2 are the large tunnel machines of Westwind Town. You 2 can dig the sewers. I promise you that I will let you eat enough soil and won't let you starve." Hearing Rob's words, the people beside him could not help sweating. They thought, "This is too ferocious. He'll just give them soil to eat, but ask them to do such dirty work. It's really unreasonable." It was not until then that the dwarf leader realized what had happened. It was the first time that he had seen Rob make a move. He was so shocked that he froze for a long time. He quickly walked up to Rob and said, "Grandmaster Blacksmith, your move just now was really too powerful. How could you become so big? One person defeated 2 caterpillars and 15 lava giants. You are really too powerful, too powerful, too powerful." He said it 3 times. Rob shrugged and said, "I'm flattered. You are really too powerful. Don't repeat it anymore." "Well, the dwarf is just nagging," the elf elder came over from the side. In fact, he was also shocked by the scene just now, but the elf elder had already seen Rob beat over 100 harpies, so he was quick to deal with such a situation today. He pointed at the sewer, which was still in the end of the battle, and said, "Godfather will use the sewer order to build a more beautiful city. Now that the sewer is probably filled with kobolds, and the tunnels dug by the monsters should also be connected to the sewer. We don't know where this passage leads to, and we don't know if there will be monsters constantly coming over. I think this underground passage must be thoroughly cleaned up." The dwarf leader nodded and said, "You don't have to say that. I understand. I'll immediately organize my soldiers to go into the sewer and kill all the kobolds below. Along the way, I'll find the holes they dug and see where the monsters came from." After saying that, he was about to leave. Rob suddenly stopped him and said, "The underground situation is complicated. If you encounter any danger, you may not have time to inform me. Here, take it. This is a live crystal ball, which we usually use to live stream a football match. You take it with you and then explore the underground. If you encounter any danger halfway, use this transmission portal scroll. Only the elves and human soldiers in the town and I can come down to rescue you." Rob handed the live crystal ball and the transmission scroll to the dwarf leader. With 2 life-saving things in his hands, the dwarf leader could not help but sigh, "Grandmaster Blacksmith, no matter what we do in Westwind Town, it makes us feel very happy. We can have a rich and happy life in normal times, and we can also get such care when we have a war. We feel that living here is more comfortable than living in our hometown." Rob smiled and said, "Do you like it? Don't just leave 800 soldiers. It will be happier if you send someone back to pick up all your wives and children and settle down beside Westwind Town like the elves. Wouldn't that be better?" The dwarf leader nodded and said, "Please let me think about it carefully. Moving an entire race is a major decision, and I can't make such a rash decision." Rob said, "Okay, don't worry. It's not too late to think it over." The dwarf leader said, "Well, let's solve the problem in the sewer first." He waved his hand at the dwarves and shouted, "Brothers, prepare to counterattack in the sewer and fight underground. We need to let the elves see how good we can do what they can't do." The elf elder immediately retorted, "What kind of ability is it to dig underground? It's just disdainful. If we want to do it, we can do it better than you. Don't forget that dark elves are also elves." The dark elf race was a kind of race living in the underground world. They were mortal enemies with the white elves on the ground, but there was one thing that they were sure of, and that is that the dark elves' underground fighting ability was excellent. The dwarf leader pursed his lips and ignored the elf elder. He led his subordinates to the sewer. Then he turned on the live streaming function of the crystal ball and jumped into it. Rob hurried back to his chapel, turned on the 75-inch TV and began to watch the live show. In fact, he was quite interested in how the sewer was dug now. Although it was dug according to his requirements, Rob had never seen it himself. Because he was lazy and only liked to be lazy on his stone stole. How could it be possible for him to go into the sewer? However, he attached great importance to the sewer, because only he knew how important the sewer was in the world. Once this kind of urban foundation was built well, not only would he live a more comfortable life, but he could also spend 100 years with his children. Now that he had a chance to see the project, of course Rob was very happy. The TV turned on, and the first view was the dwarf's head. It turned out that he had hung the crystal ball on his hat, so what the crystal balls saw was very similar to what the would see. When he climbed down the iron ladder to the sewer, he saw a very wide space, as wide as a basement. The walls of the basement had been brushed with cement, so the walls looked very clean and tidy. However, the ground was full of footprints made by the kobolds, which was very disgusting. There were 3 passages in the basement leading to the other 3 directions. The dwarf leader was not familiar with the sewer of Westwind Town, because he had been studying the steam tank since he came to Westwind Town, and did not help the workers dig the tunnels. When he saw the 3 passages, he was a little confused and did not know which side to go. At this time, Elsie's head appeared at the sewer. He threw a map down and said, "Hey, guys, take it. This is the sewer's blueprint. I just asked the mayor of White Birch Town for it. I think you should use it." The dwarf leader raised his head and gave a thumbs up to him. Rob thought to himself, Elsie is really quick to react. At this thought, he suddenly found that the crystal ball on the table was lit up. It was a special crystal ball used to communicate with the queen. It seemed that the woman called him again. As soon as Rob answered the phone, he saw the dignified face of the queen. "What's wrong? Why did you call me so late?" Rob asked. The queen's face remained dignified, but her eyes were very complicated. There was an indescribable and strange feeling in her eyes. She said in a melodious tone, "The battle is over. And you started to check the sewers. This man called Elsie is also a talent. How do you know that? And you know it so quickly." "Nonsense. How can I not know?" the queen said. "When you became a giant to fight the lava giant, I was watching TV the entire time. The cinema city and the private TVs of all the noble families were all broadcasting your righteous live stream." "Wow." Rob asked, "Who did it? Why didn't I know?" "Me." Shualu jumped out from behind with a snicker on her face, holding a small crystal ball in her hand. "I used this crystal ball to live stream it. It turned out that before Rob played with the harpies in the sky when there was a football competition on his first live stream, he was a little busy, so he added a live crystal ball, and added more runes to switch the function of the TV to the LCD board, so that the audience could cut the screen in 2 if 2 live crystal balls were playing. Just now, he gave the dwarf leader one of them, and the other one was in the hand of Shualu. Rob threw up his hands and said, "Hey, why did you stream the scenes of my battle? Last time when you sold the crystal board to the queen, didn't you say that you would continue to live stream the main play of the follow-up battle? The queen has indeed paid. I am just fulfilling the live stream contract now." Rob asked, "When did I say that?" The queen snorted in the crystal ball. The end of chapter 477. He couldn't deny it. Rob had to say, "Well, Shualu is right. The live stream just now is indeed reasonable. Alas, for a little live stream fee, I have even sold my personal privacy." The queen snorted coldly, "Don't be a fool. I'm afraid the people on Bright Road will take you as..." She suddenly stopped. "What?" "Humph," the queen didn't say anything and changed the topic. "Now the live stream is about the sewer, right? This black picture. Can't we make the dwarf make the picture brighter? I still want to see the appearance of this sewer carefully." "What? You want to learn from me?" The queen didn't answer this question. In fact, number 32 had been secretly learning the specific use of cement. She just wanted to check the effect of the sewer in advance. Thinking of this, the queen suddenly remembered something. "Right, what about number 32? Ah. I remember that he was just killed by the caterpillar." "Number 32? Rob thought about it carefully. Oh, yes, it seemed that that guy had really been killed by the caterpillar just now. But this guy was too inconspicuous. In the blink of an eye, Rob had forgotten him. After the queen's reminder, he could barely remember that there was such a person. She turned around and wanted to ask Shualu to deal with it, but she found that Shualu, who had just stood beside him, was gone. So he had to shout at Lillian, who was standing not so far away, "Lillian, ask 2 people to bring the corpse of number 32 here so that I can bring him back to life." Lillian called 2 soldiers over. Not long after, the soft body of number 32 was moved in. He was hit by the huge tail of the caterpillar, so his bones were broken all over his body. He died miserably. His eyes bulged and his tongue stuck out long. Rob couldn't help but shrug and ask, "Why are you so miserable?" The Queen said angrily, "It's all your fault. When your townsmen are about to be injured, you will give them magic for protection. You hold them like treasures, and yet you don't even move when my people are killed. It's too much." Rob shrugged and said, "Is it strange? It's not mine. Why do I have to protect it?" The Queen said, "Where is your sense of justice and mercy? No matter whether it is your people or not, there is no reason for you to be so cold." Rob smiled and said, "I won't be so easily kidnapped by morality. I have never thought of myself as a hero. I can be cold if I want to be cold, and I can be lazy if I want to be lazy. It's all up to Joy." The Queen was rendered speechless. At this moment, Rob suddenly chuckled and said, "However, there is no need for me to be happy or unhappy for my own people. I will take care of them no matter what happens. My Queen, if you become my woman, I will take care of your men. Would you like to think about it?" The Queen was stunned. "Is this a proposal? Damn it. You are obviously proposing, aren't you?" The Queen's heart thumped wildly. At the same time, she also really wanted to complain, "Propose to me in a serious occasion, with flowers and rings in hand, like a prince, no, like a king, solemn and serious. How could you be so cheeky to propose to me through a crystal ball? You'd better stay away from me." This kind of proposal could only be treated as a joke, and it was impossible for her to reply seriously. It was not easy for the Queen to maintain her dignified face. She said in a stiff tone, "Even if you are joking, think of a better time and place. Think about who I am." Humph. After saying that, she chuckled like Rob did and said, "But if you help me take back East Gran and complete the unity of the Kingdom of Gran, and then help me deal with the internal affairs and military affairs of the kingdom, so that the Kingdom of Gran will be prosperous and powerful, I will consider it." Rob said, "Who wants such a demanding woman?" The Queen said, "Who wants a man who can't do this?" The conclusion was that no one needed anyone, on the surface. Rob didn't play with her anymore. He waved his hand and a resurrection spell fell on number 32. A few seconds later, number 32 jumped up and shouted, "Where are the big bugs? Where are they? Eat my bone spear. Damn it. The battle is over." "Shut up," the Queen scolded sourly in the crystal ball, "You're a shameless guy." Turning his head to look at the crystal ball, number 32 saw the angry face of the Queen, and then turned his head to look at the town. The battle had already ended, and there were soldiers and townsmen everywhere cleaning up the mess. Only then did he understand what had happened. He said awkwardly, well, forget it. Although the result is very embarrassing, you were still fighting valiantly after all." "I don't blame you," the Queen said. "Now, the most important thing is to watch the live stream carefully and grasp the movements of the monster group." Her words drew everyone's attention back to the TV. At this time, countless people were watching the live stream on TV. On the other side of Westwind Town, there was a big screen hanging in Rob's yard. He and a few girls at home were sitting in front of the screen and watching. In addition, the elf elder, Commander Elsie, number 32 and some others were also watching the battle on the screen. Moreover, many people in Westwind Town had LCD boards in their houses. For example, Nulan, Matra and several town leaders had already bought a TV from Rob. Now, everyone was paying attention to the following development of this matter. On the other side of Bright Road, the hall was even more bustling. The Queen's palace was decorated with crystal panels, and a large group of officials were gathering to watch. The 8 projection rooms of Elizabeth Cinema City were now overcrowded, and the living rooms of the nobles with TV were full of guests. All the people who had the ability to watch TV were watching the battle between the monsters and Westwind Town. Because everyone was clear that once Westwind Town was out, the situation of West Gran would become very dangerous. At that time, when the monsters were burning, robbing, pillaging and eating people's food in the hinterland, East Gran could take advantage of the fire and attack Bright Road, which would mark its end. The live stream was dark. Because of the lack of light in the sewer, everyone could only see the dark and constantly shaking scenes. To be honest, such a scene was not beautiful at all. If it was an ordinary TV program, the audience would have left by now, but this live stream was related to the lives of everyone, and this ugly scene made everyone nervous. "Attention, there is a kobold in front of us 10 yards away," the voice of the dwarf leader sounded on the TV. Then the screen was pulled forward quickly, and the camera was shot 10 yards forward. It turned out that the dwarf leader used a charge, and then a kobold's ferocious face appeared in the middle of the screen. The dwarf was short, and the camera on his helmet was not high either, but the kobold was not tall either, so the camera was just aimed at its ugly dog face. Its dog teeth almost collided with the dwarf's, and it waved its iron pick and tried to attack the dwarf leader hard. The audience couldn't help but shout in unison, "Wow! What if the live camera is broken?" Several people were even worried that the pickaxe would fly into the screen. However, all their worries were unnecessary. The dwarf leader was not so weak as to be knocked down by a kobold. With a wave of his sledgehammer, the kobold was smashed into pieces. The audience in front of the TV laughed, "Haha! Well done. The dwarf leader, watch out. The sewer is now full of kobolds. All teams separate. Each group should enter a tunnel to clean up the kobolds inside, and look for their entrance and the connection between the sewer. If you find it, send someone to report to me." The video continued to shake and move forward in the dark sewers. Every so often, one or a group of kobolds would appear on the screen. While cursing and talking nonsense, the dwarf leader would rush up and beat the kobolds fiercely. From the audience's point of view, it was as if they were watching a live stream of FPS roleplay. It was a bit like watching someone's perspective, and it was full of energy. However, while the ordinary audience were energetic, the two of them, Rob and the Queen, were yawning. The two of them didn't like to see this kind of reckless cleaning. In fact, the two of them wanted to see the construction of the sewer. However, the light was too dim, and the live stream images could only show a dwarf's height perspective in front of them, and even the sewer wall couldn't be seen clearly. When Rob was about to fall asleep, a warm light suddenly lit up the live stream screen. The whole screen became bright, and the scenery that the camera could see clearly wide. The sewer wall was also lit up. Rob's spirit was lifted. There's a light source?" The Queen said, "It seems to be fire magic." As soon as the two of them finished speaking, they heard the voice of the dwarf leader. You are here?" He turned his head to look at the person, and the camera also turned around. Rob saw that Shualu, Gorda, and Jike appeared on the live screen. With a ball of flames in her hand, Shualu lit up the sewer. The three of them were all neatly dressed. Gorda was wearing steel armor, which was rubbed by Rob. Jike was wearing flying dragon leather armor, which was rubbed by Rob. And Shualu wore a silk robe and crystal staff rubbed out by Rob as well. The three adventurers could buy a small town on Fengma continent just by selling a few sets of the equipment they wore. However, the three of them were not as eager for money as they were for adventures. Wearing this top-level equipment, they often went out to do a shabby small tasks and received dozens of silver coins for payment. It was simply bullshit. Rob pointed at the screen and asked, "Where did Shualu go?" "She was just beside me," Lillian said in a low voice. "While you were discussing with the Queen whether she would like to be your woman or not, Miss Shualu went to the hillside to pull the Gorda and Jike into the sewer. She said that she wanted to take risks in the sewer, and that it seemed to be very exciting. Rob was speechless. Gorda stood in front of the camera and said, "Guys, I don't think you are good at tracking and detecting. Please leave it to us." "Oh," the dwarf leader asked, "are you good at it?" Gorda pointed at Jike, who didn't like to talk. Jike just nodded, squatted down and carefully studied the kobold marks on the ground. The two of them, Rob and the Queen, were carefully observing the construction of the sewer with the help of the fire light in the cave. This section of the sewer was very beautiful. The passage was very wide, even wider than the alleys in the slums of Bright Road. The walls were all brushed with cement, and the ceiling and ground were also brushed with cement. If he hadn't known that it was a sewer in advance, he would have felt that it was more beautiful and clean than an ordinary residence. The Queen couldn't help but grumble, "The sewer is even better than a house on the ground." Rob said, "That's because houses are too dirty. After I finish cleaning the underground sewer, I'll start to clean the houses on the ground. All the houses will be pushed down and replaced with reinforced cement." The Queen said, "Are you sure you can afford it? It's a town with more than 10,000 people. Do you think you can rebuild it all by yourself?" Rob said, "Rich people are always willful." The Queen was rendered speechless. "Well, I was just kidding," Rob said with a smile. "I won't pay that. I just need to build a few standard buildings to let people see how good the concrete houses are. Then they will naturally abandon the current wooden houses, stone houses, and brick houses and turn to concrete houses. At that time, what I need to do left is urban planning." Hearing this, the Queen thought to herself, "Is he guiding me again? This guy always does things like this. I will only do the base, and then leave everything to the nobility and the townsmen to follow up. This is really worth it to study." She wanted to do everything by herself and get all the benefits, but in fact, she couldn't do anything good. In fact, she had been aware of it recently. Last time, Marion reported to her about the investment in building a train, collecting tickets to maintain the railway, and building more trains. After that, the Queen found that the nobility had strong power. If the royal family did not eat up the cake alone, but was willing to cut it into pieces. And if these nobilities were given a large part of the cake, the nobility could help the royal family solve many problems that the royal family did not have the strength to resolve. In other words, the royal family could only play a guiding role in many things, and then let the people follow up by themselves. Then the whole kingdom would be better. She couldn't help but ask, "What kind of foundation building are you going to use to guide everyone?" Rob stretched out his hand and pointed at the governor's house that had been destroyed by the caterpillar. "I'll just use this building. Anyway, it must be rebuilt. I'll make it the first reinforced concrete house in Westwind Town." After saying that, Rob added seriously, "It's your house, so of course you have to pay for it." The Queen, "Why do you want to ask me to pay for a landmark in Westwind Town?" The Queen went crazy. "Hey, who is the one who said a few days ago that Westwind Town is the territory of the Kingdom of Gran and is inseparable from it?" Rob said. "If you are unwilling to pay for a landmark of Westwind Town, doesn't it mean that this is not your territory?" The Queen was rendered speechless. She was angry, but she couldn't deny it. The Queen had no choice but to yell at number 32, "You loser, why didn't you protect the governor's house well? If it weren't for the fact that the governor's house had been crashed down by the monster, would I have been blackmailed by this damned man?" Number 32, Well. The Queen said, "The construction cost of the reinforced concrete governor's house will be deducted from your salary." Number 32, What? The Queen snorted, "As far as I know about this man, it will cost you a lifetime's salary to build a new house. From now on, you won't be able to get any salary from me." Number 32 screamed and fell in front of the crystal ball. After they chatted for a while, they suddenly heard the voice of Jike from the TV. "We've found it. The passage dug by the monsters. Please follow me." Hearing what he said, all the audience's spirit could not help but cheer up, and their attention returned to the TV. The live stream came to a part of the sewer. It was a passage that the workers were still digging. The wall of the cave hadn't been covered with cement, so it looked quite primitive, like an ordinary tattered hole. There was a big hole on the side of the cave. It was obviously dug out by the caterpillars. It was wide, round, dark and deep, and no one knew where it would lead to. The dwarf leader looked at the tunnel and frowned. Maybe we should seal this cave with a large amount of soil and stones, or even seal it with an enchanted barrier. Shualu shook her head and said, there should be more than one caterpillar in the monster army. They can dig another tunnel to enter Westwind Town at any time. If we want to solve the threat brought by these monsters, the best way is to bravely find and kill the demon king who leads the monster army. The dwarf leader's face showed a serious expression. That makes sense. At this time, the audience in front of the TV began to discuss. The elf elder came close to Rob and said in a low voice, "Great Druid, I have a small guess about the monster army." "Oh?" Rob said, "Tell me." The elder said, "Currently, the 2 attacks of the monsters are obviously a test, but the number of troops they sent out in these 2 tests is not small. They sent over 100 harpies, murlocs and wolf knights. Now, they sent a total of 16 lava giants, a large number of kobolds and orcs. Such a large scale could be regarded as the main army in the past, but this time it is only a test." Rob, "Oh." The queen was eavesdropping across the crystal ball, but her expression was not as relaxed as Rob's, revealing a very serious expression. The elf elder continued, "According to the scale of their vanguard army, we can infer that the main force of the monster army is very strong, and there is a detail that is worth attention, that is, the lava giant. This kind of monster often lives near volcanoes, but us elves live in the Black Pine mountain vein all year round, and we have never seen a volcano on the surface." Rob said, "In other words, they came from an underground volcano?" "Yes," the elf elder said with a very serious face, "the underground volcano is often the territory of the demons." Rob didn't realize anything when he said this, because he was not familiar with the customs and culture of Fengma continent. However, the queen, who was sitting opposite to the crystal ball, frowned tightly. "Demons? No wonder they can tangle such a huge army. It's very difficult." Rob said, "What demon? Isn't that the kind of little guy with horns that jump around and occasionally throw out a fireball? That kind of stupid thing?" The queen and the elf elder shook their heads at the same time. "It's not that simple." The elf elder said, "The demon race is a powerful monster that can contend against the angel race. The little ghost you said to throw the fireball is just a weak monster in the demon race. How can a real demon be so easy to deal with? The most powerful demon among them can even fight against an archangel. And the god of evil which the demons worship, Satan, is a powerful god that is on par with the god of light, the god of darkness, the goddess of forest. Maybe the enemy we have to face is a god." "Oh, really?" Rob said, "I've heard of Satan, but I had to discuss whether it exists or not. After all, I've never seen the god of light and the god of darkness, and the god of evil. As for the archangel, I've seen it through the crystal ball." Rob had seen the queen fight against Mondra's army on Bright Road in the crystal ball. At that time, the queen summoned a skeleton dragon and the archangel. Please look up chapter 184 for the friends you have forgotten. In other words, if there was really an archangel in this world, then there must be an archdemon as well in the demon race, but it was hard to say whether there was a god or not. Everything that she hadn't seen with his own eyes had to be temporarily denied. He suddenly thought of something and waved at Elsie. "Elsie, I have a question to ask you." Elsie came over at once. Rob stared into his eyes and said, "I feel that you are not devout to the god of light at all." Elsie immediately straightened his face and said, "Godfather, you must be kidding. When I was in the old Church of Light, I was extremely devout to the god of light. After joining the new Church of Light, I was still deeply devout to the god of light. Rob didn't say anything and just squinted at him. After a few seconds, Gorda scratched his head awkwardly. Well, I admit that the only God in my heart now is Lord Godfather. As for the God of Light, I have always. He was too embarrassed to say it out, and if he really said it out, he might be chopped by the big loli next to him with her sword, so he omitted the most important part. But Rob could tell that he meant, I have never believed in the God of Light. Rob said, your magic power is not weak, right? Elsie nodded, yes. I'm quite confident in magic. That's a problem. Rob clapped his hands and raised his voice. The first sentence of the Light Magic's chanting has the God of Light. Your faithful follower offers all his piety and faith to you. Please grant me holy magic. He let everyone hear what he said, and then continued, according to the Church of Light, holy magic is obtained from the God of Light, and its power is in direct proportion to how devout you are. The more devout a person is, the stronger the holy magic will be, right? No one disagreed with this sentence. After all, from the day they were born, they had been instilled with this idea. However, when they were about to nod, they suddenly thought about what Rob had just said and looked at Elsie together. They seemed to understand something. He isn't as devout, but his holy magic was much stronger than that of the devout little E. Rob didn't say anything. He just crossed his legs and said leisurely, everyone has to recite the name of their god before using magic. When did this rule come from? You can get rid of the part related to the god and try to recite the magic again. Almost everyone's face darkened at Rob's words. They couldn't help but want to have a try. Little E was the first to stand up and chanted. This time, she really deliberately avoided the section with the God of Light. After that, she pointed forward with her finger, and a golden light shot out from her palm. With a loud bang, it hit the ground next to her, and dust was flying everywhere. Everyone was speechless. Rob chuckled. There was no need to say anything more, leaving it to everyone to experience. Everyone around them looked extremely embarrassed. After a long while, Little E said with difficulty, it turns out that there is no necessary connection between holy magic and the God of Light. No wonder the people of the old Church of Light could do all kinds of bad things in the name of God, and maliciously tamper with the Bible of Light, yet not have their holy power affected. The Queen also murmured at the crystal ball, in other words, the chants we are using now have been maliciously added a few fillers at the start. These fillers are only to maintain the status of gods in everyone's heart, but in fact, they are useless at all. Oh, right, they are still useful. They can be used to make chants slower. Damn it! Who is the one who did this? Rob laughed, it's not something that a lunatic can do. It was done by a very smart person. He's so smart that he can even use his god to play such a trick for chance. Lillian asked in a low voice, does the God of Light really exist? Someone used the god but was not punished. Is it possible that the god does not exist? Of course it does exist. How can it not exist? Rob smiled and said, the God of Light can exist in heaven, or in people's hearts. It may not lend you any holy power, but it will give you a strong belief, reminding you of mercy, friendship, and fairness. Therefore, whether it exists or not does not affect the power of the chants, and does not conflict with the shadows. Everyone could tell from this sentence that Rob actually believed that the God of Light did not exist. He believed that the God of Light was only a kind of spirit. Lillian couldn't help asking in a low voice, what about angels? Rob smiled and said, maybe, angel is just a kind of race, just like humans, elves and dwarves. They are just a kind of race living in the sky. They usually live in seclusion in the clouds and only come out to fight when someone calls them. Don't you see that there are many similar monsters? You can't see them at ordinary times, but when a powerful summoner calls them, they will run out to make trouble. Speaking of this, Rob suddenly came up with a strange idea. In fact, angels is a very bad race. Think about it. The light angels always cooperates with the Church of Light to deceive people, while the Dark Angels always cooperate with the Church of Darkness to deceive people. Maybe the angel race have already colluded with the two churches, especially to cheat and do bad things. Everyone was speechless. This was really strange, but on second thought, it was not completely impossible. Among the people present, only little E, the big lowly and the others firmly believed that the God of Light existed. They were dissatisfied with what Rob had just said. As for the others, they couldn't help but feel frustrated about the existence of gods. After all, no one had ever seen a god before. However, many people had seen angels and demons and so on. Little E couldn't help complaining, "You said angels are bad, but you can also summon them yourself. Doesn't that mean you are also a bad guy?" Rob shrugged and said, "The angel I summoned is different from a real angel. The smart queen should be able to feel it, right?" The queen remained silent. But Elsie was different. He immediately jumped out and firmly supported Rob. "Yes, the angel summoned by Godfather is more beautiful." Everyone was speechless. "Rob, shit. Don't say anything if you can't find anything to say." They were distracted by Rob's words. They couldn't digest it for a while, so they decided to watch the live stream carefully again. In any case, the existence of the gods couldn't be proved for now, but the monsters are real. People should know to live in the moment and not think too far. At this time, the three walked to the front, leading the large group of dwarves into the tunnel dug out by the caterpillar. Gorda walked to the front, Jike dragged back a little, and Shiolu walked at the end. The dwarf leader followed closely, followed by a large group of dwarves. Because of their position, the TV had been showing her slim figure. The silk robe she was wearing was rubbed by Rob's hands. It was an aesthetic view of the modern generations. It was gorgeous. No tailor in the world could make such an exquisite and beautiful robe. Even if it a master tailor, the clothes they made were only powerful, not as good-looking as Rob's. The queen began to feel jealous at once. "Did you make the clothes for the red-haired woman?" Rob shrugged and said, "Oh, you realized it." The queen said, "The style of your clothes is very different from that of others." "What's wrong?" "What do you mean by that?" "Just tell me if you want one." "How can I know if you don't tell me?" "If you want one, I can give you one." The queen snorted, "No." "Oh, I see. Then forget it." Before Rob could finish his words, the queen said, "I don't want to have one that looks the same as hers. I want something that looks better." Rob was speechless. The queen continued, "I don't think you charged her money, so you can't make me pay either. I'll make it clear to you that you may be able to extort my money in other places. After all, in business, I'm willing to do whatever I can, but I won't accept it if she doesn't pay, while I pay." Rob, "Hey! What the hell, woman?" The faces of the elf elder, Elsie, number 32 and the others beside all became strange, as if they had heard something extraordinary. Only Suafa, little E, and the little girl showed their calmness. They often saw Rob and the queen flirting with each other through the crystal ball, so they were used to it. At this time, the voice of Jike came from the TV, "There is something wrong in front of us. It has an evil aura. Everyone, pay attention to it." He didn't talk much, so everyone took his words seriously. All of a sudden, everyone's attention was shifted back to the TV. The tunnel in front of them was so dark that they couldn't see anything, nor could they smell anything on the TV, nor could they feel the flow of air and magic. All of them could not help but feel nervous. The three adventurers in front of them became nervous. The dwarf leader ran forward quickly. The camera passed through Shiolu and Jike and came to the front of the group. Then, a dark and deep passage appeared on the TV. Although there was a fire on Shiolu's palm, which lit up the passage, the fire couldn't go too far. Everyone looked forward and whispered, "Jike, what do you feel?" Shaking his head, Jike said, "I don't know, but it must be a big guy. Why didn't the big guy come out during the battle in town? Isn't it more advantageous for the monster army to have one more big guy in the fight? God knows what the monsters are thinking about. Maybe they don't think about anything, just like the dwarves, said Jike. I don't like what you just said, the dwarf leader said. In fact, we think a lot. For example, 2 seconds ago, I was thinking what to drink in the tavern tomorrow night. Wine, beer, or grape-flavored Coca-Cola. Everyone was speechless. Since Shualu was not on the screen, the queen was in a good mood. She said, "Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and move forward." Well, no matter what's ahead, I'm not afraid of it anyway, the dwarf leader cursed as he walked forward. This time, the dwarf leader walked in front. There was no Shualu on the screen, only a dark and deep tunnel extending continuously. No one liked to watch such a scene. The audience in front of the TV began to protest. However, Rob still hasn't added a live comments section for the live stream, so even if the audience protested, he couldn't hear them. Rob thought to himself, should I add a comment screen function in the future? I really want to say, show me the beautiful back of Shualu. The several live-streamed people walked very slowly, because they had to be careful of any monsters that might come. None of them spoke, making the live stream very quiet. Rob couldn't help but pick up another live crystal ball. He didn't turn on the screen, but only turned on the sound function. Then he said with a smile, "How can there be no music at this time? Come on, let me help you with the music." He sang. The audience, "Hey, it's so unpleasant to hear." The queen said, "You are amazing in other aspects, just not for singing. If you don't sing, we can still be friends." "Hey," Rob said, "I'm singing very well. Are you hearing it clearly?" Just then, the live streaming camera suddenly lit up. A huge hole appeared in front of the passageway. It looked like a natural underground cave. It was as wide as a football field and as high as one floor of a house. It could be said to be a very wide and smooth cave. As soon as the dwarf leader and others entered the hole, they saw a huge fellow lying in the middle. It was a huge cockroach, extremely huge. Its huge body occupied at least 1/4 of the area. It had a hard carapace, and 2 dark and bloodless eyes were staring at the group of unexpected guests who had just entered. "Damn it! A crypt lord," the dwarf leader shouted, "this is the thing that the kind-hearted and honest races living underground hate the most. Run, everyone. Run. Fuck you." Shualu kicked the dwarf leader hard and laughed with her hands on her hips. "Ha ha ha, I finally caught a big guy, and I caught him on a live stream." "Did you catch it, or did it catch you?" The dwarf leader stood up from the ground and held his helmet. "We won't be its match." "Of course we are not, but someone can do it." Without saying anything, Shualu took out a transmission portal scroll from her pocket and swung it behind her. With a swish, a purple transmission portal stood behind her. This time, Shualu was not in a hurry at all. She chuckled and said, "The reinforcements are ready. Brothers, let's attack him. Why should we be afraid of a mere crypt lord?" The queen, who was watching the live stream, didn't know what to say on the spot. She turned her head to look at the crystal ball and said unhappily, "Hey, do all the people in Westwind Town bring this when they go out to fight?" "Yes." Rob said, "Every army, the train conductor, and even Johnny, of Stone Canyon, also has one, and even there may be a sentry far away from the town, with one by his side. If you bully the people of Westwind Town, maybe he will throw out a transmission portal scroll with his backhand, and then I will stand in front of you." The queen asked, "Isn't a transmission portal scroll an important strategic card?" "Huh, no one's life is more important than some strategic card." At this time, the crypt lord stood up and rushed towards the group of Shualu. The dwarf soldiers following the dwarf leader also kept coming out of the passageway. Not long after, nearly 100 dwarves were piled up near the entrance of the area of the crypt lord, but the dwarves behind them could not enter because it's too full. There were only 3 adventurers, a dwarf leader and nearly 100 soldiers. They shrugged their shoulders. The dwarf leader had no choice but to raise his sledgehammer helplessly. Shualu laughed and said, "Guys, let's go and have a magnificent battle with the leader of this space. When we are covered in blood, dust and sweat and can't hold on any longer, Godfather will come to help us. Isn't it interesting?" As soon as she finished her words, she suddenly froze and fell to the ground with a bang. A small, green mosquito flew up from the back of her neck. It turned out that she had been bitten by this mosquito, which was highly toxic. Shualu, who loved taking risks, fell down before an exciting battle of boss was about to begin. Her face quickly turned green, and her body was numb and stiff. She said with difficulty, "What?" After saying that, she turned and fainted. Once she fainted, the magic of fire that lit up the area would also be extinguished. Without the light source, the place became even darker. Only the light emitted from the newly erected transmission portal could light up the small area. "Ha ha ha!" The queen burst into laughter. "This woman is so stupid. When facing the Crypt Lord, she must be careful of mosquitoes. She actually has the courage to go out to take risks. She should have been eaten countless times by the monsters. How could she live to such an old age?" The queen was overjoyed and said to Rob, "Hey, although this woman is so stupid, she is also a citizen of our kingdom. You'd better save her." Rob said, "Don't worry. Just watch." While the two of them were talking, the live stream of the tragic situation on the screen showed that the dwarves who rushed into the hole fell down one after another. It turned out that the poisonous mosquito that attacked Shualu is not the only one in this space. In this underground cave as wide as a football field, there were thousands of poisonous mosquitoes lurking. Once someone came in, they would quietly fly to them without the order of the Crypt Lord and will happily take a bite, suck some blood and inject the poison into the body. After the dwarves fell down, their faces turned green quickly. They were stiff and paralyzed, and it was difficult for them to speak, but they did not pass out as easily as Shualu. Instead, they widened their eyes and struggled on the ground. The reason was that the dwarves were very durable. They were much more resistant to physical attack, poison, magic, cold and heat than human beings. Therefore, after being poisoned, they did not fall into a coma and could still struggle on the ground. However, this gave the audience a feeling that it was more terrible than fainting. What they saw on the screen was like a horror movie. The dwarf leader was wearing armor and steel gloves, and his neck was covered by a helmet. The only place that mosquitoes could attack him from was his face, but everyone knew that it was difficult for mosquitoes to bite people's faces, because it would be easy for the person they're targeting to find them. While waving his hand to swat the poisonous mosquitoes that might hit his face, he shouted, "The situation is not good. This thing is too troublesome. We haven't fought with it yet, but we have already lost a lot of people. We'd better put it to shame as soon as possible." The dwarf leader shouted, "Pay attention to mosquitoes. Those who are not poisoned, hurry up and take the fallen brothers back. The transmission portal is right behind us." Gorda squatted down and was about to carry Shualu on his shoulder. At this moment, he suddenly felt that the atmosphere was a little strange. He heard the wind blowing, and then, he strode to his back and raised the shield in his hand. Defensive skill, shield wall. Bang! With a loud noise, unexpectedly, the shield wall of Gorda couldn't resist his opponent's attack. Even a man with a shield was blown away, flying to Jike, passing over his head, and heavily fell behind him. Jike quickly looked and found that it was the crypt leader who had made a move. He just waved a huge roach foot and swept it at him. If Gorda hadn't blocked him from behind, he would have been dead. Jike quickly took out an arrow from his quiver, took his bow and set it up. He was about to shoot at the crypt lord. However, as soon as he hid, he felt that it was a little itchy around his neck. He was shocked and thought, "Damn it." He was distracted by the crypt lord, so he didn't notice the small poisonous mosquitoes. Thinking of this, he fell down softly, and his face quickly turned green. Gorda got up from the ground, shook his head and said, damn it. Jike was hit too. The dwarf leader said, I can't fight with this thing at all. I have to deal with a huge roach in the front, and at the same time, I have to be careful of the small mosquitoes that are everywhere. This is simply too difficult for a person to deal with. So as soon as I saw this thing, I asked you to run away, but you guys were unwilling to run away. With a wave of the big hammer in his hand, he blocked the huge claw of the Crypt Lord with a bang. At the same time, he shook his head and pushed a mosquito that wanted to bite him aside. The several dwarves wanted to rush up, but the dwarf leader shouted, Don't go to die. Pick up the poisoned men and withdraw to the transmission portal. In fact, what the dwarf leader said was exactly what the audience in front of the TV was thinking about. The audience on Bright Road couldn't help but discuss, it turns out that there are still such terrifying monsters living in the underground world. Big bugs fight with you, and small mosquitoes take the opportunity to poison people. It's simply impossible to guard against them. Oh my God! This monster is too terrifying. How can they beat it? There are invisible mosquitoes everywhere. I'm afraid there are tens of thousands of them in the cave. They can't guard against them. If you are bitten by mosquitoes, it is game over. The big bug is also very powerful. It just hit a shield wall so far away. This dwarf leader is very powerful. I saw him fight with the kobold in the town just now. He beat the kobolds easily, but he just used it to hold off the claw of the Crypt Lord just now and almost flew away. Even the priest who could turn into a giant to hang the lava giant just won't be enough for this. Yes, even if he is very powerful and can deal with the big insects, he can't deal with small mosquitoes. In the royal palace, the discussions of the audience also reached the queen's ears. She did not say anything, but looked at Rob through the crystal ball, waiting to see his reaction. At the same time, the audience in front of the TV in Westwind Town was also quiet. They worshipped Rob blindly and wouldn't easily judge that Rob couldn't defeat them. However, in this dark cave, how could he deal with mosquitoes that couldn't even be seen? Even if Godfather was powerful, it was difficult to deal with these small mosquitoes. They couldn't help but wonder how Godfather would deal with this situation. At this time, Rob just stood up from the stone stool and patted his buttocks, not knowing whether to cry or to laugh. Alas, why wasn't I born to be tired? I haven't even been lazy on my beloved stone stool for a few minutes, and yet I have to attack again. The queen said, the more powerful you are, the greater the responsibility. Don't. Rob hurriedly said, Don't say this. It has always been a trap since ancient times. Although I have great ability, my responsibility is only on my own land. You can't fool me. Don't even think about it. After saying that, he disappeared in a flash. The next second, he appeared on the screen. It turned out that in a flash, he arrived at the transmission portal of the chapel cemetery. Then he passed through the portal at a very fast speed and stood behind Gorda. Seeing Rob, he was overjoyed. The audience of Westwind Town in front of the TV were also overjoyed. Godfather is going to make a move. However, the dwarf leader didn't dare to be so happy. He shouted, Grandmaster Blacksmith, you came here in short pants and short sleeves. Aren't you basically looking to be bit by mosquitoes? Hearing the voice of the dwarf leader, the audience in front of the TV found that Rob was wearing beach shorts, a short-sleeved t-shirt and a pair of wooden slippers. It was normal for him to wear such clothes in September, but it was abnormal for him to wear such clothes for battle. Even a war expert who always wore a robe would not dare to wear such clothes. What's more, the enemy Rob was going to deal with now was a Crypt Lord. The cave was full of invisible poisonous mosquitoes. How could he come here in this way? It was likely that he would be knocked down by mosquitoes in the blink of an eye. The spectators in Westwind Town were not so worried, but the spectators of Bright Road shouted in unison, I've seen people who want to die, but I've never seen someone who wants to die like this. I don't believe it. Even the queen couldn't help but be anxious. She thought to herself, don't do this. If you are knocked down by mosquitoes, what about Westwind Town? Wasn't it certain to fall into the palm of the monsters? Be careful so you can protect yourself and my land. As soon as she thought of this, Rob began to swat mosquitoes on the screen. While patting, he sang, "Swat left, swat right. Why is there still no one to love and no one to care about? I'm really helpless." The Queen said, "We can still be friends if you don't sing." The audience in front of the TV were all screaming, and many people covered their ears and rolled on the ground. However, as these people rolled around, they found that Rob didn't fall down. It turned out that he was very fast in swatting mosquitoes. With a shake of his hands, he swatted one more mosquito to death. In the blink of an eye, he swatted all the mosquitoes that were about to move around him. What agility! How agile is he! The Crypt Lord's dark eyes immediately noticed the unexpected visitor who just came over from the transmission portal. He waved his huge claw and waved it fiercely at Rob. Rob's buttocks fell, and the big claw was less than 5 centimeters from his waist. While Rob dodged the huge claw, he also killed another mosquito that wanted to bite the back of his neck. His action made the audience on Bright Road applaud, "Beautiful." The audience in Westwind Town, however, were laughing. It's a normal operation. The Crypt Lord was enraged. He could feel the contempt of this human for him. His opponent's dressing style in the battlefield and his action of deliberately avoiding its claws were all showing a faint, oppressive aura. The Crypt Lord hated the human being in front of him. He had to teach him a lesson. It raised its 2 front claws at the same time and slashed at Rob fiercely. The 2 claws moved very fast, blocking Rob's space that flashed to both sides, leaving him no chance to escape. If they were fighting on the ground, Rob could still jump up and hide. But this was underground, and the room was only as high as a floor. Under this kind of space, if Rob jumped up, he would hit the ceiling, and it was difficult to avoid the claws. The audience on Bright Road exclaimed in unison, "Ah! Watch out!" The audience of Westwind Town shouted in unison, "Ha! Beat it!" Just as the Rob giant claws were about to hit Rob from the left and right, Rob stretched out his hands to the left and right. With 2 loud bangs, he actually grabbed the giant claws. The Crypt Lord was 1/4 as big as a football field, and its claws were also very big. One of its claws was as thick and strong as the hanging arm of a crane, and the power of it when it swept was unparalleled. Rob didn't even use his gigantification spell. He just stretched out his hand and clasped the 2 giant claws with his seemingly standard-sized arms. Its giant claws tried to cut Rob into 3 pieces, but no matter how hard the Crypt Lord tried, it couldn't move at all. It could only weirdly freeze in the air. The spectators on Bright Road asked, "What? How much strength does he have to fight with such a huge monster?" In fact, not only the spectators were stunned, but the Crypt Lord was also a little stiff. He had never seen a human being be able to catch its huge claws empty-handed, and even one claw after another. Just now, when the human warrior activated his shield wall, he was easily knocked away with 1 claw, and yet the guy in front of it seemed to be using nothing, no spells or weapons. He just stretched out his hand and grabbed its claws. A hero? A thought flashed through the Crypt Lord's mind. Although humans were not very powerful in single combat, they had a large population. Every 100 years, there would always be a talented hero who stood out and had the ability far beyond other humans to contend with all kinds of powerful monsters. But so what? He had killed several heroes. When he grabs my claws with both hands, I'll give him a wave of poisonous mosquitoes to see how he will swat them this time. The Crypt Lord's wings flapped, and a large group of poisonous mosquitoes flew out from his carapace. There were too many of them, and there was no way to count them. They flew up together, and the buzzing sound intertwined with each other, very loud, making people's scalp tingle. Seeing so many poisonous mosquitoes, the dwarves were so scared that their faces turned dark. They saw that Rob was grabbing the claws of the Crypt Lord and obviously had no time to swat mosquitoes. Moreover, before the mosquitoes could fly out, the abdomen of the crypt lord also opened and a large group of carrion beetles came out of its stomach, sticking close to the ground, and crawled towards Rob. These beetles were more poisonous than the venomous mosquitoes. Once bitten by them, they would die. This time, there were insects flying in the sky, crawling on the ground, and the crypt lord from the front. It was really dangerous for him to attack in 3 directions at the same time. The audience on Bright Road gasped. What could he do? Oh my God! No one can resist such an attack. The beetles on the ground and the mosquitoes in the sky attacked Rob at the same time, and the crypt lord was still tightening its 2 big claws. Just as the beetles and mosquitoes were about to come up, Rob suddenly grinned and lit up a strange flame on his body. The flame was like a layer of clothes, attached to his body and spreading heat around. The group of mosquitoes that came over fell. Before they could reach out their mouths to bite Rob, they were burned to ashes. The beetles on the ground were the same. When they crawled to Rob's feet, they burned with a bang and turned into black beetle corpses. If there were players from the original world here, they would recognize at a glance that this move was demonic sacrifice. Demonic sacrifice is a spell of demon hunters in the game of Dark Blade. After using this skill, your character would be surrounded by a ball of flames, causing continuous damage to all the enemies around you. This magic would always consume the magic of the user, and when your magic is exhausted, the skill would automatically turn off. What was interesting was that there was no such spell in Fengma continent. Because the people in the real world were different from the people in the game world. They were real flesh and blood. How could they always wrap themselves in a flame? Do they want to burn themselves to death? Therefore, when Rob used this spell, he felt that he was cheating. Whether it was the carrion beetles or the poisonous mosquitoes, as long as they approached Rob, they would instantly be burned into black corpses, and some of them would even be burned to ashes. After the insects were burned to death, they would give off a very unpleasant smell, making the whole space filled with an uncomfortable stench. Fortunately, the audience in front of the TV couldn't smell it, but Gorda and the dwarves felt very uncomfortable. Although the dwarf leader was a little confused by Rob's demonic sacrifice, he didn't forget to nag, "These damn bugs are so stinky. Gorda, I don't think these are normal bugs. They are just beetles and mosquitoes." The dwarf leader said, "I don't care what they are. Bugs are the ones that stink." Gorda had no choice but to shrug his shoulders and keep silent. Seeing the flames burning on Rob's body, the poisonous mosquitoes all over the sky were frightened. They only dared to circle around Rob and fly, but they didn't dare to approach him again. The beetles on the ground only dared to walk around Rob's feet. As soon as he took a step forward, the bugs on the ground spread out in all directions, looking like his pet. The crypt lord was really frightened. He didn't expect that there was someone who was not afraid of its beetles and poisonous mosquitoes at all. Instead, he was approaching them step by step with the blazing flames on his body. With a roar, it stretched out 2 more giant legs and stretched them out towards Rob. At the same time, it pushed its head forward, and the sharp horn above its head also stabbed towards Rob. The more feet an insect had, the more advantages it had. Rob only had 2 hands, and he had 6 feet, and a sharp horn on his head. This was called multiple blows in all directions. How could a weak human be able to defeat it? However, Rob's body was too agile. He swayed in the gap between his feet and the corner, and not even a strand of his hair was cut off. The big bug almost twisted its own feet together. It shook its head and desperately tried to hit Rob with its horn. The 2 big antennae on its head also shook left and right. When Rob saw these 2 antennae, he suddenly felt that it was a little funny. He jumped up and stretched out his hand to pull them apart. He slapped it with one hand, and the 2 antennae were broken. Without their antennae, it was a tragedy for insects. For them, it was a very important tool to perceive the environment, especially in the dark underground world. The crypt lord suddenly fell into a state of panic, unable to find its directions. Rob jumped down from its head and jumped to the middle. He tied the 2 long antennae on its feet. Each antenna was tied to 3 legs, and the 6 legs were tied into 2. Then he clapped her hands and looked back. The Crypt Lord's legs were tied up by its own antennae and it struggled desperately. However, Rob just waved a strengthening spell on the antennae, which made the 2 antennae extremely tough. The Crypt Lord struggled for a long time, but it couldn't get free. The super boss, who was the leader of the underground cave, was shamefully tied in a strange shape by Rob. Rob smiled and said, "Oh, it's like a big crab tied up by a grass rope." The audience in front of the TV protested together, "It looks like a ghost. What an ugly binding method. It's 2S. Don't use the Crypt Lord to play such a perverted game." Unfortunately, Rob couldn't hear their complaints from the TV. He could only hear Gordas shout behind him, "Shualu has been poisoned for a long time. Come and cure her, or I'm afraid she won't be able to survive. Although you can revive her, the resurrection technique should be more troublesome than detoxifying, right?" Rob turned around and saw a large group of dwarf soldiers lying on the ground. Their faces were green and they were paralyzed. Shualu fainted, and the dwarves were still with their eyes wide open. They looked terrible. With a wave of Rob's hand, the group of dwarves immediately stood up as if nothing had happened. They couldn't help but wonder how powerful Rob's detoxifying spell was. The dwarves often dealt with all kinds of underground creatures. They knew very well that the poison of the Crypt Lord was extremely poisonous. If they were poisoned, the detoxification spell used by an ordinary priest would not be effective at all. They had to find a very powerful priest to detoxify them. Unexpectedly, with a wave of Rob's hand, he not only detoxified one, but a lot of people. Well, this person's strength had been overturned for several times, and now they began to get used to it. After the dwarves got up, Shualu slowly opened her eyes. As soon as she woke up, she shouted, "Where are the big bugs? Where is the Crypt Lord? I'm so happy. Has Godfather come yet? Get up and have a look." Shualu jumped up, and the first person she saw was Rob's face. She said happily, "He really came. Great. Help me gain some magic power, and I'll deal with the Crypt Lord. It feels good to have someone to take adventures with." Rob said, "I've finished." "What?" Shualu turned her head and saw a big bug struggling and twisting in a strange position. A large group of carrion beetles and poisonous mosquitoes circled around the Crypt Lord, trying to save their master, but they did not have the ability to untie Rob's strengthened antennae. Shualu was speechless. She was stunned for a few seconds and screamed, "I just had a small sleep. It's not funny at all when I woke up." The dwarf leader said, "Hey, we are here for business, not for fun. Isn't playing business?" The dwarf leader, "You don't understand, kid." He turned to Rob and said, "Grandmaster Blacksmith, listen to her. She is so willful. Let's ignore her. We'd better hurry up and move on." However, Rob said, "I think playing is also very important. If we can't have fun, what's the meaning of life? Don't you think so, Shualu?" Shualu was overjoyed, "Yes. Humph, you are flirting with each other right now." The queen in front of the TV was unhappy. What she hated the most was when the two of them were so close to each other that they looked very happy. She got angry when she saw them. The guards nearby sensed that the queen was in a bad mood, so they moved a few steps aside obediently and stood far away. "Don't make me splash blood. I'm just a small, innocent guard." At this time, the adventure game that Shualu liked to play most was gone. The big boss had been tied up. She had to say angrily, "Since I can't play anymore, let me kill this big bug to vent my anger. I must take revenge for the bite of that broken mosquito just now." Rob smiled and said, Okay. Since you didn't make a move just now, you can kill and play with it as you like." Shualu took a step forward and began to chant. She knew 2 kinds of magic. One was the wind magic that Rob had taught her and the other was the fire magic that she had learned by herself. She always felt that the wind magic was not very suitable to deal with things like the Crypt Lord, so she used her own fire magic. She deliberately avoided the first part of the nonsense about borrowing magic from the god of fire, and directly read the latter part of the incantation. Sure enough, even without mentioning the name of a god, a fireball was thrown out from the tip of her staff, and with a loud bang, it hit the body of the Crypt Lord. However, the fireball didn't explode when it bounced on the Lord's body. Instead, it bounced back towards Shualu with a whoosh sound. Shualu didn't expect this to happen and didn't dodge at all. Seeing that her own fireball was slapping on her face, Rob beside her stretched out his hand to block it in front of her. The fireball hit Rob's open palm and was resisted. It disappeared without a trace. Rob asked, Does the outer shell of this thing reflect magic? No, it's not that, but also physical attacks, said the dwarf leader next to him. Because of that, this thing is one of the most difficult monsters in the underground world to deal with. It has a large size, a strong close combat ability and has strong defensive power. Magic and physical attacks can both be blocked and bounce back as well. In addition, it has many poisonous mosquitoes and beetles, so it is difficult to plot against it. The underground is narrow and dark, and it is difficult to organize an absolute advantage in number to fight against it. Unless the person is much stronger than it, it is difficult to deal with it. I see. Now, not to mention Rob, even the audience in front of the TV were told a lot. All of a sudden, they felt that the TV was a good thing and could be used to learn knowledge. If it weren't for the dwarf leader who taught them the knowledge about the Crypt Lord that couldn't have been seen in ordinary times, who would have known? At this time, Gorda came over and whispered, after the monster army was beaten back by us, it must have retreated with a large number of kobolds through this tunnel. However, do you think it was left to guard this cave? Without thinking, Rob guessed, yes. It's very simple. It's to guard the way. The monsters have retreated from here, and their demon king must have guessed that humans must clean up the sewer, and they will discover the cave they have dug. In order to prevent us from looking through the cave, they will leave a Crypt Lord to block us. Both of them gave Rob a thumbs up and said, it's reasonable and convincing. The dwarf leader said, if you were not here, it would be very difficult for an ordinary army to pass through the hole guarded by this thing, and they would not be able to chase after the monsters and find their den. We would definitely have to retreat back first, and send people to block the crater, and send people to guard the underground all day long. That would be troublesome. In fact, the queen in front of the TV was also thinking about the same thing. If she fought on the ground, she was not afraid of the Crypt Lord. Whether it was beetles or mosquitoes, they could be killed by various magic on the ground. However, in the dark underground, it was impossible to guard against poisonous beetles and mosquitoes. Before a magician could finish chanting ranged magic, he might fall down secretly. The Crypt Lord seemed to be very smart. Seeing that an army was coming, it first asked the poisonous mosquitoes to knock down Shualu, probably to prevent his opponent from playing magic with him. Once the magician fell down, the rest of the muscle men were trapped in the narrow hole and couldn't move freely. They even had to hit their heads when they jumped up. How could they deal with the poisonous mosquitoes one by one? If the queen was at the current position of the dwarf leader, she could only temporarily retreat and order people to block the passage. However, blocking the tunnel was not a way to solve the problem, and the enemy could come over at any time. Anyway, there were many races that were good at digging holes among the monsters. At this time, Shualu still wanted to throw more magic at the Crypt Lord to vent her anger, but Rob stopped her and said, well, don't waste time on this damn bug. The audience in front of the TV like to watch plots, nervous and exciting things, and they don't like to watch meaningless abuse of captives. The audience burst into laughter. Rob followed, so, don't abuse the prisoners. Just kill them as soon as possible. With a wave of his hand, a fireball flew out of his hand. It was much bigger than the fireball Shualu had just shot, and it gave off terrifying heat. With a loud bang, the Crypt Lord was hit by the fireball, and the shell was burned to ashes in an instant. The power of the fireball was simply crazy. Those who had a little knowledge of the monster knew that he was extremely powerful. Even a team of dozens of people could not do anything to it. The magic of ordinary magicians could only scratch the head of the Crypt Lord, and there was also the risk of their magic being bounced back. Only arch-wizards could cause substantial damage to the Crypt Lord, but it was impossible to deal with it with a fireball. At least, several wizards would have to take turns to use the magic to fight for several rounds before they could break the defense of the Crypt Lord. However, Rob just casually raised his hand and released a fireball to kill it. The audience on Bright Road couldn't help but marvel at the Queen's calmness. Last time, Rob had helped her to charge a batch of Katiusha to deal with the monsters. Every fireball there had such power, and she had long been used to it. Shualu pouted and said, "When will you take out a powerful magic book about fire for me to learn? I want to have such powerful fire magic as you. It's not something you can just get." Rob said, "You need to grind." "Grind? There's nothing I can do if you don't understand." After the Crypt Lord was killed, the remaining poisonous mosquitoes and carrion beetles still wanted to run away. Of course, Rob would not let these harmful things continue to stay in the world. He raised his hand, and released a holy nova, sweeping through every corner of the place. All the poisonous mosquitoes and carrion beetles were bathed in the golden light, and then fell to the ground, turning into corpses. At the same time, the golden light shone brightly on the place the size of a football field. The dwarf leader looked at the cave. Suddenly, he felt happy and said, "Grandmaster Blacksmith, this cave is actually very good. It's very suitable for us to live. Although the dormitory you built on the ground is very good, we still prefer to live in the caves. If you don't have any other use for it, we can settle down here. We can expand it a little and make it a very big residential area." Rob was overjoyed. "Oh, are you going to take your wife and children here?" The dwarf leader nodded and said, "Life in Westwind Town is so happy. I don't think it's a problem to move my wife and children here." There were 800 soldiers, and their wives and children were at least 1,000. That was to say, Westwind Town would soon expand its population by 2,000. With more than 1,000 elves and the constantly coming dwarves to Westwind Town, the population of Westwind Town had begun to advance towards 20,000. In the Middle Ages, Westwind Town had a vast territory and a sparse population, but not as many people as the upper areas. In this place, a town with 20,000 people was really amazing. Rob smiled happily and said, "But there is still a passage leading to the enemy. If you want to settle down here, you have to clean up the monsters. Otherwise, they will dig a hole to hit you at any time." The dwarf leader smiled awkwardly. Well, let's move on." Taking advantage of the light of the holy nova that had just been shot by Rob, the crowd had already seen a passage on the wall opposite the cave. The dwarves were about to walk over. At this time, Shualu pulled Rob's arm and acted like a spoiled child. "Will you go with me?" Rob said, "Of course I won't go. I'll go back to my stone stool and watch you continue to move forward." Shualu continued to act like a spoiled child. She deliberately pulled Rob's arm into her arms and rubbed his arm with her chest 2 times, as if intentionally or unintentionally. "Don't be like this. Anyway, you're here. It doesn't matter if we go for a walk together a little more." This shameless woman, the queen jumped up in front of the TV. How can a woman be so shameless? That's a good woman who knows how to have fun. I really hope that my girlfriend can be so sensible, the guard next to her muttered. "Huh, what did you say?" The queen turned around and glared at the guard. Sweat trickled down the guard's forehead. "No, I didn't say anything." The queen turned around and saw Shualu on the TV acting coquettishly at Rob. After a series of messy, crazy and shameless coquetry, Rob actually compromised. Okay, I'll go, okay. Don't do that again. The children in front of the TV can see it clearly. The queen's face softened at his words. Unexpectedly, Rob immediately added, "We can continue after the livestream is turned off." The queen, dash. Since Rob was going, there was no need for the dwarf soldiers to continue forward. With Rob's presence, it was completely unnecessary for them to continue forward. Instead, it made the narrow passage more crowded and noisy. So there were only 5 people left to move forward. Rob, Shuelu, Gorda, Jike, and the dwarf leader with a camera on his helmet and acted as the broadcaster. With Rob's help, they didn't even stand in the usual formation for exploration. The 4 of them walked together as if they were taking a walk on the streets. Rob smiled and said, "The 4 of us walking together reminded me of the day when I first came here a year ago. I fought with you against the double-legged flying dragon and came down the mountain." Shuelu also smiled and said, "Yes. At that time, the 3 of us were still poor adventurers." The dwarf leader muttered behind him, "You are still poor adventurers though. You are just well equipped with a backer now, but your strength is simply unable to withstand a single blow from the enemies." "I can't hear you. I can't hear you." The dwarf leader said, "Why are you so weak yet you still insist on going out to take adventures?" Rob turned around and smiled, "Don't make fun of her, old man. We humans are not as united as you dwarves. We all have our own personality, hobbies, and unique ways of life. As long as we don't harm others, our lifestyles are worth respect." "Okay." The 5 of them continued talking nonsense and moved forward along the cave. The cave was very long. After walking for less than 10 minutes, Rob became impatient. In fact, the audience in front of the TV was also becoming impatient. Rob simply gave swift wind to the 5 of them to walk at a high speed. The power of swift wind was astonishing, and the accelerating effect was shocking. The 5 of them continued to move, and it didn't take long for them to run at least 20 miles. It would take a long time for humans to dig such a long cave, but it didn't take much time for the caterpillars to dig such a cave. While walking, Rob suddenly stopped and said, "Slow down. There is something ahead." Jike's detection skill was much worse than Rob's, so he didn't find anything. Rob said, 5,000 yards ahead is the entrance. There are stars outside, and 2 kobolds are guarding there. You can see 5,000 yards away in a cave." The dwarf leader was shocked. Rob said, "Because this cave is straight and there is no turning. If I turn around, no matter how far my sight is, I will be blocked." "Oh. Someone is guarding the entrance of the cave," the dwarf leader said in a low voice. "It means that we are not far away from the monster army. They need sentries because army is here." "Well," said Gorda, "there's no need to alert the enemy. Let's go there quietly and knock down the sentries. Then we can sneak out of the cave to see what's going on outside." Jike, who seldom spoke, said in a low voice, "It's easy for enemies to find us in a straight hole, and the kobolds also have the ability to see us at night. When we get close to 100 yards away, the kobolds will see us. It's not easy to get close silently. So the enemy deliberately dug out a straight hole so that it is convenient for the sentries to detect intruders," the dwarf leader said, shrugging his shoulders. "What a pity. We should bring an elf assassin here, so that the assassin can move with stealth and kill the sentries." "Oh? Move with stealth?" Rob smiled and said, "I happen to know a little about it. The dwarves and elves." Now they also understood that if this person said he could fly a little, then he could fly a lot. He didn't know how to use the word little. Perhaps this was the conflict between Western thoughts and the Eastern thoughts. Western people spoke directly. If they are powerful, they are powerful. If they are weak, then are weak. They liked to speak straight, and they didn't like to beat around the bush. But in the East, even if you can beat Superman or beat the Terminator, you have to say, "My strength is ordinary. I just know some stuff." If you don't say so, there will be a group of people chasing you every day, saying that you are arrogant and rude. The 5 of them slowed down their steps, but even so, they still walked very fast. In a twinkling of an eye, they ran thousands of yards. When they were 500 yards away, they stopped and walked forward. Because the kobolds have the ability to see at night, it was easy to see them 500 yards away in a straight line. The fireball that lit up Shualu's hand had already been extinguished, and the 5 of them stood in darkness. The Gorda and Shualu couldn't see anything. Jike had a certain degree of night vision given by his class, while the dwarf leader had slight night vision from his race as well. In a word, however, the 4 of them were a little blind, and the live streaming was so dark that the audience couldn't see anything. The audience only heard Rob's voice from the TV, "Please wait here. Don't move. I'll be back soon." As for Jike and the dwarf leader, they saw Rob waving at them. He secretly pinched Shualu's exposed hand in the dark. Shualu's exposed wrist turned over and unexpectedly pinched back. He didn't suffer any loss. Then, Rob took off the live crystal ball from the dwarf leader's hat and held it in his hand. Then he jumped forward, disappeared with a brush, and snuck forward. The dwarf leader's eyes searched carefully in the passageway in front of him, but he couldn't see where Rob was, or even feel his existence. He was shocked. This person's stealth was too powerful. If a person with such a strong stealth ability sneaked behind and killed him, there was no room for resistance at all. But he immediately felt that he had thought too much. Rob could directly beat the Crypt Lord. Does he still need to stealth close to him to kill him? Is it necessary? He lowered his voice and said, "This is most extraordinary person I've ever seen, and he can do every class perfectly. He's so powerful." The 4 adventurers laughed and said, "Right." The audience in front of the TV were actually thinking about the same. At this time, the live stream was so dark that no one could see anything. If it were the audience of the modern generations, they would have changed the channel. But in this world, there was only one TV station, no other number, and it was a monopolizing enterprise. Besides, the audience had not been baptized by all kinds of entertainment activities, so they were very patient. They were still interested in looking at the black screen. A few seconds later, the screen suddenly lit up. The entrance to the outside appeared in front of him. It was night outside, so there was no sunlight. He could only see the moonlight and stars. The faint light also cheered up the audience. With the moonlight and the starlight, they could see 2 kobolds with bows standing at the entrance of the cave. They were talking about how humans had no nutrition, and at the same time, they were looking at the situation in the cave. "Don't look. No human will come over," a kobold said. "It's impossible for them to pass Crypt Lord." "Of course I know this," the other kobold said. "But I just saw a shadow of a sheik in the cave 500 miles away." "That's your illusion." At this time, Rob had already arrived in front of the 2 men, but his level of stealth was too high, and the 2 kobolds still could not see anything. Rob became naughty and put the live camera very close to the 2 kobolds to give them a close-up. The audience burst into laughter. "Wow, it's the first time I've seen a living kobold so close. Look at the kobold on the 120-inch board. I feel that he is so big." "Don't be silly. In fact, they are about the same height as the dwarves." The 2 kobold sentries began to feel that the atmosphere was strange. Although they couldn't see Rob, they could feel that the air was flowing abnormally, and at the same time, they smelled something. However, before they could give any warning, Rob raised his hand and used his hand as a knife. One cut horizontally, and 2 kobolds fell to the ground at the same time. He looked around and found that there was a deep valley outside the cave. The entrance was hanging on the hillside. It was very far from the top or to the bottom. The valley was very dark. Looking up at the sky, he could see a line like sky between 2 cliffs. The moon was just hanging in this crack, spreading the cold moonlight to the valley. Rob rushed back and called his 4 companions over. They stood at the entrance of the valley and looked down. The valley was densely packed with monsters' heads. Tens of thousands of monsters were gathering in this small valley. Rob glanced around the valley and found that there were also many kinds of monsters. There were orcs, murlocs, goblins, mammoths, behemoths, thunderbirds, harpies, dragons. There were all kinds of monsters. So many, the dwarf leader was taken aback. The audience in front of the TV was also shocked, especially the audience on Bright Road. "That's what we saw last time," said Gorda in a low voice. "Last time when we went out for an adventure, we saw these monsters in the depths of the Black Pine Mountain, which had a valley full of them. Now they just changed to another place. This place is less than 30 miles away from Westwind Town. With the speed of the monsters, it would only take half a day for this army to attack Westwind Town. The reason why they did not attack should be that they found that Godfather is too strong in the initial tentative attack. So they are discussing for another plan." The dwarf leader nodded in agreement. "What should we do now? Kill them all?" Shualu said. "Anyway, Godfather is here. He can jump down and chop them randomly. I think it's okay." "Is that okay?" the dwarf leader said in a sweat. "These are tens of thousands of monsters. There are super monsters like the behemoths in them, and there is a demon king who we don't know where he is hiding. Are you sure that the Grandmaster Blacksmith can kill them all by jumping down alone?" Gorda and Jike threw up their hands. Although they knew that Rob was very powerful, they were not sure he can beat so many monsters. Only Shualu forced herself to say, "I think he can do it," but when she said the last word, her voice became a little lower, which showed that she was still a little doubtful. The four of them turned to look at Rob and asked, "Can you really beat tens of thousands of monsters all by yourself?" Everyone was looking at him, so Rob directly aimed the live camera at him, so all the audience in front of the TV also looked at Rob. At this moment, thousands of people in the two towns were watching the subtle expressions on Rob's face through TV. The Queen's mood was very complicated now. She really hoped that Rob could say, "I can handle it." In this way, the threat from Westwind Town and the monsters could be removed. But she hoped that Rob couldn't handle it. If Rob could handle these tens of thousands of monsters, then he could deal with West Gran alone. How terrifying would that be? This complicated feeling had troubled the Queen for a year. Every time she saw Rob face a strong enemy, she would be so afraid of losing. Sometimes she even wanted to scold herself. Why couldn't she be as pure as an ordinary woman? Why did she have so many strange ideas in her mind? But every time she scolded herself, she would warn herself, "You can't be weak. Because you don't have a father or a mother, and you don't even have a family. You have to protect such a big kingdom. You can't live a happy life, or else your kingdom will be destroyed." She stared nervously at the TV screen and looked at Rob's close face, waiting to hear the answer she wanted to hear but was afraid to hear. However, whether Rob said that a person could chop off army, or that he couldn't, these two answers scared her. On the large screen, Rob was thinking. The way he thought was very handsome, of course, because the person he made was handsome. If a person was handsome, no matter what expression he had, he would be handsome, but if an ugly man had any expression, he would still be ugly. Thousands of people in the two places stared at his handsome, thinking face for a few seconds, and then Rob finally made a move. His handsome face suddenly turned into a funny smile, and his eyes squinted at the monsters in the valley, laughing evilly and mockingly. The audience on Bright Road almost threw things to the TV. If it weren't for the expensive crystal panel, they would really throw it away. Rob chuckled and said, "There are so many monsters piled up in a valley, and there are all kinds of them too. It suddenly occurred to me that there is an interesting thing. It's a chance, and it won't happen again. I've decided that I'll use this monster army to make a movie." Everyone was speechless. "What is a movie?" "Humph." Rob said, "You don't understand what I'm talking about. Only when I show it to everyone can you understand. In a word, a movie is an entertainment project and it's very interesting. The Monster Army. Let them stay here. We're going back first and prepare to shoot the movie. Everyone was speechless. Hey, the dwarf leader almost jumped up. There is such a big monster army beside the town. You won't deal with them, but said you were going to do some entertainment projects. You said it was fun. Did you make a mistake? Rob put on a serious face and said, the most important thing in life is to have fun. Nothing else matters. The Queen said, don't say such shameful words to the TV seriously. Rob ignored other people's complaints. Happiness was the most important. He opened a transmission portal and said to the other 4 people, let's go back. Get ready for the movie first, and then I'll come to find these monsters. The 3 of them shrugged their shoulders. Although the 3 of them liked to stir up trouble, they didn't dare to make trouble in the valley full of tens of thousands of monsters. They went back to the transmission portal obediently. The dwarf leader, on the other hand, kept nagging, how can I go back like this? I at least have to kill a few monsters before I go back. Besides, I hate the transmission portal. I want to walk back by myself. Before he could finish his words, Rob grabbed the back of his neck and threw him into the transmission portal. The whole world became quiet. A few minutes later, Rob returned to his stone stool. The live stream was over, but the crystal ball on his stone table was still open. The Queen sat opposite the crystal ball with several ministers in charge of military affairs, with a serious face. Madeline was also there. As the commander of the Black Earth Knights, she had to be present for military-related affairs. As soon as the Queen saw Rob return to the crystal ball, she immediately straightened her posture. She said seriously, I have seen the situation of the monster army through the crystal ball. There are a large number of monsters, and there are many powerful large monsters. This is not an ordinary army, and it is even enough to compete with the army of West Gran. Just now, I have discussed with several generals, and they all think that we can't turn a blind eye to such a huge monster army. If Westwind Town needs reinforcements, I will send an army to cooperate with you. Wow, you have reached such a point, said Rob. Miss Queen, I find that you are not a bad person. You are even willing to send troops to help Westwind Town. The Queen snorted, I'm not a fatuous king. The problem between you and me is an internal problem of the Kingdom of Gran, while the monsters are related to our survival and destruction. If you need help, the reinforcements can set out at any time. I only have one condition, that is, you need to pay the food of the reinforcements. Well, I know you are a good king, Rob said. But what I need help now is not an army, but a magic tool. The Queen, what? Rob smiled and said, I need the magic item that you use to store the football matches and play it over and over again to show the audience afterwards. With that, he pointed to the necklace on the Queen's chest. It's the same thing as that thing. The Queen asked, what do you want this for? Weren't you watching the live stream just now? I told you to shoot a movie. The Queen said, what are you going to do with the movie? I thought you couldn't defeat the monster army, so I changed the topic 8 times. I don't want you to lose face in front of the TV. Well, look at you. You always put things in a complicated way, Rob said with a smile. I said I wanted to shoot a movie. I want to shoot a movie, not to change the topic. Speaking of this, he paused and put on a symbolic smile when he swindled of money. Shooting a movie is very profitable. Half an hour later, the Queen sent someone to bring a magic item through the transmission portal. It was a small box, in which there was a first-class crystal. A long rune was written on it, which was the rune of storing images and sound. This box was often used to record the last words of ancestors in movies, TV plays, and Western fantasy novels. The Queen used it to record the super match of Westwind Town and played it repeatedly in Elizabeth's Cinema City, which earned her a lot of gold coins. In fact, she was reluctant to lend it to Rob, because in the face of a great enemy, Rob was out of his mind to talk about entertainment, and no one with a normal IQ could fool around with Rob. However, Rob's words, "making a movie is very profitable," touched the queen. The poor queen now needed money too much. The kingdom needed to be improved, and the army needed to be expanded. The continuous wars had been burning her money. She was also raising money together with the Corton family and the big merchant, Pobo. She was building a railway from Bright Road to Westwind Town, ready to make the first royal-controlled railway transportation line of the continent. She was so short on money that she wanted to send someone to dig her grave. When she heard Rob say that shooting a movie could make money, she had to get involved in it even if it was trouble. Rob got the camera and was very happy. He gently patted the box and said, "The camera is ready, and the actors are also ready," pointing to monsters. "Now there is only one beautiful script left. What kind of movie should I shoot?" He was not good at making up stories by himself, because he was not an unscrupulous father-in-law and his ability to make up stories was not outstanding. In this way, he could only be a plagiarist. The Rising of the Shield Hero? As soon as this idea flashed through Rob's mind, he immediately slapped himself in the face and said, "I shouldn't shoot that kind of story." Goblin Slayer? Rob also shook his head and said, "No, that film is too pornographic. There are many scenes that are not suitable to show to the public. I don't think I can find so many willing actresses to act in it." He had to shoot a normal movie. He looked at the dwarves, elves, and adventurers beside him, and suddenly a light bulb lit up on his forehead. I've got it. Let's shoot the Lord of the Rings trilogy. The Lord of the Rings trilogy could be said to be the best sword and magic movie in his original world. The plot was grand, like an epic. He will make this movie and show it to the aborigines of the world, making sure that they would pay for the movie tickets obediently. Of course, making money was not important to Rob. The key point was that if the film industry could recover, he would make the world closer to his original world. Since the script was certain, it was time to choose actors. Rob decided to act the leading role himself. Of course, he didn't want to act as useless halfling protagonist, but the human king Aragorn. Anyway, he was handsome, and was very suitable to play such a handsome hero. There was an elf prince, Legolas, in Aragorn's team. It was easy to persuade the elf elder to send a handsome young elf to act. It didn't matter if he had no acting skill. Anyway, the audience hadn't seen a movie, so they shouldn't be as picky about acting as the audience of the modern generation. There was also a dwarf called Gimli in the team, which was easy to get. He directly pulled the dwarf leader over. Arwen, the heroine of the play, was also easy to get. He just asked Shualu to act with a fake pointed ear prop for her. As for the melee mage Gandalf, Rob suddenly remembered that last time when the monster attacked the town, there was an old man who was chasing the wolf knights and beating them randomly with a walking stick. This man was very suitable to play the role of Gandalf. As for the two Hobbit protagonists, it was not difficult to find them. He found a relatively thin young man to play the Frodo in the village, and a slightly fat man to play his servant Sam. He gave them a shrink technique. They didn't shrink too much, only half of their height. They looked like hobbits. All the actors were confused and didn't know what to do, but no one dared to disobey Godfather's order. Anyway, they just did as he said. On the second day, the movie started. The first part was quite simple. Under the command of Rob, the director and actor, several actors and actresses had successfully completed several literature scenes. The expressions of the actors were very stiff, and their acting skills were very weak. They had all kinds of poor performances, saying wrong lines, and laughing at times, but it didn't matter. Rob knew that the first movie in his original world was also very crude, but it didn't hinder people from liking it, because it was really a very infectious art form. Soon, the movie went to the first difficult place. There was a team of orcs taking the two hobbits away. "Godfather, what should we do here? Do we need to disguise a group of soldiers as orcs to cooperate with the performance?" Elsie asked as he approached Rob. "Disguise?" Rob laughed weirdly. Why do we need a disguise? I left the monster army in the valley not to kill them. What do you think they are doing there? Of course they would be used as actors. If we want to act, we have to use real orcs to act, so that the scene will be real. Elsie, a real orc? Godfather? That thing can't do that. It hates humans and elves so much that it can't help us act. Even if we put a knife on their necks, they won't compromise. Really? I'd like to have a try. Rob's body flashed and disappeared in an instant. After a while, a transmission portal was opened at the cemetery behind the chapel. Rob came over from the transmission portal with a bunch of orcs in one hand. There were about a dozen orcs in this pile, all knocked unconscious by Rob, then folded into a pile and held in one hand, looking like Li Jing. He threw the group of orcs to the ground, causing them to fall into a mess. A group of actors surrounded them. Looking at the unconscious orcs on the ground, they whispered, "Really? Are we going to play with this thing? This thing is very ferocious." With the help of Godfather, I'm not afraid of how ferocious they are, but I'm afraid that they won't cooperate with the play. Rob ordered, "Who can get some cold water to wake these guys up?" An actress quickly ran to the tap, fetched a basin of water and poured it on the orcs. The dozen of them rubbed their heads and sat up. Just now, they were drinking in the valley where the monsters gathered. They were waiting for the meeting of the Demon King and discussing the strategy of attacking Westwind Town. However, when they woke up, they found themselves surrounded by a circle of humans. The orcs jumped up from the ground and tried to find weapons to kill the humans, but they didn't find anything because their weapons had already been taken away by Rob. The dwarf leader who were performing on the film set immediately waved his hand, and a large group of dwarves surrounded them. The big hammers and axes in their hands lit up, tightly surrounding them. Rob picked up a special iron plate for the director and shouted at the group of orcs, "Now that you are surrounded, I will give you a way to live. If you listen to me and cooperate with me to act in the movie, I will let you go back after acting. If you stubbornly resist, you will have no choice but to die." Before he could finish his words, an orc shouted angrily, "Orcs are brave, not slaves. If we don't have freedom, death is better. Go all out." The more than 10 unarmed orcs rushed towards the soldiers. The dwarves were all covered with equipment, and they beat them immediately. In a few seconds, the orcs were beaten to the ground. However, even if they fell to the ground, they still roared fiercely, struggled and refused to compromise even if they died. The dwarf leader turned to Rob and said, "Grandmaster Blacksmith, look, these guys can't be used to act at all. They would rather die than cooperate with us." Elsie also nodded and said, "Yes, death can't threaten them. They can't communicate at all." Rob chuckled and said, "Then don't threaten them. Then what should we use?" All of a sudden, Rob pointed at an orc who resisted the most. Mind control. It was a skill of a dark priest. It could manipulate the minds of others to make them obedient servants. Of course, this magic was also very limited. It didn't last long, and huge pain could make them free from mind control. The orc froze and then became obedient. Rob pointed at them a few more times and controlled them one by one. He clapped his hands and said, "Well, the actors are ready. Now these orcs are obedient, but the time of mind control is not long. It will be removed in a few minutes. Everyone hurry up and finish the shooting in a few minutes." Everyone was speechless. Boromir, who was a human warrior, was starred by Gorda, and he showed up. He acted as if he wanted to grab the ring in mountains. Then orcs rushed out and killed him with bows and arrows, capturing the hobbits. Under Rob's order, 2 orcs carried the 2 hobbits on their shoulders and played the role of the team of the orcs that had taken them away. The 2 hobbits were actually very scared. When they were being carried on their shoulders and filming, they had been thinking, "Don't be reckless and kill us all of a sudden, okay? Although the Godfather could resurrect us, it would be painful to be killed." However, their worries were completely unnecessary. The orcs who carried them were obedient, and they could obediently speak the lines according to Rob's requirements. Their performance was actually better than that of the human actors present. It turned out that the so-called acting skill was a very strange thing. For example, if you are Chinese and you watch a Chinese play, you can clearly feel the flaws in the other party's acting skills, but when you watch a foreign play played by a foreigner, you can't feel much uncomfortable. Why? Are foreign stars better at acting? No. No. The real reason is that you are Chinese. You know the local customs of China, so it's easy for you to find a bug in the Chinese play. But you don't know much about foreign countries, especially about their way of speaking, language habits, action habits, and customs of foreigners. Therefore, when you watch Hollywood movies, you rarely see any issues. Even if the people in the play are a little embarrassed, you don't know that, and it is always like this for foreigners. In the same way, it doesn't feel uncomfortable watching the orcs, because they didn't know what they usually looked like when they talked. Even if there was a bug, the humans didn't know. Therefore, the orcs completed the play that Rob gave them with their exquisite acting skills. Then, they became temporarily useless. Rob said loudly, "Well, now let's jump to the next scene and shoot the next scene." Aragorn's team caught up with this group of orcs, fought with them, and killed them. Rob dressed up as Aragorn, followed by the dwarf leader dressed as a Gimli, and an elf archer dressed as the elf prince Legolas. The three of them snickered and walked towards the group of mind-controlled orcs. While the orcs were still under Rob's mind control, the staff beside them quickly handed them a pile of weapons and told them to hold them well. The cameras were in place and aimed at them. Then, the mind control. Rob shouted, "Let's start." The cameras were on. The several orcs quickly regained their consciousness. They looked around ferociously and saw three neatly wrapped men standing in front of them. One was an elf, one was a dwarf, and one was a human. They were all the races that the orcs hated very much. They roared together, "Kill!" At this time, their acting skill was even more impeccable. This was not a fake battle, but a real battle. More than a dozen ferocious orcs rushed to Rob, the dwarf leader, and the elf archer. No, they rushed towards Aragorn, Gimli, and Legolas. Rob drew out his sword with one hand and waved it forward. Before he went out to fight, he had already applied all kinds of debuffs to himself, making sure that his strength would not be much stronger than these orcs. He only needed to be a little stronger, and what he wanted was to have a good fight. Because killing in an instant was not a good thing. Go to hell, human. Oh, you obnoxious orc. Gimli kicked an orc, turned around and chopped down another one. His red beard trembled with his laughter. Legolas, on the other hand, began to act cool. Anyway, the man in the original book was trying his best to play cool as well. He kept shooting arrows, turning while spinning and shooting arrows, jumping to a tree, and shooting arrows in various styles. As a result, the one who fought the most steadily was Rob. He beat the orcs around him with his sword, and finally cut all of them to the ground. "Okay. Let's call it a day." Rob said to Elsie, who was raising the camera, "Give it to me. Let me see how the scene looks." Elsie ran over cheerfully and said, "Godfather, it's my first time being a photographer. I'm not very confident. What if it doesn't look good?" Rob rolled his eyes and said, "If it's not good, we can just go and catch more of them. After all, there are still a lot of them in the valley." The people around him were rendered speechless. In the past, what Rob had shown to everyone was his kindness and mercy. But now, everyone realized that Rob also had a side of madness. He was not always kind and merciful. He was only kind and merciful to the kind and honest races, but to the unconcerned evil race, he could be called cold-blooded and ruthless. This was called, to a friend as warm as the spring wind, to an enemy as cold as winter. However, there seemed to be something wrong with his cold direction. If he was really cold, he should have killed all the tens of thousands of monsters in the valley. Why did he catch them to shoot a movie? What the hell was this? A few days later. Godfather, according to your script, it's time for us to shoot the battle between Gandalf and the Balrogs. Shiwalu came over and reminded him. Oh. Is the scene ready? We're ready, the dwarf leader said as he jumped out from the side. Our race found an underground abyss, where we can shoot the scene. Good. Let's go. The large group of people went underground and came to a temporary cement bridge on top of the abyss. When the old man in charge of being Gandalf saw the deep abyss, he felt his feet turn little soft. But when he saw Godfather standing beside him, he was fearless. He stood on the bridge, turned around and asked Rob, Godfather, where are the Balrogs? The dwarves who went down to the ground with them couldn't help but whisper, how are you going to make the Balrog? Find someone to put on clothes that Miss Shiwalu can light? Is it dangerous? Rob asked the old man unhappily, as an old resident of Westwind Town, you actually don't know how to get fire-type creatures? The old man thought for a while seriously and said, I remember it. The fire elementals you summoned when that necromancer attacked Westwind Town. I'm so stupid that I forgot it. Rob smiled and said, that wasn't a fire elemental. That was the Lord of the Fire Elements, Ragnaros. Well, get ready to fight with Ragnaros. He waved his hand casually, and with a loud bang, a tall and powerful leader of the fire elements, the Lord of the Fire Elements, Ragnaros, appeared in front of everyone. This thing was more powerful and real than the one made with computer special effects in The Lord of the Rings. The dwarves were shocked. They were even more surprised to see the Lord of the Fire Elements salute to Rob with an obedient appearance. It was obvious that it was Rob's summon. Fortunately, after they came to Westwind Town, there were many surprising things, which had already made them feel numb. They would not be as shocked as they were when they first came. The old man looked very excited. Decades ago, I was very young. When I wore the uniform of the army, I had a great dream in my heart, hoping that one day I could fight with a ferocious monster and be a hero. Now, my dream can finally be realized. Okay, come on. Rob waved his hand and said, remember, you are a magician, but you never use magic. What you are good at is using your stick. The legendary great magician Gandalf. Stick skill, max, magic, LV.1, use your walking stick to kill this Balrog. I believe you can do it. The old man laughed. His missing teeth were uneven. He waved his walking stick and fought against the Lord of the Fire Elements. After a short while, the Lord of the Fire Elements roared, Hey, old man, what are you doing? I'm here to act with the summoner. Why are you so serious? Don't think that I'm afraid of you. I'll beat you. Rob glared at him, and the Lord of the Fire Elements immediately obediently said, Forget it. You can beat me hard. Anyway, I don't feel any pain. Therefore, the battle between the old man and the Lord of the Fire Elements was very wonderful. The two of them broke the stone bridge made of cement. Rob used the ground-breaking technique nearby, and then fell they into the abyss. They kept fighting in midair. Rob secretly used the flying technique nearby, until they fell into the invisible underground world. Melee Mage Gandalf, temporary exit. The first part of Lord of the Rings, complete. A few days later, when the Demon King was still puzzled by the inexplicable loss of many orcs among his army, the Elizabeth Cinema City on Bright Road was now overcrowded. At the same time, the newly completed Godfather Cinema City in Westwind Town was also packed with people. The two cinema in the two places were going to release The Lord of the Ring, The Fellowship of the Ring at the same time today. In fact, it could be considered to be displayed in the whole world at the same time, because there were only these two cinemas in the world at present. Several days before the movie was shown, a lot of advertising had been launched in the two places. Rob's publicity posters and attracting stunts was displayed in the two places at the same time, making everyone's hearts itch. Due to the large population, there were only 8 projection halls in each cinema, so the first day's movie tickets had been sold out a few days ago. Many nobles and ministers who couldn't grab the cinema came to the royal palace to protest against the queen, asking her why the movie couldn't be broadcasted on TV, but could only be seen in the cinema. The queen had no choice but to tell them, this is the producer's request. He is not willing to put it live on TV, only willing to play it in the cinema. What can I do? The nobles were speechless. Fortunately, the queen immediately comforted them, the cinema will play for 1 to 2 months in a row. After that is finished, it will be available on TV. These nobles finally felt relieved, but 2 months was too long for them to wait. According to the posters, this was the first movie in the world and a milestone. If they couldn't see the first movie, they would have to wait for 1 or 2 months to see it. It was better to die. Therefore, the nobility began to accept the tickets at a high price to the civilians who had grabbed them. The original price of the movie ticket was 10 silver coins, but in the blink of an eye, it was raised to 20, then 30, 40. In the last half an hour before the movie was displayed, the movie tickets had been raised to a gold coin each. Even so, it was still difficult to get a lot of tickets. Many people had to wait outside the cinema, waiting for the first group of people to come out and tell them what they had seen and what they had heard. Of course, all the news they got was, "It's amazing. Oh my God. This is different from the football match. This movie is telling us a story, a great one, about the Middle-earth. I want to go to this Middle-earth for a tour. I can't wait to see the next one." In the evening, the afterglow of the setting sun filled the palace on Bright Road. The queen was counting her profits. Of course, it was not her who counted, but the 5 court ministers who counted together. In front of her, there were several sacks full of silver coins. The 5 ministers had been counting for 2 hours, and it was still early to finish. Duke Madeline stood beside her with a happy face. "Elizabeth, I didn't expect the movie to be so profitable. It has only been displayed for a few days and you have earned so many silver coins. If it is put in the release for 1 or 2 months, we will have enough money for the military. I heard that there is a second and a third part too. If the later 2 movies can also make money as much as the first one, the royal family won't be short of money anymore." With a strange expression on her face, the queen said, "It's much more than I expect from the football matches. I didn't expect that the money I earned from such a mess would be enough to support the military expenses of the army. It's too much." In the queen's opinion, the cost of the army was very large. At least dozens of towns and even the whole kingdom's tax on agriculture were needed to support the army's expenses. In fact, all kingdoms were like this. Large-scale wars would always happen after food was harvested. However, she didn't know how Rob managed to do this. The money he earned was enough to cover the tax and army expenses. The queen felt that she was hit hard by money. Her world view and values were a little out of the ordinary. She even couldn't help thinking, is it necessary to change my way of supporting the kingdom's economy with taxes? Madeline's voice woke her up from her thoughts. "Your Majesty, I saw the secretary recording about the box office. What is it for?" The queen was at a loss whether to cry or to laugh. "This is the request of that damned man. He said that since the movie was made by him, he is qualified to take part of the money earned from the movie, so I need to calculate the box office revenue and share it with him." Madeline said, "Oh, if we deliberately make the statistics less, he won't know." The queen shrugged and said, "Yes, theoretically speaking, it is true. But as the queen of our kingdom, how can I play a little trick on this kind of thing? I will give him as much as I can. I can't damage the reputation of the kingdom for a little money." Madeline nodded. The queen looked at the ministers who were sweating and sighed, "That damned man is really good at making money by making strange things. Even if I have to give him a part of such a large amount of money, it is still beyond my imagination. The key point is that I did nothing but picked up so much money for nothing." Madeline was not interested in hearing her bestie talk about her damned man. She was more concerned about another person. She couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "Elizabeth, you often call that damned man. Have you heard any news about Rob Smith?" The Queen replied, "Oh. You mean the Smith family's only child? A few days ago, I heard that under the guidance of that damned man, he had made Stone Canyon prosperous. It seemed to be a good place for the people of Westwind Town to have a weekend vacation. That town only has a few hundred mouths. Now it is as beautiful as a painting." Madeline was immediately happy. "Really? That's great. That's the territory you gave him, which is his home. It's natural for him to make it beautiful." The Queen squinted and said, "It will also be your home in the future, right? You like the flowers he made there, don't you?" Madeline, hey. It's too early to talk about it now. Hey, too early. The Queen was rendered speechless. "Madeline, I'm so happy to hear his news, but it would be better if I could see him." The Queen was so smart that she knew what she meant. "I see. I'll call that man and ask him to call Rob Smith out to have a talk with you. What do you think?" Madeline was overjoyed, but she immediately played with the corner of her clothes and said, "But he is studying hard now. It's the most important time in his life. It isn't appropriate for me to harass him and disturb his study like this." The Queen said crossly, "It's not you who is looking for him. It's me who is looking for him. I want to ask if he has any new invention to contribute to the kingdom. Is that all right?" Madeline said, That's good. I'll hide behind you and peek at him secretly. I won't disturb his study." The Queen was rendered speechless. The Queen took out the special crystal ball for communication with Rob and dialed a number. The phone was connected soon. Through the crystal ball, the Queen saw Rob's lazy but handsome face. Beside him sat a woman. The Queen's heart skipped a beat. Is it Shualu again? That shameless woman? But when she took a closer look, she was relieved. It turned out to be Marion Corton. Sitting next to Rob, they were not flirting, but she was calculating something with a pen. Rob was teaching her math problems. The Queen asked, "What are you talking about?" Rob replied with a smile, "Binary quadratic equations." The Queen was rendered speechless. Well, the Queen didn't understand, but it didn't matter. The Queen of a kingdom didn't need to understand such a professional thing. She just needed to control the overall situation and put on a dignified posture. She said to Marion, "Are the iron tracks and sleepers prepared by your family and the big merchant, Pobo, complete? Are you ready now?" Marion said in a hurry, "We are preparing for it. We have begun to build a railway from the station of the railway in Westwind Town to Nonley Village." The Queen nodded and said, "Very good. The railway in my side has also begun to be built. The railway built on both sides should be connected in Nonley Village." Marion bowed to show her understanding. The Queen turned to Rob and asked, "Have you prepared the steam train I ordered from you?" Rob said with a smile, "The dwarves has just copied the first steam engine. Now that we have a steam engine, the train is just a shell. It will be soon handled. You don't need to worry about it. You just need to prepare a large amount of money to buy the train engine from me." The Queen said expressionlessly, "Can't you be a little cheaper?" "No, I can't." Rob shook his head and said, "You know how difficult this thing is. I won't get a penny of the money myself. I'll give it all to blacksmiths, carpenters, and miners. It's what they get from their hard work." The Queen didn't say a word after hearing his words. She would never believe a noble man would say that he won't take any of the profit. She knew very well that the nobles lived by absorbing the bones of the people. But she believed what Rob said. No one would not believe it, because Rob really never bullied the people and did not scrape oil from them. Although he was also a capitalist, everything he did would eventually bring a large group of people to become rich. Everyone, including the people, the capitalist, and even the queen, felt satisfied. This gave everyone an illusion that they were getting Rob's oil. It was so strange. Everyone was working hard to earn money from his family. Why was he so rich? The queen didn't want to talk about the price anymore. She changed the topic and said, "Your movie is on sale. I'm counting the box office money and I'll give you the amount that belongs to you later. Now the audience are looking forward to the second and the third movie. Please complete these 2 movies as soon as possible." Rob, no problem. I'm quite interested in it. Ha ha ha, I haven't done it before. Besides, I want to remind you. What? Rob smiled and said, "Think about it. Now in your cinema, there is only a movie called The Lord of the Rings, The Fellowship of the Ring. After an audience sees it, there is nothing else to watch. You can only wait for the weekend football match to watch the live stream of the football in the cinema. In this way, it is difficult for your cinema to make money for a long time. Therefore, rich movies are the most important task for you now." The queen said, "That's why I urged you to shoot the second and third movie as soon as possible, didn't I?" Rob smiled, "How can you just rely on me? You know I'm a lazy person. Although I seem to be very energetic now, after shooting a few more movies, I'll be tired of it. I don't want to do it anymore. At that time, I have to rely on others. Look, I'm shooting a movie in your cinema, and you have to share it with me. You can't take all the fun alone. Why don't you think about it and shoot a movie by yourself and put it on the cinema? In this way, you can take all the money you make by yourself." The queen was slightly stunned. "Yes, I can also shoot a movie, because I provided you with the magic item for shooting. Why don't I shoot it myself?" However, shooting a movie was so strange to the queen. She didn't even have any experience, and she didn't even know how to operate it. Rob took out a script with a smile. "Come on. This is the script, and its name is Princess Sisai. You can take it and act according to the script. After that, it will be your movie. However, because I participated in the scriptwriting process, I still have to get a commission, but the commission rate is lower than the rate of being offered a movie directly." Princess Sisai was a very powerful love film in his original world. The heroine of the movie could be said to be extremely beautiful. She had once attracted the attention of men all over the world. The queen said, "Well, it turns out that you are going to swindle money again. You not only made a movie to swindle money, but also wrote a script to swindle money. Are you going to take action in all aspects to swindle money?" Rob smiled and said, "This is called win-win situation. You can personally act the heroine, Princess Sisai. This angle is very suitable for you. It's simply tailor-made for you. In this way, you can save a lot of actor fees." The queen squinted and asked, "As the queen of a kingdom, is it really appropriate for me to be an actress?" "Humph. Why can't you?" Rob said, "As a big shot in Westwind Town, I'm also the main character in Lord of the Rings, right?" The queen was rendered speechless. The queen couldn't stand it at all. She snorted and said, "I don't want your script. After I carefully study The Lord of the Rings, I will ask the royal poet to write a story to shoot a movie. I don't need to give you a copper coin. Just wait and see." "Well, it's up to you." Rob smiled and said, "Since you don't want to shoot, then I'll shoot the script myself." "Alas, you don't want to be the heroine that has been customized for you, so I have to choose another actress. Let me think about it." "The heroine. Well, it's decided. The heroine will be the daughter of the Lord Chamberlain. Please ask her to come to Westwind Town through the transmission portal. I want her to be the heroine." The queen said, "I have no objection as long as the Lord Chamberlain agrees." As soon as she finished speaking, the Lord Chamberlain rushed out. He had been eavesdropping for a long time. "Oh, my daughter has been clamoring and wants to go to Westwind Town. Since Godfather wants her to shoot a movie, then I'll let her go." Anyway, with Godfather protecting her, she won't be in danger, will she? Rob smiled and said, of course, she will help me shoot the movie. Of course, I will be responsible for her safety. Then there's nothing to worry about, the minister said. I'll call my daughter here right away. He turned around and was about to leave. While walking, he chuckled and said, the elf princess in Lord of the Rings is already popular. Next, it's my daughter's turn. My beautiful daughter must be popular. Rob and the Queen were rendered speechless. What the hell, Lord Chamberlain? The Queen couldn't help but protest angrily, look at yourself. My Lord Chamberlain, one of the backbones of the kingdom, has been brought up by you. He doesn't do his work all day long and does these crazy things. Rob said, he is embracing the light. Are you going to pretend to be a god? The Queen squinted. You have been complaining about the god of light all day long, but now you are here to pretend to be the god of light? All right, the Queen stopped complaining. Moreover, she felt that Madeline, who was standing behind her, was secretly stabbing her back with her finger. It was obvious that she was urging her to stop talking nonsense. The Queen had no choice but to turn to him. My Lord Chamberlain has been misled by you. I'm a little worried about the young man from our kingdom. Rob, what young man? It's the guy who learned the wind magic from you, Rob Smith, the Queen said. I haven't heard of him for a long time. Now I'm a little worried that you will take over the kingdom in the future. Ask him out. I'd like to ask if he has made any progress. Rob cursed in his heart, stop talking nonsense. As the queen of a kingdom, you have so many things to care about. How can you be in the mood to care about the future of the motherland? Are you that free now? At this time, Madeline's head suddenly popped out from the queen's shoulder. It was not until then that Rob realized that she had been hiding behind the queen. I see. In fact, Rob liked Madeline very much, because she was really nice to him, although it was just a fake identity. Seeing the expectation in Madeline's eyes, he couldn't refuse the Queen and Madeline's request. She stood up and said, okay, I'll call Rob Smith out. Wait here for a moment. He hurried into the chapel. As a forbearing profession, his avatar technique suddenly turned him into two people. Then he swung an agility spell at Suafa and said, hurry up, put on makeup for my real body. With an agile buff on her body, her movements were as fast as flying. It only took her less than 10 minutes to finish the makeup for Rob. Rob used the simultaneous operations to walk out with his real body and avatar at the same time. The avatar sat on the stone chair, and the body with makeup stood in front of the crystal ball. With this identity, he had to put away his usual lazy look, and put on a more relaxed expression, which made him a little unaccustomed. Ah! My respected Queen, Duke Madeline, nice to meet you. I'm very ashamed to have been distant with you for a long time. Madeline was overjoyed. Her eyes were shining with excitement, but she restrained herself from saying anything. She just hid behind the Queen and hid well, with only half of her face exposed. Her eyes were fixed on Rob. As for the Queen, she had no interest in the man's greeting at all. She put on a cold face and said, it's not Madeline who wants to see you today. She doesn't want to disturb your study. I just want to ask you a few questions, so I asked you out. If I interrupt your study, don't blame Madeline. I see, Rob promised, but he thought to himself, I really understand. The Queen said with a businesslike face, I heard that your Stone Canyon is doing well now. Rob hurriedly said, thank you for your kindness, Your Majesty. The town is now developing in tourism and crystal mining vigorously. The townsmen are quite rich. The Queen asked, well, how's your magic going? Not bad, Rob said. My wind magic has also achieved a small success. In the past few days, I have been able to release more powerful wind blades, cyclones, wind walls. Oh, the Queen actually didn't care about these things at all. She just asked for fun, and the answer didn't matter. So she calmly said okay, but she still wanted to help her bestie. She turned to Madeline and said, I've finished my questions. Do you have anything to ask about the Black Earth Knights, or do you have anything to ask him about the army? Madeline's first reaction was to say, no. However, before she could say these two words, she felt the queen kicking her shin. Madeline was stunned. She knew that the queen was asking her to find something to say, but she was a general who rushed to the front lines. She was not as quick as the queen who played politics all day long. She didn't know how to find anything to say. The queen was at a loss whether to cry or to laugh at her friend's stupidity. She turned around, used her body to block the crystal ball, and then pointed at the pendant on her chest. Her mouth was even bigger than the shape of her mouth. Ma, Gici, tem. Now Madeline finally understood. Yes, she could use magic tool as the topic. She immediately cheered up and asked, Rob, how are you doing recently? Rob smiled and said, not bad. Well, I just heard that you have made great progress in wind magic, and I'm really happy for you. Right, how's your skill of making magic items? Number 32 is now stationed in Westwind Town, and you can often ask him about magic items, right? You must have learned well now. Damn it. Since Rob got the book, he had never asked number 32 for lessons. He had learned it by himself. But he couldn't say that, so he had to say in a euphemistic way, number 32 teacher is busy with the construction of Westwind Town, so I seldom ask him for advice. I am self-taught. Madeline said, he shouldn't be so busy with government affairs. It's better for him to skip work. It's obvious that teaching you is more important. What? The queen asked. Madeline realized that she had made a slip of the tongue and hurriedly said, Elizabeth, it's also very important for him to help you with government affairs. The queen shook her head, not knowing whether to cry or to laugh. Alas! Madeline smiled awkwardly and turned to Rob. Have you found anything good recently? The thing you studied last time let you become a baron and get the fief of Stone Canyon. If you think of something else, I'll tell Elizabeth so that maybe you can get another promotion. The queen next to him immediately interrupted, ahem. Madeline was speechless. The queen wished she could tear her best friend apart with her own hands, but she wouldn't do that in front of others. She had to do it slowly when no one was around. So she had to put on a long face. Madeline didn't dare to make it too clear, so she had to put on an expectant face to the crystal ball, and her eyes were full of eagerness. Who could bear such a face? Rob didn't want to disappoint her. He thought for a while and decided to give something to Madeline. This girl had been very good to him on Bright Road. As a man, he had to make such a good girl happy. It was a man's responsibility. Well, Miss Madeline, you asked at the right time, Rob said, I happen to have a new thing developed recently. Since you asked, I'll take it out and contribute it to the kingdom. Oh? Really? Madeline was overjoyed. Look, what is it? Rob raised his hand. When he was about to take something from a distance, he suddenly realized that he was Rob Smith now. He quickly stopped. It was impossible to prevent it from happening. Forget it. Just walk quietly. He went back to his room and took out a few small beads, which were even smaller than rice grains, as well as 2 cherry-sized beads, and several matching small boxes. They were all placed in front of the crystal ball. There were a lot of them. He said, Miss Madeline, this is a micro-bug and a micro-camera. I developed it for the spies of your Black Earth Knights. With this, your spy can easily listen and record enemies' information. In fact, these things were not strange at all. They were just variations of Rob's live camera. However, Rob wanted to bully these ancients who had never heard of these things, so he took them out directly. Anyway, he just wanted to make the girl happy. As long as he could achieve the task of making her happy, it's fine. Micro bug, micro camera, and so on, were really new terms that the girls had never heard of. Madeline couldn't help asking, what are they used for? With a smile, Rob picked up a micro-bug the size of a grain of rice and said, before introducing its principle, let's try its function first. After saying that, Rob stuck the bug under the stone table. Then he took a corresponding box, walked to the transmission portal and threw it over. The palace guards on the other side of the transmission portal picked up the box and handed it to the Queen and Madeline. Rob said, now turn off the crystal ball and listen carefully to the box. The Queen turned off the crystal ball. Then, the two women stared at the box. Suddenly, the two heard the voice of Rob from the box, Marion, you didn't do the right thing. Oh, no? Marion's voice followed, then what should we do? Rob's voice came from behind. Then Lillian's voice sounded again, Master, I failed to cook the shredded pork with fish fragrance you said last time. I think we'd better add a spoon of fish soup to the pot, so that we can surely make the fish fragrance. No way. Rob said firmly. We can't add fish in the shredded pork to make a fishy fragrance, or we will go the evil path. It's not authentic. Let me tell you again. You have to do this. Hearing this, the Queen was overjoyed and said, Secretary, keep it in mind. Remember how to make this shredded pork with fish fragrance. A few minutes later, the crystal ball was activated again. As soon as the phone was connected, Madeline jumped in front of the crystal ball and said happily, I see. This thing is only the size of a grain of rice. If we stick it in other people's homes, no one can find it. Then we can eavesdrop on the voice of the person opposite us. It is indeed very suitable for spies. It could stealthily steal military secrets of the other party. That's right, the Queen's expression was not as cold as before. She actually joined the topic. It's used to eavesdrop on other people's recipes. That's really. Speaking of this, she suddenly found that everyone was looking at her strangely. She quickly coughed and said, I'm talking about eavesdropping on the enemy's military secrets. Ahem. How did you do this? Rob said, look, this grain-sized thing is actually a crystal ball, but it was cut and polished very small by me, the size of a grain of rice. Then, I asked Godfather to shrink me, so that I can write runes on this small crystal ball. I only wrote the runes for collecting sound on this crystal ball. The images are not needed. Besides, this crystal ball is not a two-way communication. It will start to work as long as the unilaterally call from the box is received. It is different from an ordinary communication crystal ball. In addition, there is not only a crystal ball for playing sound, but also a crystal block for storing sound. When you eavesdrop, we can also record the other party's voice. In this way, when you eavesdropped on the fishy shredded pork, you don't have to remember it immediately. You can record the sound and repeat it. I didn't steal the fishy shredded pork recipe, the Queen firmly denied this explanation. Then she nodded and said, such kind of thing that eavesdropping on others' words, of course, can't be seen by the other party, or else it will be exposed. This idea of answering the phone unilaterally is very ingenious. This is a great invention, which can be called a strategic-grade magic tool. Hearing that her best friend was so sure about the invention, Madeline couldn't help but feel happy. It was directly defined as strategic-grade. That was great. The person who made strategic-grade magic items deserved a great reward from the royal family. However, the Queen immediately shook her head and sighed, unfortunately, the production method is too limited. Only he can help others draw runes on such a small crystal ball. Others don't know the shrink technique at all and can't draw runes on it, so they can't make it. At this time, Rob turned his attention to his avatar and said with a smile, it doesn't matter. You can order from me. For the sake of our acquaintanceship. I won't charge you any more. I'll sell you a set for 20 gold coins. An important strategic-grade item can't always be ordered, the Queen said. Don't think so, Rob said, I've told you last time that one day, intelligent people will come up with a way to draw on rice grains, and then you can customize it by yourself. What you need to do now is not to make trouble here, but to buy some bugs here for use. At the same time, you need to train those intelligent craftsmen and ask them how far they can develop the micro-carving techniques. The queen said, "Don't flatter me. Even if I have to die and jump off the city wall, I don't need to buy it." Rob turned his attention to his real body and said to his avatar, "Godfather, I originally wanted to give it to Miss Madeline, but I have to use your shrink technique to make it, so you can have the shrink spell money. I won't accept the money of my invention, okay?" Rob's consciousness returned to his avatar and nodded, "Well, for your sake, half off, 10 gold coins a set." "Deal," the queen pounded on the table, fearing that Rob would go back on his word. It was indeed a very useful invention. She couldn't wait to give it to a spy and install it in the royal palace of Mondra. Then she would hear what that evildoer who usurped the kingdom and seized power had discussed with his ministers all day long about. And this microcamera. Rob took out the second thing, the beads, which was smaller than a cherry, said, "It has the same principle with the bug. Both of them are one-way activated, but the picture captured by the crystal ball is very blurry. After repeated testing, I found a crystal ball of this size. The picture transmitted by it is barely visible. Although it is much less clear than a live camera, it is enough for monitoring. Take it to the enemy's house secretly and install it in some inconspicuous places, so that you can peep at the enemy's privacy. It can also be used to install it in some important military base, monitoring and defense, in case the enemy sneaks in when there are no guards." The queen knew it was a good thing. "If it's half off, I'll buy it too." Soon, the queen bought several sets of micro-bugs and micro-cameras and told them to hand them over through the transmission portal. In the past, the queen always relied on the two royal merchants to buy things from Rob. But now, if she was dealing with some small things, not the kind of large-scale consumption goods, she would simply go through the transmission portal. As soon as she got it, the queen immediately handed it over to her subordinates, asking them to try it out and master it. Then she handed it to the spies for use. Right now, the armies of East Gran and West Gran have been engaged in a seesaw battle in the broad area to the east of Bright Road. Today you attack 20 miles forward, and tomorrow I will counterattack back 20 miles. We have a long line to push over. In this case, it was reasonable for her to put the new strategic magic item into use immediately. After she had arranged everything, she turned around and found that Madeline was still sitting in front of the crystal ball and chatting with Rob Smith. The content of the conversation was very boring. Turning over and over, she said, "Your new invention is so amazing. You must have a bright future in the future. You will definitely revive the Smith family." The queen shook her head and cursed in her mind, "Idiot. Talking about this with a man? Are you kidding me? Can you get married successfully in this way? Give a more feminine charm." She pulled Madeline away from the crystal ball and whispered in her ear, "Don't talk like that anymore. I'm going to cry." Madeline asked, "Then how should I talk? I can't teach you. Anyway, don't embarrass yourself here anymore. You looked like a licking dog when you talked to Rob Smith just now," the queen said. "I've never seen a woman lick a man like this before. I've often seen a man lick a woman like this." Madeline, "Well, will I be looked down upon?" "I think so," the queen said. "If you don't be reserved, you will become worthless." Madeline was startled. She didn't dare to talk with the crystal ball anymore and quickly found an excuse to leave. After Madeline left, Rob took back his avatar, washed his makeup and sat back on his stone stool, facing the queen with no other interruptions. The queen snorted and said, "You see, I have told you before that the same thing will always become a toy in your hand, but it will become a powerful weapon in the hand of Rob Smith. You really should learn from him to be something tall and powerful. Don't immerse yourself in toys all day long." "No," Rob snorted and said, "weapons are not interesting at all. Anyway, I don't need weapons to deal with anything. You can't be an example, the Queen said. Normal people need weapons. Well, it seems that I'm not normal. Rob said. The Queen said with a little jealousy, Rob Smith is so kind to Madeline. He will invent and make weapons for her without pay. Yet you are so bad to me. You extort me all day long and don't develop weapons to help me deal with Mondra. What's more, you specially release stuff that will make me a poor fat girl. Well, I seem to have heard an amazing key word, Rob said. It doesn't matter if you are poor or not. What's with the fat part though? Damn it. The Queen was shocked and spilled the beans. She couldn't let him know that she had gained 2 pounds in recent days. She snorted, You misheard me. No, I didn't hear it wrong, Rob said with a snicker. Have you gained some weight? Of course not, the Queen raised her voice by 8 degrees. You must have gained some weight, Rob said. Stand up and let me see if your waist and legs are getting thicker. How could I show you? The Queen sneered. Do you think I'm a fashion model of the Corton family? Wow, I see. 150 pounds? The Queen, degree. She jumped up and showed her perfect figure in front of the crystal ball. She even spun around to show Rob her slender waist, but the legs under the princess dress were not shown to Rob. Look at me. How do I look like a person who weighs 150 pounds? I only weigh 98 pounds, 98 pounds. My height with 98 pounds, is perfect. Well, the Queen is about 1.7 meter tall, so her being 98 pounds is indeed not too heavy. But a few days ago, she was only 96 pounds, and if before that, she was actually only 94. Of course, this kind of thing is not known to outsiders. No one knows that the Queen is growing 2 pounds every once in a while. Even if she jogs crazily and exercise her body, she can't control herself. Rob threw up his hands. A woman's weight really made her jump up and show it to him. She had just promised not to be a fashion model too. Well, I don't want to embarrass you anymore, Rob said with a smile. It's late now. I have something important to do. You should go to prepare for the new movie, right? Okay, the Queen said. I'm going to write a touching story and shoot a movie that is more popular than your Lord of the Rings. I want to get all the money this time, and I don't need to share it with you anymore. Come on, said Rob cheerfully. Hang up the phone. Rob turned his head to Marion, who was still working on the binary quadratic equation and 2 times. Have you heard what I said to the Queen just now? Marion nodded. I heard it clearly. Rob said, don't you want to try shooting a movie? It's very profitable. Marion smiled and shook her head. When you were talking just now, I thought about it. All my family members are businessmen with stinky clothes. They are not romantic enough and lack artistic cells. I'm afraid it's not suitable for us to shoot a movie, but setting up a cinema is in line with my father's business concept. Maybe we will open another cinema city on Bright Road, but we won't get involved in shooting movies. Do you want to take the hospital route? Rob smiled and said, well, your words' lack of artistic cells just now enlightened me. Perhaps there is a person who is very suitable for shooting movies. Marion, who? Rob clapped his hands and told Suafa, please go to the elf village and invite the elf elder over. Doesn't this old man claim to be very good at literature and poems? His artistic cells must be very powerful. Ask him to write a script and shoot a movie. I think he can do it. Suafa, which was always free from words and laughter, couldn't help laughing. Godfather, you won't even let go of a 900-year-old man. Why do you insist on dragging him to the crooked road? A crooked path? How can it be called a crooked path? Rob said, a movie is a great art. The elf elder came. Although it was late, the elf elder didn't mind moving at night. There was also a tribe of high-rank elves that specialized in moving at night, called the Night Elves. The more than 900-year-old man looked very excited now. As soon as he arrived in front of Rob, he couldn't wait to say, "Sir, I heard from your maid that you wanted to invite me to carry out a literary and artistic creation." Rob couldn't help laughing. Look at this old man's joy. He beat the monster army, ate delicious cakes and took the train. So many wonderful things didn't make the old man as happy as this. Now that he had to ask him to write something. Why did he become like this? As expected, the most proud skills of the elves were literature and poems. "Calm down, sir," Rob said, "the script I want you to write is not a literary work. It's different from poems, novels, literature and so on." "Oh," the elf elder rubbed his white beard and asked, "What's the difference?" "Rob, the difference is that the script is used to shoot a movie. The dialogue should be written in the most honest and closest tone to the character's usual tone. It can't be written in the mode of those tall poems and novels." The elf elder let out a sigh and said, "In other words, you want me to write vulgar words, right? That's very degrading, isn't it? Well, if I don't write it or not, what I want to write is very noble literature, and it's very profound. How can I write such superficial things?" Rob put on a serious face and began to fool him. "You're wrong. Do you think that you can't show something profound with vulgar slang?" The elf elder shook his head and said, "I don't think so." "Well, let me give you an example." Rob began to tell stories. In the past, there was a person who wanted to live in a big house since he was a child, so he worked hard to make money and finally bought a big house. Although he was very happy to have a new house, the money he earned was used up. He lived in an empty big house and there was no money for him to spend anymore, which made him feel very distressed. The elf elder said, "What's so strange about this story? It's very low. What's the hurry? I haven't finished yet." Rob continued, "So this person decided to make more money. He earned money, 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 and money. So he piled these gold coins in his house, everywhere in the house, but he didn't even have a place to stay. So he sat on the balcony every day." Rob pointed at a mansion in the distance. The elf elder opened the detection skill and saw that it was Nolan's home. At this time, he was sitting on the balcony and looking at the stars, looking very lonely and seeking defeat. The elf elder said, "So it's the story of Nolan?" "No, it's not." Rob said, "I just saw Nolan on the balcony, so I used him as an example." "Did you get anything from this story?" The elf elder thought carefully, and suddenly seemed to understand something. "Oh, I see. This person makes money to buy a big house, but after buying a big house, he piles money in the house. However, he doesn't have a big house to live in anymore, so he can only stay on the balcony. What's the use of his money? Philosophy. It's a really good story, full of imaginable space." Rob chuckled in his heart, "What philosophy? I'm just talking nonsense. Anyway, it's your business." The elf elder said, "Now I completely understand. Even with simple and easy words, I can draw a deep meaning. Ha ha ha, I can definitely write such a story, and then use the deep story I write to make a movie, right?" "Yes, yes. That's it." Rob said, "But don't really write the story I just told. Ordinary audience can't understand it, only a literature master like you can understand it." Being praised, the elf elder was overjoyed. Being praised as an art master was much better than being praised for his magic fighting skill. He shook his head and said, "Of course. How can an ordinary person know literature like me?" "So," Rob continued, "I suggest that when you write a story, you should focus on love stories. Romantic love stories are the most convenient to bear a deep feeling, and they directly point to people's inner feelings. Don't you think so?" The elf elder nodded and said, "Yes, you're right. I also think that love stories are the best. I'll go back and write a love story, and then try to make a movie with it. I even have an idea. The name of this story is called Woodlanders." Rob gave him a thumbs up and said, "Good luck." The old man left happily. While walking, he was thinking about the beautiful and touching love story he was about to write. He was so absorbed in it that he fell on the halfway up the mountain and a bag fell on his head. But he didn't care at all. The pain in his body wouldn't affect his wealth in spirit. The second morning, just at dawn, the elder elf took out a long story. At such an old age, he actually stayed up late to write a love story. Even if he was an elf, he was barely able to withstand it. With 2 dark circles under his eyes, he looked very strange. However, when people started to do what they liked, no matter how tired they were full of energy. He actually ran to Rob's chapel yard early in the morning and sat opposite the stone table, waiting for Rob to get up. As soon as Rob came out and sat down on his stone stool, the old man took out his own script and began to explain it. It was not until he got Rob's confirmation that he said happily, "Do you think this can be shot?" Yes, although Rob felt that his story was a little old-fashioned, he guessed that people in this era would not mind it. After all, movies were new things, and even the audience would watch them with great interest. The elf elder chuckled and said, "Then I'll go to prepare the actors now. I'll find the most beautiful elf girl and the most handsome elf boy to shoot the most sad and beautiful love story." Just as the elf elder said this, a dragonhawk knight suddenly flew over from the sky and landed beside the 2 of them. The knight hurriedly reported, "Sir, I found a small group of wolf knights moving in the forest 6 miles away. What should we do?" The elf elder turned around and hit the head of the knight with his walking stick. "Deal with this kind of small thing by yourself. Don't interrupt my art explanation." The dragonhawk knight was speechless. Being bullied, the knight called out a small group of elf archers to pack up the wolf knights. The elf elder went to arrange actors and actresses to prepare the magic props. Rob was having breakfast when he suddenly saw the transmission portal behind the chapel rippling with a purple light. Then several guards jumped out. After confirming their safety, they bowed to him, and one of them returned to the portal. Dozens of seconds later, the guard brought a beautiful woman through the transmission portal. She was the daughter of the Lord Chamberlain. Her features were pure and beautiful, and she looked quite innocent. She was really a good choice to act Princess Sisai. Today, she wore a long pale yellow dress, which was decorated with various jewelry, making her look bright. Unfortunately, this kind of dress would completely cover her legs. She used to like wearing gorgeous silk stockings, but now her long legs were covered by the skirt, which made Rob a little unhappy. She took up the dress with her hands and made a curtsy to him from a distance. Then she came over in an elegant manner. While walking, she looked askance at the chapel next to her. Rob could guess it without thinking. She wanted to see Rob Smith. Alas, why did these women have a romantic brain? You can't learn from me. I devoted myself to her career. Oh, no, it was all about laziness. It was troublesome to fall in love with someone, and it was troublesome to coax a woman. It wasn't better than being lazy. The daughter of the Lord Chamberlain came to Rob and bowed again. "Godfather, my father said that you wanted to shoot a love movie called Princess Sisai. He asked me to act, so I came." Rob smiled and said, "Did you voluntarily come here, or did you just follow your father's orders? If it's just your father's orders, but you don't want to do this voluntarily, I won't force you." The daughter of the Lord Chamberlain blushed and said, "I wanted to come to Westwind Town by my own will." "Oh? You just wanted to come to Westwind Town, not to act in a movie?" The daughter of the Lord Chamberlain said, "I'm willing to do anything as long as I can come to Westwind Town, so I'm willing to act in the movie." "Okay, as you like. But Rob Smith is busy with his study, so he doesn't have time to see you." "Ah," the daughter of the Lord Chamberlain obviously showed a very disappointed expression. She glanced at the chapel next to her, but she didn't know which room Rob Smith usually lived in, so she didn't even know which window she should look at. She could only glance around and then said pitifully, "He is so busy with his study that he is so busy now." Then, after saying half a sentence, she stopped in a hurry, but Rob had already sensed it. He guessed that this sentence should be, then what's the use of me coming to Westwind Town? Rob was speechless. Women, falling in love is really troublesome. If you have such an idea, can you still shoot the movie next? No, I can't ruin a great movie. I have to find a way to cheer up the actors. Rob had no choice but to say, I've thought it over just now. The male lead of the movie hasn't been decided yet. Why don't I let Rob Smith be the male lead? Oh, the daughter of the Lord Chamberlain was overjoyed. Really? Isn't he very busy with his study? Rob said, acting in a movie is also a kind of learning. People can't just know fighting and killing, but also have some art recuperation. So I'll let him shoot a movie to cultivate his character. The daughter of the Lord Chamberlain nodded her head like a chicken pecking rice. Okay. Please make him the male lead. He will play the male lead, and I will play the female lead, right? Wow, I'm suddenly interested in acting. Rob was speechless. The daughter of the Lord Chamberlain quickly approached him and asked in a low voice, Godfather, is there a kissing scene? Rob was speechless. Judging from your expression, it seems that there is no kissing scene. Can't you add it temporarily? Rob, even if there is a kissing scene, it will sacrifice you. Godfather, I don't mind sacrificing myself for the art. There is no need to shoot at a different. When the two of them were having a good time, the sound of flapping wings came from the sky again. The Dragonhawk Knights flew over and landed beside Rob. A tall female archer jumped off the back of Dragonhawk. She bowed to him and said, Godfather, the army of the monsters is a little restless right now, as if they are about to organize their third attack. The monsters have attacked Westwind Town twice now. The first time was with harpies, murlocs, and wolf riders. The second time was with lava giants, caterpillars, and the kobolds. If the monster army attacks again this time, the number of troops they will send will definitely be more than the previous two, and it will be more difficult to deal with. Our elder is now obsessed with writing the script, so we can't count on him, so I'm here to ask Godfather's opinion. They want to come here for the third time? Rob said with a snicker, it's just in time. The first movie of The Lord of the Rings has achieved a great success. I'm about to start shooting The Lord of the Rings, The Two Towers. There is a large-scale urban defending battle in this movie. Since the monsters want to take the initiative to be the mass actors for us, we can only thank them from the bottom of our hearts for their cooperation. Sweat broke out on the elf archer's forehead. Godfather, the monsters are coming to attack the town. It's a big deal, a disaster. Why are you thinking about shooting a movie? Oh my God. Our elders and Godfather can't be relied on anymore. It's over. Don't make a fuss. Rob rested his hands on the back of his head and lay on his stone stool. He thought for a while. The most important scene The Lord of the Rings, The Two Towers was when the monsters attacked Helm's Deep, which made the allied army of humans and elves desperately defend and resist the incoming monsters. In the end, Gandalf appeared with the reinforcements from Rohan and crushed the monsters in one go. This scene was easy to make in his original world. The castle of Helm's Deep could be made with computer special effects. However, Rob couldn't do computer special effects for now. He could only rely on reality. Although he didn't have to completely do the same thing as Helm's Deep in the original book of The Lord of the Rings, he couldn't casually build a few stones or walls to fool people. It was not a good time to waste cement in such a place. Where should I shoot the scenes of Helm's Deep? Rob was in a dilemma when he suddenly saw Commander Elsie coming over. He brushed his face every day as a routine. Godfather, good morning. I came to report to you the recent occurrences of the town. At the sight of his face, Rob suddenly remembered something. Right, Westwind Prison. Lillian, come and push me. Let's go to Westwind Prison. Rob said. Lillian came over with Rob's wheelchair. The section of road in front of the chapel had been invested by Rob himself to build a cement road. The original world cement road would take a lot of time to dry through wind, but it was very convenient in this world. It was easy to control the temperature and wind speed with a little bit of wind magic, and soon the cement road would be dried and solidified. Lillian pushed Rob onto the cement road. The wheelchair was moving smoothly and steadily. Now, this road had become the symbol of Westwind Town. Many townsmen would come to see the west view and walk around this cement road, which would make them feel as if they had become very extraordinary. Of course, the situation of this road was also reported to the Queen by number 32. It was estimated that Bright Road would also follow soon. Not long after, Rob arrived at the prison behind Westwind Town. Since the prison had a lot of prisoners, Rob was afraid that they would hurt ordinary people after they broke the prison, so he built the prison far away from the main town. The prison was backed by the valley. The walls were built high, and there was a gate in the direction of the entrance of the valley. It looked lofty and domineering, and it seemed that it could really be used as Helm's Deep. "Okay, I'll choose this place." Rob asked the head of the contracted labor, the mayor of White Birch Town, to come here. He pointed at the prison and said, "I want you to give this prison a small change. Here, put a few statues, and also several sentries here." He gave random commands. Anyway, he wanted the front of the prison to be more beautiful. It needed to be as mighty and domineering as a castle in the mountain. Of course, it didn't need to be as domineering as a big city. Helm's Deep in the original book looked like a small city guardian. In the evening, the Queen's call came again. "Damned man, I heard that you were torturing the prison in the back mountain, and it seemed that you'll use it as a castle for acting. Besides, there are many decorations indicating that it would be used to shoot a war scene. Is this preparing for the second movie of The Lord of the Rings? Is this going to be a grand offensive battlefield?" Rob said crossly, "You called me at night to ask me about the thing I said in the daytime. Westwind Town is really a mess. There is a lot of leaking everywhere. Did you install the micro bug and micro camera I gave you last time in my place?" The Queen snorted, "The people I sent to Westwind Town can monitor you openly, and even call me in front of you. Why should I use the precious strategic-grade magic items on you?" "Rob, it's reasonable and convincing." The Queen couldn't help but ask, "It's a good idea for you to transform the prison into a castle for acting, but the monsters are not so obedient. It's not that you ask them to hit wherever you want." "Well, I have my own way to deal with it in a second." Rob put on a forced face and said, "Believe it or not, the monsters will fight wherever I ask them to." The Queen snorted coldly, "The monsters weren't raised by you. Although you can control them with mind control and temporarily control a small group of monsters, you can't control an army." Rob smiled and said, "Shall we make a bet? I bet I can order this monster army to attack the prison of Westwind Town." The Queen snorted and asked, "What is at stake?" Rob said, "Let's bet like last time. I haven't seen the Queen's stockings and beautiful legs for a long time." Hearing this, the Queen's dignified face could not help but show a trace of embarrassment. She would never forget that last time when she made a bet with Rob in case he would not be able to sell the silk stockings. In the end, she lost miserably and was forced to wear black and white silk stockings to show to this man. "Can't you bet on something better?" The Queen pounded the table and said, "You can bet on jewelry, holy weapons, and even tax. Why do you have to bet on something like this?" "Oh, that's what you said," Rob said. "If I bet 20,000 people, do you dare to bet? If you win, I will send all the people in Westwind Town to Bright Road. If you lose, you will move 20,000 people from Bright Road to Westwind Town." Well, the Queen was stunned. After a few seconds, she said in a low voice, "Let's bet on the stockings." "Ha ha ha. You are scared." "Humph," the Queen snorted coldly, "a wise leader will never gamble with his own people. It just happens that I am a wise person." "Well, that sounds good." "In fact, I'm afraid of losing," Rob said. Well, I won't make fun of you anymore. Now I'm here to let you see how I order the monster army. After saying that, Rob waved his hand in the air and took something from the air. With a swish, several pieces of cloth, leather, and the nails of some goblins, who had been killed last time when the monster army attacked, fell on the stone table in front of Rob. The queen asked, "What's the use of these things?" "To make something, of course." Rob used the tailoring class. Use, cloth, leather, goblin fingernails, make, goblin disguise. After 3 seconds, a strange coat appeared on the table. Rob put the coat on himself. In an instant, he turned into a goblin. He had a big green head, a short and thin body, and irregular bad teeth. He looked extremely stupid. Shualu, Suafa and Lillian were startled. Wow, what the hell? The queen on the other side of the crystal ball was also startled. What's going on? Rob snickered and said, I don't think so. This kind of clothes is called disguise, which can change the person's appearance. The one I made is called goblin disguise, which can change a person into this appearance. The queen was rendered speechless. Shualu rolled her eyes and suddenly understood what Rob was going to do. She could not help but feel happy. Give me one. I want one too. It's fun, and I want to play it, too. Rob laughed and said, okay. I'll get you one too. Let's go to make trouble together. The queen was rendered speechless. Rob casually rubbed his hands, and another goblin disguise was made ready. As soon as Shualu Rose put the coat on her body, she became a goblin in an instant. However, her goblin was obviously more beautiful than Rob. She had red skin, a slim figure, and gray hair. Her features were not so ugly, and her teeth were neat. It turned out that when a player put on the clothes in the game, the player's gender would be automatically determined. The man would turn green, and women would turn red, beautiful. The queen was rendered speechless. Rob put the camera used to shoot the movie in his bag and asked Shualu to carry it. He also handed a crystal ball to her and asked her to do the live broadcasting. Of course, this live was only transmitted to the LCD panel of the queen. Because what he was going to do next had something to do with the movie he was going to shoot. He didn't want to spoil the show and make the audience disinterested in the movie. Then he told Suafa to go to the prison to make some arrangements. Well, let's go, Rob said with a smile. Miss Queen, you can just watch how I make the monster army attack Westwind Prison. He held Shualu's hand, but in the eyes of outsiders, it was a green-skinned goblin and a red-skinned goblin. The two goblins jumped into the sewer with a smile. The dwarf sentry guarding the underground passage in the sewer was startled and was about to hit him with a hammer. Rob quickly said, "Don't hit me. It's me." The dwarf sentry was confused. Why is it the voice of the Grandmaster Blacksmith? Shualu giggled and said, "Don't hit me, too. Is this Miss?" Shualu's voice, the dwarf sentry shook his beard and asked, "What magic is this? You look exactly like goblins." Rob didn't explain. With a smile on his face, he pulled Shualu and squeezed past the dwarf sentry. "Watch the underground passage and wait for me to come back." The two of them hopped into the underground passage like ordinary goblins, and then ran with swift wind. Soon, they ran dozens of miles and arrived at the valley where the monster army gathered. Another 2 kobold sentries replaced the entrance of the underground passage. The 2 kobold sentries that were killed by Rob last time were burned to ashes by Rob, so no one knew that someone had invaded the temporary camp of the monster army. The monsters thought the 2 kobold sentries were deserters, but they didn't care. Anyway, the monster army was an army with poor training and loose management. It was not surprising that a few soldiers would escape. A kobold was a little surprised to see 2 goblins walking over from the cave. He raised his weapon and asked, "Where did you come from?" We just arrived from Westwind Town." Rob deliberately lowered his voice, with a kind of funny tone that was unique to him. "We scouted Westwind Town and then came back from the tunnel." The two kobolds looked at Rob and Shualu with vigilance, but they looked left and right. Both of them were goblins. Rob pretended to be very anxious and said, "We have learned very important military information, and we need to report it to the Demon King immediately." At this time, the queen on the other side of the TV was already in a bad mood. Smart as she was, she had already guessed what Rob was going to do. And according to her understanding of Rob, this cunning guy would definitely do it. Now the queen was thinking about something else. Oh, no. She was likely to lose. What kind of silk stockings would she have to wear this time? No. It would be embarrassing to wear anything. In the final analysis, it was all his fault. This damned man always had endless dirty tricks and strange moves. Where on earth did he learn these strange things? The two kobold sentries made way for them. Rob and Shualu walked towards the bottom of the valley, jumping like goblins. Last time they came here, they only looked down at the entrance of the valley and did not go deep into it. This time, they walked directly into the valley and could observe the monster army more carefully. Not all the races of the monster army gathered together in the valley. Many of them had conflicts with each other. If the Demon King forced them to gather together, they would have to fight. They were mostly divided into different races and stayed together in this valley. For example, the goblins were all in one place, and same with the orcs. Most of the intelligent monsters, such as goblins, ogres, and orcs, had already put up tents and temporary wooden houses. As for monsters with poor intelligence, such as thunderbirds, behemoths, and mammoth giants, they would find a cave or forest and lie down there. Shualu said in a low voice, 3 behemoths. It's so terrifying. The queen on the other side of the TV said at the same time, there are actually 3 behemoths. This is too terrifying. Rob asked in a low voice, what's wrong? Is this thing very powerful? Why do I feel that it's just ordinary? Shualu said in a low voice, everything is ordinary in your eyes, but to us, the behemoth is a very powerful super monster. Its combat power is even stronger than that of the angels and the skeleton dragon, but it can't fly and can only run on the ground. Moreover, it has a very low intelligence. If it meets angels and the skeleton dragon, it will be killed. Oh, I see, said Rob. In the real world, the strength of many monsters was different from that of the game world, because there were levels of monsters in the game world. Some very strong monsters would be very weak because of their low levels. For example, a level 20 flying dragon couldn't defeat a level 50 flying dragon, but in the real world, there was no level difference. Whether a monster was strong or not depended on its race. The flying dragon could beat goblins with its eyes closed. Therefore, Rob's understanding of the fighting capacity of the monsters was not as clear as that of Shualu. The two of them walked past the 3 behemoths. One of the behemoths was a little hungry. It raised its head and considered what to eat tonight with its stupid brain. Suddenly, he saw 2 goblins walking by. Although the demon lord had warned them not to eat their own people, once the behemoths got into a frenzy, it would not even obey the demon king's orders. It stretched out a huge claw, trying to catch the 2 goblins and eat them up. The huge claw was even bigger than Rob's head. It came horizontally with an astonishing momentum. Shualu was taken aback, and the queen on the TV also felt nervous. However, at this moment, Rob suddenly raised his head and glared at the behemoths. When the behemoth met Rob's eyes, it was frightened to the point that its entire body trembled. It became obedient and once again lay under the tree. Shualu asked in surprise, what did you do to it? Why did it become a coward all of a sudden? Rob chuckled and said, fear. Just scared it. Anyway, it's stupid. It won't tell anyone if it is attacked by fear, so what if I bully it? Shualu was speechless. The queen couldn't help but open her mouth wide in surprise. She had never heard of anyone who could throw fear on a behemoth, because this monster was extremely powerful and would not be affected by the fear of a mere human. Even the most famous hero in history couldn't do such a thing. The two of them continued to go deep into the middle of the monster army. The Queen also took the opportunity to learn the real strength of the monster army through the live stream. All kinds of monsters could be counted in detail, and the more she counted, the more shocked she became. She thought to herself, fortunately, there is a crazy man guarding the back for me in Westwind Town. Without the crazy man and his Westwind Town, if this army of the monster broke into the kingdom of Gran, it would have killed people everywhere. I can't watch my people being ravaged by the monsters. Do I have to send an army to deal with it? By then, if Mandra takes the opportunity to attack Bright Road, won't I die? When the two of them walked to the innermost part of the valley, they found that there was a crack in the ground, and there was a rugged road that went straight to the ground. They couldn't see it from the top, and they could only see it when they went deep into the ground. The two of them continued to go deep into the ground. Shualu was so moved that her hands were trembling with joy. If we go down here, maybe we'll see the Demon King City. You still came to see the Demon King City with me. Rob, don't be silly. This is just the temporary camp of the monsters. How could there be the Demon King City? At most, the Demon Kings prefer to live underground, so they deliberately found a place with a crack on the ground to camp. Shualu thought it over and thought it made sense, but she was still very happy. As long as she could see the Demon King, she would be very satisfied. For all the adventurers in the world, finding an opportunity to defeat the Demon King when they met him was definitely a record at the peak of their lives. The two of them continued to move forward in the crack. Along the way, they encountered some powerful monsters under the ground. They rolled their eyes and looked at the two goblins who went deep into the crack with strange eyes, which were full of ridicule and contempt. In order to avoid trouble, Rob saw the monsters along the way and said, "We have important military information to report to the Demon King." These monsters were much smarter than the behemoths. Hearing his words, they didn't bother Rob and Shualu. Instead, they not only made way for them, but also showed them the way. The two of them walked deeper into the center of the earth. After a long time, they felt the air become dry and hot. Shualu whispered, "Do you smell it?" Rob nodded, "The smell of a lava giant." The smell of the lava giant was actually the smell of lava and volcanic rock. The two of them took a turn, and their front became bright. The entire cave was imprinted with red lava that flowed through the cracks in the ground in front of them, and the red light it emitted lit up the entire cave. There were more than a dozen lava giants sitting or lying in the lava, floating and sinking in the lava. They wouldn't be melted by the high temperature of the lava, because they were originally monsters born from lava. Beside it, there was a high platform with a stone stool on it. A tall monster with long horns on his head, red skin was sitting on the stone stool. Shualu recognized him at a glance, an abyssal demon. "Oh, is there really one?" Rob laughed in a low voice. "Is it very powerful?" "Very strong." Shualu said, "Abyssal demons are even stronger than angels, and their intelligence is also very high. Unlike the behemoths, they even know magic and war skills, and can also have a complex class." Rob said in a low voice, "But the abyssal demon in my memory should have wings. Why doesn't he have wings?" "With wings, that's an abyssal archdemon, the top of the demons. This abyssal demon doesn't have wings yet, which means that he is just an ordinary abyssal demon, not an archdemon. Isn't that very delicious?" Rob asked. Shualu didn't know whether she should laugh or cry. Only you would think it's a demon's a dish. At this time, the Queen was also looking at the monster through the TV. She thought to herself, that monster race's intelligence is not low. They are smart and cunning. They can't be deceived easily. If I'm not mistaken, the man's plan should have been to fake intelligence, telling this monster that if he wanted to take down Westwind Town, it would be better to attack Westwind Prison first, and then coax him to do as he said. However, with the monster's cunningness, could Rob deceive it? Just as she was thinking about this, she saw Rob walk up to the monster and show him a strange smile. He was a creature with a mouth, a chin and an ugly face. When he grinned, his expression looked very insidious. The monster frowned and said, "Goblins, what information do you have? Say it quickly and get out of here. I hate your face." Rob chuckled and said, "My lord, when I was spying in Westwind Town, I found a weakness of Westwind Town. If you send an army to attack that place, you can easily destroy the defense of Westwind Town." "Oh," the monster showed a suspicious look. "What place?" "The reason why Westwind Town is difficult to attack should be that strange priest. As long as we kill that priest, we can destroy Westwind Town." "What does it have to do with where we send our army?" Rob said, "What I found is the secret of the priest. Under the ground of Westwind Prison, there is a jar, which contains the soul of the strange priest. As long as you break the jar, the priest will die. In this way, it won't take much effort to destroy Westwind Town." "Oh," the monster's face was moved. The queen couldn't help but feel a little moved. This damned man is so quick to react. It's obviously an impromptu fabricated statement after he heard the words of the monster. I didn't expect him to act so well to not show any flaws. The monster thought seriously and grinned, "Really?" Rob said, "Really? Goblins, you can't lie to me." The monster laughed and said, "You are lying. Although what you said sounds very attractive, my eyes can see through all lies, because I often make up lies. There is no doubt that you are setting a trap for me. Once I really send an army to attack Westwind Prison, your trick will succeed. This is what your eyes tell me." It burst into laughter and said, "I think you are goblins who have been trained by humans, aren't you? It's impossible to deceive me in this way, ha ha ha." Rob was speechless. Shualu was speechless. The queen thought to herself, "It's not easy to deceive abyssal demons." Rob shrugged his shoulders and said, "You were right, Shualu." Shualu shrugged and said, "If only I guess wrong. Humble goblins, go to hell. You must pay for lying to me." The abyssal demon roared and slapped Rob on the forehead. Then, the queen saw Rob grab the abyssal demon's wrist and throw it over his shoulder. With a super beautiful throw, the huge body of the abyssal monster was swung by a thin and weak green-skinned goblin, who spun half a circle in the sky like a windmill and slammed it on the ground. With a loud bang, the abyssal monster smashed the hard ground into a large human-shaped pit. This place was not an ordinary ground, but the ground formed by cold lava. It was very hard, many times harder than ordinary stones. However, when Rob casually dropped the demon, a human-shaped pit appeared on the ground, as if it was made of soft mud. The demon was a little dizzy because of the fall, and stars were springing up in his forehead. He couldn't figure out what was going on. What the hell is going on? It's just a goblin. Why does it have such great power to lift me, an abyssal demon, and throw me to the ground? This is impossible. The demon jumped up, roared and punched Rob again. Unexpectedly, Rob turned around and rushed to the back of the abyssal demon. He clasped its waist with both hands, and then swirled backwards. The German suplex. It was extremely fierce. The abyssal demon's huge body was lifted up again and spun in midair. His head heavily smashed into the ground, and with a thud, it went straight into the ground, forming a strange scene that the upper part of his body was inserted into the ground, and the lower part of his body was still exposed outside. Shualu clapped her hands and smiled. Sure enough, even the Demon King can't withstand a blow. The queen shook her head and sighed on the other side of the TV. She had guessed it would be like this. The Demon King was dumbfounded. It was thrown 2 times by one goblin. It felt that both its views on the world and the goblins were in a mess. Fortunately, it was powerful enough, and its forehead was hard enough. The hard ground was not enough to hurt him. It pushed hard on the ground with both hands, and then jumped out of the hole again. He wanted to punch Rob again. Rob raised one of his hands and shook it at him. "Stop it, or I'll throw you again." The Demon King pounded his fist at him. Therefore, 0.5 seconds later, with a loud bang, the Demon King was thrown to the ground by Rob again. "Rob, I told you not to attack me. Listen to me carefully. I won't hurt you." "Bastard," the Demon King was furious. He waved his hand and a big fireball came at Rob. Now it understood that if it punched this goblin, it would definitely be clasped, and then it would have to lie on the ground with its inexplicable throw skill again. In that case, it has to use magic. Anyway, the abyssal monsters cultivated both physical and magic, and they didn't need to chant when they performed attacking magic. They were born with the ability to instantly launch all kinds of magic attacks. Young abyssal monsters could shoot small fireballs in an instant, while abyssal demons could use fireballs, fire walls, lightning, ice arrows in an instant. Abyssal archdemons could even shoot all kinds of magic skills in an instant, such as summoning skills, instant transmission, and so on. The abyssal demon in front of Rob was not an abyssal archdemon, but an abyssal demon, but it was enough for it not to chant and perform all kinds of attack magic. The fireball was so powerful that it hit Rob's face at a close distance. It looked like it was going to hit him with an astonishing momentum. Rob was not familiar with the ability of the abyssal demons in this world. He didn't expect that this fellow could fire a fireball in an instant. This time, he didn't even have time to dodge. With a bang, the fireball hit his face. It didn't miss. It hit. The enormous magic power wrapped Rob's whole head. Both Shualu and the Queen were startled and shocked, fearing that something bad would happen to Rob. However, the flames were extinguished soon. Rob only lost 3,232 HP, and his face was not burned black. This was because he enjoyed the rules of the game. The characters in the game could not be burned black by magic. They would always be as handsome as they should be. Only equipment could change the shape of characters, and they could not be injured. Rob, who had a total of 999,999 HP, didn't even bother to heal such minor injuries. He could just wait for his HP to automatically recover. He rubbed his face with his hand and said in surprise, "You actually hit me without missing, and you even reduced 32 HP off me. You are really powerful." The demon was speechless. It was very clear about its own strength. The fireball it threw out couldn't even be withstood by those of the angel's race, but the man in front of it actually withstood it with his face. He wasn't even fazed, and he was still commenting on his own strength leisurely here. How could he be so arrogant? The demon's intelligence was not low. At this moment, it had already analyzed the gap between the strength of the enemy and his own strength. It was obvious that this goblin was too powerful to be dealt by him. It didn't dare to make any more hasty moves. It moved back a little and said in a deep voice, "What on earth do you want to say?" Rob chuckled and said, "You hit me with a fireball and then ask me what I want to say. How shameless are you? You at least have to let me hit you with a fireball. Let's talk about it again afterwards, alright?" When the abyssal demon heard this, he knew that something was wrong and quickly flashed aside. At the same time, Rob also raised his hand and pointed. A huge fireball as big as a train head flew out from his fingertip and smashed at the place where the abyssal demon had just stood. Fortunately, the demon had a high IQ and dodged ahead of time. It was no longer in its original position. The fireball as big as the train head scratched the demon's body. Although the huge heat did not directly hit it and just brushed past the demon's body. The abyssal demon was scared to death. The fireball missed its target and flew straight to a lava giant behind it. With a loud bang, the lava giant was burnt into red magma and flowed into the magma river below. The demon couldn't help but swallow. That was a lava giant, and even the extremely high temperature of lava couldn't burn it, because they were originally monsters born from the magma. They could swim in lava, but he didn't expect that a goblin could burn it with just a fireball. How powerful was his fireball? I didn't hit you. Let's do it again, said Rob. No, the demon quickly waved his hand and said, don't come again. I won't attack you randomly. If you have something to say, just say it. It would be better if you cooperated earlier. Rob pulled Shualu beside him, and then the two of them once again pretended to report the information, and said, Dear Demon King, we are Goblin Scouts. We learned that Westwind Town has a shortcoming, that is, as long as we take over Westwind Prison, we can defeat Westwind Town. Please send your troops to attack Westwind Prison. The Demon King was speechless. Why don't you speak, Lord Demon King? Rob raised his head and asked, do we still have to use fireballs to communicate? The Devil King covered his face with his hand, looked up to the sky and sighed. Then he shouted, Guards, pass the order. Send an army out to attack Westwind Prison. The Queen on the other side of the TV couldn't help but cover her face with her hands. She couldn't bear to look straight at him. This poor demon. The poor Demon King was bullied badly. Seeing that he became obedient, Rob didn't continue to bully him. There was still something useful he needed for the Demon King. Next, he would shoot the second and third parts of The Lord of the Rings, and there were also many scenes of humans fighting with the Demon King's army. It was not the time to deal with this guy. He chuckled and said, well, in that case, I'll leave first. When the demon heard that he was leaving, he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. This strange goblin, if he wants to take my throne, I really don't know what to do. Since he is leaving, it's for the best. I hope he won't come back again. It hurried to accompany Rob and Shualu in person, sending the two of them out of the crack and bowing, looking like a little traitor who led the way for the enemy. Previously, he had thought that Rob and Shualu were goblins who had been trained by humans, but when he saw that Rob was so powerful, he didn't think so. Now, what he wanted to know the most was where these two goblins came from. Rob wouldn't let it know. As soon as he walked out of the crack, Rob reached out and wrapped his arms around Shualu's waist. With a sweep, he flew into the sky and disappeared in the distant sky in an instant. Flying, the abyssal demon was shocked in his heart. With the intelligence of their race, how could they learn such a high-level rule technique? What kind of goblin was this? Well, it's useless to just guess. As long as they don't bother me anymore, I'll just send some monsters to attack Westwind Prison and deal with it. Rob was flying with Shualu. The two goblins were so ugly that the Queen couldn't be jealous on TV. Seeing that the scenery on the ground was retreating rapidly, the wind blew their hair, which made them feel very comfortable. Shualu could not help but laugh happily. It's also interesting to transform into a goblin to play with the Demon King. What an interesting thing to say. Rob said, if it weren't for the movie, I wouldn't have done such a thing. Shualu didn't complain anymore. She sighed and said, flying is so useful. When can I learn flying? I've heard that in the whole kingdom, only the once great wind magician, John Rowland Smith, has mastered flying. No other magician can do it, but you can easily do it. Well, this is not that great a skill. In the game, all magicians could use such magic to travel conveniently. Don't rush back. Let's fly up to the clouds and see if the angel race really lives in the clouds. Shualu said. No. Rob snorted and said, isn't that an adventure? I hate doing such things. Why do you hate going adventures so much? Because I'm tired of it. Shualu's eyes lit up. So, you used to be an adventurer? Rob, sort of. Then where have you been before? What powerful monsters have you killed? You are a strong man. The places you have explored must be beyond my imagination, right? Rob recalled his glorious years in the game. Strangely, the copies he had played and the boss he had played had all become blurred in his memory. What could still leave a deep impression on him now was only the players who had played with him. He couldn't help but show a nostalgic expression and sighed, Shualu, you will understand in the future. Adventuring itself doesn't matter. The most important thing is the person who would go on adventures with you. Therefore, I cherish my current life, but what I cherish more is my friends now. Speaking of this, he suddenly thought of something. He raised the crystal ball in front of him and said to the Queen on the TV, "Miss Queen, I also advise you that no matter what state hatred is, it is not as important as the people around you." The Queen snorted and said, "Don't say such hypocritical words to the screen with your ugly face." Unfortunately, the live stream camera was one way, so Rob couldn't hear her complaint. Soon, they arrived at Westwind Town. Rob and Shualu landed in the courtyard of the chapel. Of course, the two of them flew into the town in the form of their goblins, which made the elven archers in charge very nervous. Several archers shot arrows at them, and the Dragonhawk Knights flew over to fight against them. It was not until Rob showed his identity that he stopped attacking. "Elsie." Rob dropped to the ground, he took off his disguise and ordered, "I already gave you the script for the second part of The Lord of the Rings. You'd better prepare according to my requirements as soon as possible. Arrange soldiers to act in the battle of guarding the Helm's Deep. In this battle, there are also elf archers who are going to play a tragedy play of being killed to strengthen the cruelty of the war. In addition, you have to organize a troop of knights to rescue Helm's Deep at the last part. Right, you have to prepare a large amount of blood bags so that the soldiers can look dead in the battle." Elsie had read the script, so of course he knew what to do. He couldn't help laughing and said, "Godfather, there's no need for blood bags or something like that. Since you can help us come back to life, we should just let the soldiers grit their teeth. If they are really chopped to death by the orcs, they can just directly spurt out real blood, guts pulled, and beheaded etc. This kind of movie would look more real." "What the hell?" Rob laughed and cursed, "There's no need to do that. I'm telling you, although we're pretending to fight, the monster army is really fighting. Be careful not to get hurt in the battle, or it will be very painful." Elsie couldn't help but mumble, "Only Godfather is so kind." Rob laughed and cursed, "Go to hell." When the two of them were talking about this, the dwarf leader ran over from afar. His short legs turned very fast. Although he had short legs and small steps, as long as his legs moved fast, he could move fast. He rolled over like a big ball and shouted excitedly at Rob, "Grandmaster Blacksmith, we finally have a copy of the steam engine. It's a perfect copy." "Oh." Rob was overjoyed. "Bring it here to let me have a look." "It's coming soon. I just came to inform you first." The dwarf leader blew his beard complacently. Not long after, a big cart appeared on the cement road in front of the chapel, with a beautiful steam engine in it. The dwarves' skills were really extraordinary. It was a steam engine. If it was made by humans, it would definitely make look very rough. But the dwarves paid much attention to it. The things they made were not only practical, but also beautiful. The edges and corners were all handled smoothly, as if they had been coiled 10,000 times. The dwarf leader added a spade of coal into the steam engine complacently and lit up the fire. In a short while, the steam engine started and a bearing was rotating as fast as a spinning top. "Good job." Rob smiled and said, "Well done." "Of course not. It's not as good as the engine you used on that big train." The dwarf leader was a man of knowledge. He had observed the kinetic energy of the train and the steam tank, and knew that the engine was more powerful. However, when he learned that the only source of that engine was Rob, he realized that the engine couldn't be promoted. The steam engine, which could run with coal, was the thing that the dwarves should learn and imitate. The dwarf leader said proudly, "When we were making this steam engine, we found a few imperfections. We made some minor adjustments to make sure that it is better and more powerful than the one on the steam tank." "Oh?" Rob said with a smile, "That's good. In the future, you should also continue to do this research. Not only should you make it stronger, but also try to make it smaller." The dwarf leader nodded and said, "It's not difficult to make it stronger, but it's difficult to make it smaller, because it's burning coal." If you want to play with it, it has to at least have a furnace that can burn coal. Rob smiled and said, "Don't be depressed. Sooner or later, someone will make the mass production of oil. At that time, you can study the engine." The dwarf leader asked, "How do we do that?" "You need chemistry." Rob changed his tone. No, I don't need further development of alchemy. I think you can go to find your old opponent, the elf elder, and see if he can send out some elf alchemists to study the refining and purifying of oil." The dwarf leader said, "Don't even think about it. Oil is black and smells bad. The elves will never be willing to study it. I think it's better to leave it to the human alchemists." When the two of them were talking about this, they saw the elf elder passing by the chapel gate. While walking, he muttered, "Ah. I love you." Then he immediately changed his tone and said in a hoarse voice, "Do you really love me? I'm so happy." The dwarf leader was shocked. What's wrong with this man? Is he schizophrenic? Rob said, "I think he is just acting two roles by himself and is thinking of his own love story, The Woodlanders. It seems to be a story about two elves who have been in love for 1,000 years. I can't believe that you have wasted 1,000 years on relationships. How boring are these elves? If you spend 1,000 years on forging iron, how much treasures will they give out?" Rob was speechless. "What's wrong, Grandmaster Blacksmith? Don't you think I'm right?" "Right my A***." Rob said. "You have to learn to ask for the same but different from others and respect others' hobbies and lifestyle." The dwarf leader shrugged his shoulders and said, "I only respect you. Only you can play to the top in everything." "Well, I'm an exception. I can't be an example," Rob concluded with a smile. "Right, did you send someone to move the dwarven women and child into Westwind Town last time?" The dwarf leader said, "Of course, I have sent someone. Soon he will come with the wives and children." As soon as he finished speaking, a purple transmission portal suddenly opened at the cemetery behind the chapel. Then, a dwarf jumped out from it, and then a dwarf woman came over from the transmission portal. Rob almost pinched his eyes at a glance. The dwarf woman was so horrible. She was shorter than the dwarf leader, and her body was almost horizontally long. "Ah! My eyes! My eyes!" Rob screamed. "Humph! Grandmaster Blacksmith, you're good at everything else, but you don't know how to appreciate beauty," the dwarf leader said. "She's the most beautiful woman in our race. Every time I see her, I feel she's so beautiful. Rob, God! Help!" It seemed to be too early to call for help now. This, the most beautiful woman, was not the most terrifying. What was terrifying was that a large group of women who were uglier than her came out from behind. They came out one after another from the transmission portal, and in the blink of an eye, hundreds of dwarven women came out. Some were holding dwarves in their arms, and some were holding old dwarves. There was a saying that once you vomited, you would get used to it. Just now, Rob almost rolled on the ground. But now, Rob was able to withstand a group of dwarf women, which was called mental numbness. The dwarf leader said, "Grandmaster Blacksmith, after we move the whole clan here, we have to consider their livelihood. Do you have any good advice?" It turned out that the 800 soldiers were supported by Westwind Town because they came to Westwind Town to help the humans fight against the monster army. With such a reason, Westwind Town naturally provided them with accommodation and food, but they were not idiots. After staying in Westwind Town for a while, they had understood one thing: in fact, even if they came to Westwind Town to help or not, they could still defend the monster army. If they were not thick-skinned enough, they should have gone home obediently and no longer eat free food here. However, the research of the steam engine made them forget food and sleep, and they didn't want to leave at all. After living here for a long time, they fell in love with such a rich and happy place like Westwind Town, so they didn't want to leave either. Therefore, after moving the old women and children who stayed in their hometown, they should really consider their own safety. They couldn't live in Westwind Town for free all the time, could they? Even if the soldiers loved to eat for free, the old, the weak and the children would lose face. Rob smiled and said, to solve the problem of livelihood? I've already thought about it for you. The dwarf leader was overjoyed. Please give me some advice. Rob said, it seems that both men and women in your race are good at beating iron. Why don't you set up a Westwind Railway and Vehicle Construction Factory with your people as the core? From now on, you will be responsible for the construction of the railways and train. This is a big business. The dwarf leader got a little curious. This is a big business? Rob smiled and said, now it's time for Marion to talk to you. He sent someone to call Marion and Pobo. The two of them were cooperating with the Queen to set up the first railway from Westwind Town to Bright Road. At present, the railway was being built from both sides to the middle, and the work was going quite smoothly. However, there was no train available on this railway. Rob took the dwarf leader to Marion and said with a smile, Marion, you can order a train from this old man. In the future, if you need a customized train, you can ask this old man for help. He and all the people of his clan will make customized trains from now on. The dwarf leader was stunned for a moment, and then he understood. It turned out that the Grandmaster Blacksmith wanted him to make trains and sell it for money. This made him a little confused. Grandmaster Blacksmith, the train technology is so precious. I thought you taught me to make the train for you, but you actually asked me to make it for others? Rob laughed. Why do I need so many trains? Besides, the technology is not so precious. Hiding it like a treasure will only make it meaningless. Of course, I want you to make more for others. Pointing at Marion, he said, this lady has a very grand dream. She plans to make money using the first railway to support the second one. She plans to slowly fill the whole kingdom with the railways. She needs a lot of railways and trains. I'm afraid that you will have a lot of orders from now on. Ah, the dwarf leader now understood. This really was a big business. Maybe he could not finish it in this life, but his sons and grandsons could probably realize the goal of filling the whole kingdom with railways and trains after hundreds of years. This was indeed a good job that could be used to live a good life. Rob said to him, right, you have to pay attention to the way of production. Don't dig out an iron mine yourselves to make a train. If you dig out an iron mine and smelt them yourselves, then use alchemy to make steel, and then the train. Although you can make more money, it's very slow. This is a very inefficient way of production. You have to learn to buy directly from the mineral companies. It can save a lot of time to raise source materials, and you can spend all your time on making the train. Only in this way can you be more efficient. You just need to figure out the cost of purchasing materials, the labor cost, and the price at which the train can be sold to make money. The dwarf leader listened to him obediently and nodded. Got it. Can we start working now? Marion smiled at him and said, yes. Our railway almost reached the Nonley village. As the railway is going farther and farther, we urgently need a train to transport the sleepers and tracks. Now is the time for a train. Please make it as soon as possible. We are willing to spend a lot of money to buy it from you. The dwarf leader rushed to his clansmen and shouted, okay, everyone who can work, come. Now we need to mobilize the whole race to make a big train with the steam engine. The money we earn will be equally distributed to all the craftsmen. Come. The dwarves happily surrounded them, and even many dwarf women followed them. In the following days, the dwarves would be very busy. They had to build a big train while building an underground village suitable for the dwarves in the cave where the Crypt Lord had once lived. Of course, Rob would definitely give some help to the dwarves, but the main work would still be done by them. A few days later, the attack at Westwind Prison came. They fought fiercely. A huge monster army gave up attacking the main town of Westwind Town, but attacked the prison with all its strength. From the beginning of the battle, the monsters had gained a huge advantage. They didn't know why the powerful and abnormal priest didn't have any special performance this time. He was just wearing a very pretentious outfit and saying something on the walls. Next to him, someone was calling him Aragorn. They didn't know what it meant. The monster's brains were relatively simple, and they didn't think too much. Anyway, they could just attack the prison. Therefore, the huge monster army started a fierce war under the camera. Strangely enough, the joint forces of humans and elves somehow became very weak. They were in a mess after being attacked by the monsters. Those soldiers in steel armors, who were usually difficult to hurt by knives or fire, became weak. As long as the orcs drew their bows and shot arrows at them, they would scream, break a small bag, spill red liquid all over, and then scream and fall to the ground. The monsters' sensitive noses smelled and knew that it wasn't the smell of human blood. They couldn't help but wonder, what the hell? What's wrong with these humans? The weirdest thing was that there was a guy who looked cool and acted like an elf prince. He didn't shoot arrows, but took a sword and forced himself to fight with an orc. The orc waved a few times, but it didn't hit him. The elf prince screamed, fell to the ground, and spat out strange red liquid, dead. Knowing that he was still alive, the orc was about to stab him again when a voice shouted beside him, "Stop. You have finished shooting this section." As soon as the voice sounded, the elf prince on the ground suddenly jumped up. He cut the orc into several big pieces and shouted at the person next to him, "Director, how's my performance?" "Not bad," Rob said beside him. "It looked like you have really been chopped to death. However, you still need to show a more painful and struggling expression before you die. Find another orc and shoot it again." The monsters quickly gained the upper hand among the opponent's constant, fake deaths. Just as they were about to break through the gate of Westwind Prison, a white-haired old man suddenly appeared on the hillside next to them. He was wearing a white robe, holding a crutch in his hand. He roared, "The magician never arrives early, but he will never be late." Then he rushed down, and a large group of human knights appeared behind him. "Charge, charge!" The fake dead humans also jumped up and rushed towards the monsters. Battle of Helm's Deep, filming complete. Year 1345, November, winter began. The temperature began to drop sharply, and people's clothes began to become thicker. The naughty godfather was no longer wearing short sleeves and shorts, but wore a decent priest outfit. Well, in fact, it was just a black tube skirt. There was a cross hanging on his chest, and then he was as lazy as ever on his stone stool. The army of the Demon King, who had a good time around the prison a few days ago, was very quiet recently and did not attack again. Of course, no one knew that the Demon King had been beaten up by a goblin. Recently, he was doubting himself, so he was not in the mood to command anything to attack Westwind Town. Since the monster army hadn't made any progress, Mondra didn't dare to act rashly either. Meanwhile, the Queen was learning Rob's idea to maintain the safety of West Gran with the minimum amount military strength. She put more energy on the development of internal affairs, and tried to achieve economic development and wealth. In the future, she would send out senior soldiers with a total of 200 people to fight against her opponents. No one wanted to fight. Therefore, the whole kingdom ushered into a rare peace. In November, almost all the crops that should be harvested had been harvested. The farmers had entered the idle season, but Westwind Town was no longer a town with agriculture as the core. This place had been transformed into an industrial town, with a sense of prosperity. The three races, namely the human race, the dwarves and the elves, became more and more harmonious, and everyone's lifestyle was also affecting each other. Some humans lived in the dwarves' cave and the elves' tree houses, while some elves and dwarves bought houses in the town and lived like humans. The three races began to merge and slowly formed a whole. Even the dwarves occasionally began to chant a few poems, and elves would actually go to the tavern to drink and talk embarrassedly. In such a big environment, Godfather's City in Westwind Town and Elizabeth's Cinema City on Bright Road were ushered a brand new movie, The Lord of the Rings, The Two Towers. This was the movie that everyone had been looking forward to for a long time. On the day it was released, the movie tickets were sold out. Of course, there was another interesting thing that happened, which was, when the show of The Lord of the Rings, The Two Towers was displayed, there were also 3 movies that had been registered in the cinema. One of the 3 movies was directed by Rob in person, with Rob Smith as the male lead, and the daughter of the Lord Chamberlain as the heroine of the love movie, Princess Sisai. The second movie was written by the elf elder, Woodlanders. The third part was a political movie called The Queen's Struggle, written and filmed by the Queen. Since movies were new to the world, the audience would not be picky about them at all. No matter what movie you made, there was only one word: watch. Therefore, on the day of release, the box office of these 3 new movies was generally the same. However, since The Queen's Struggle was created by the Queen, most of the audience on Bright Road preferred to watch this movie. They wanted to see what kind of powerful movie their queen would produce. Therefore, The Queen's Struggle took a small lead at the box office. That night, Rob received a call from the Queen as usual. "How's it going?" "My new movie is awesome, isn't it?" The Queen's dignified face was actually filled with a smug expression. "My box office is a little fuller than your Princess Sisai." "Huh, how can your soft romantic stuff defeat my political movie?" "Oh." Rob smiled and said, "In fact, I have watched your movie today." "Did you see it too? Then you must have felt its powerful strength, right?" The Queen's face did not change, but her eyes slowly bent into the shape of a crescent. "Bow to your queen." "Don't be so cocky," Rob said. "But, with all due respect, your movie is going to hit the streets soon." "Do you believe it?" The Queen snorted and said, "Are you talking nonsense out of jealousy? The taste of lemon is very sour, isn't it?" "Well, it seems that you don't believe me," Rob said with a smile. "Let's wait and see. We can even make another bet." "A bet again?" The Queen's expression became very interesting. Last time she bet on whether Rob could mobilize the army of monsters to attack Westwind Prison, but it was Rob who won again. The poor Queen had to put on stockings and showed them to Rob, which made Rob's eyes happy again. She didn't expect that he would start a bet again in just a few days. The Queen said warily, "You want to bet on me wearing silk stockings again? Don't you get tired of it?" Rob threw up his hands and said, "I won't be tired watching it for 100 times. I really want to see it every day." This sentence was so crazy that the Queen was so angry that she almost overturned the table. But at the same time, she felt a little complacent in her heart. "Heh, you usually look down on me, but you are still infatuated with my legs?" She straightened her face and said, "Well, since you want to bet, of course I dare to. I won't let go of any chance to unify the kingdom. We'll keep the same bet. If my movie beats your Princess Sisai at the box office, you help me take back East Gran. If I lose, I'll wear silk stockings for you to see. Deal." On the second day, the box office began to change. After the blind buying of the movie tickets on the first day, people who entered the cinema on the second day had more choices. Because on the first day, the people who finished watching would tell the person who hadn't seen them. Then the person who hadn't seen it would have to measure whether his income was worth watching a movie. After all, most people in the world were still poor, and the tickets were relatively expensive. When several movies were displayed at the same time, they must consider which movie they would spend few silver coins on. Therefore, from the second day, the box office of Princess Sisai began to advance, and the Woodlanders was a few steps behind. The worst part was The Queen's Struggle. Her box office was far behind the first 2 movies. On the 5th day, the box office of Princess Sisai was still strong, but the Woodlanders declined significantly. As for The Queen's Struggle, it was miserable. Not many people were willing to pay for it anymore. There were only a few people sitting on the area, all of whom were from the noble circle, which forced the cinema to reduce the number of premieres for The Queen's Struggle. Princess Sisai, the favorite movie of the audience, was displayed the most. Finally, 10 days after the release, the Queen's struggle failed. Woodlanders made a small profit, and Princess Sisai was a hit. At dusk, the setting sun went down very early. The nearer winter was, the earlier the setting sun would be beaten and dragged down the horizon. It was getting dark. Rob sat on his stone stool, wearing a thick cotton priest robe, but he didn't feel cold. The elf elder sitting opposite to him wore a traditional elf moon cloth robe, smiling happily. "How's the movie going?" Rob asked with a smile. The elf elder's face lit up. "Huh, it's a good box office. Although I don't like money, I'm willing to see my own art being accepted." Speaking of this, Rob admired the old elf very much. He divided the box office of the movie he obtained for the other elves, and he didn't even take a copper coin. The elves lived in seclusion for many years and didn't have the habit of using money. On the other hand, the old man really didn't want money. He believed that the love story he created was art, and art couldn't be associated with dirty money. Rob smiled and asked, "Will you continue to write?" "Of course," the elf elder said proudly, "the success of Woodlanders has pointed out a direction for me. In the future, I will also create more artistic works and make good use of the greatest specialty of our elf clan." At this moment, the crystal ball lit up. It was from the Queen. Rob answered the phone and immediately saw the Queen. She had a long face and looked very depressed. She looked at Rob helplessly. Rob said with a smile, "Miss Queen, what made you unhappy? Tell me." "Humph. You know the answer." The Queen pounded the table and said, "No one is watching my movie." "Huh!" The elf elder burst into laughter. The Queen was enraged. "What are you laughing at?" The elf elder quickly straightened his face and pretended to be serious. No, how can I laugh at the noble Queen? I just choked on water and spat it out. I'm definitely not laughing." The Queen couldn't really argue with an old man. She had the morality to respect the old and love the young. She said gloomily, "You are a good person. The box office earned a large sum of money for your clan. I am really upset that a carefully filmed movie was only popular for one day, and then went from bad to worse. I really don't know what the problem with my movie is." "Don't you know?" the elf elder said in a tone of a successful warrior teaching the loser a lesson, and said earnestly, "Your movie lacks artistry." "Artistry?" The elf elder said, "Yes. It's something that can touch people's heart and make resonate people's souls. Look, my movie is about love. This kind of love that spanned 1,000 years is moving." In fact, the Queen had also secretly watched the Woodlanders. She was deeply touched by the love of the two elves in the movie, and she even shed a few tears, so she did not refute the elder's words. She only frowned and said, "But, this is also in my movie. When I wrote The Queen's Struggle, I was moved, as if I was writing my story, directly pointing out my soul. I think it is very artistic." The elf elder thought it over and found that it made sense. He couldn't say anything. Rob said, "Come on. How many people in the world have been the Queen? Who else can be as resonating with the movie as you? In the eyes of ordinary audience, it is just a dull, unfathomable, big mess." The representatives of several forces and the Queen of a young age were chatting there, chatting, and chatting for more than an hour. The only thing that can be called a bit interesting is the short part when the little Queen was chased by the enemy, but the scene was gone after only a few minutes. Ordinary audience don't even know what they are watching after watching a movie mostly comprised of talking. "What are you talking about?" The Queen pounded the table and said angrily, "I've thought for a long time before I came up with those dialogues. Every sentence contains great wisdom, and every word represents the tension of a political game when both parties rack their brains to take advantage of each other. After the ministers saw it, they said that it's good and everyone benefits a lot." Rob threw up his hands and said, "That's because the ministers are also in your circle. They usually like to talk in such an awkward way, but ordinary people don't like it. Who can bear to dig a hole for others to jump in every word he says? The Queen said, that's because they don't know how to appreciate such a challenge. It's not my fault. Rob shook his head and said, your words remind me of many street thugs who have just begun writing novels. Their theory is, my writing is excellent. The reason why it is not popular is that the audience won't appreciate it. The Queen snorted. Well, don't be so sentimental. You should know to face your own failure and mistakes frankly. Rob said, think about it carefully. In terms of the number of people, are there more ministers than ordinary people? Think carefully what kind of audience your products are aimed at. The Queen frowned and said, of course I know that the number of nobles is far less than that of ordinary people, but goods like sugar, pepper, silk stockings are also aimed at the nobles. They can also make a lot of money. That's because these things are sold at a high price. Even if the target is little in number, they can still make money. But for movie tickets, whether poor or rich, whoever buys movie tickets will have the same price. The Queen was suddenly enlightened. Damn it! It turned out that the problem was here. Do you want to raise the price of the movie? Rob squinted at him and said, I advise you not to commit suicide. The Queen did think of this idea just now, but it was denied by Rob in a flash. Forget it. I'll just admit defeat in the bet. When there was no one at night, she had to put on the silk stockings again and show it to the man. Fortunately, she had already shown it to him 2 times, and she was not as shy as before. Now she was thick-skinned and could bear it. She changed the topic and said, right, in the past 2 months, I heard that your sewer has been completely repaired and put into use. Yes, Rob said with a smile. Just yesterday, the sewer has just been put into use. Now, the residents are allowed to connect to the sewer through pipes, and the houses in several neighborhoods are also connected to the sewer through pipes. Since there were 2 caterpillars in the tunnel, the construction of the sewer in Westwind Town had sped up greatly. They could dig out several miles of the sewer in a day. In the past, the workers had to spend a long time on digging and moving mud, and they had to spend a lot of boring time. However, with the help of the caterpillars, these 2 processes could be skipped. Workers only need to repair the holes dug by the caterpillars, reinforce the walls, prevent landslides, brush cement, open trenches, etc., saving time and effort. So the following work went quickly and finally the sewer was put into use. The Queen had already received number 32's report, and even got the drawing of the sewer. Therefore, she was no longer interested in the structure of the sewer, but she was very interested in the town after the sewer was put into use. Hey, damned man, take me to Westwind Town. It took you several months to finish the sewer. I really want to know what's the use of it. But I don't want to move. The Queen said crossly, don't think I don't know. You always rely on your maid to push your wheelchair when you go out. You don't need to move even if you take me to the town to have a look. Being ridiculed face to face, Rob didn't blush at all. His face was so thick that it was almost crazy. Forget it. Since you are so eager to see the scenery, I'll take you to see it. Lillian, wheelchair. So, a warm scene began. On the cement road of Westwind Town, which had just been shrouded in darkness, Lillian, dressed in a maid's uniform in black and white, pushed the lazy priest and began to take a walk. Above her head, there was a rising moon with stars all over the sky. The town was ablaze with lights everywhere. The scene was beautiful, but Rob kept complaining, destroying the beautiful night. It's so late, but you, a crazy woman, wanted to visit the town at this time. Are you out of your mind? You know I'm very busy during the day, so only at this time can I be free, the Queen said. Don't talk nonsense. Anyway, you know all kinds of magic and skills. If you use them, you can light up the surroundings, right? Okay, you are right. Rob casually threw out a light ball. A shining light ball flew up and crossed the street, illuminating the whole street. The Queen on the crystal ball took the opportunity to observe Westwind Town. Although she had always known the current situation of Westwind Town through the reports of number 32, number 8 and the others, the reports she had heard are always different from what she could see with her own eyes. What she had seen with her own eyes was always more intuitive. She didn't know whether she should look at it or not. The flat cement road extended in the center of the 2 rows of houses. In general, towns have ditches on both sides of the road, and domestic water in residential buildings is drained through the ditches. However, there are no ditches on both sides of the road in Westwind Town. Even the places where there were ditches were filled up. All the water that were discharged through the ditches had now been directly discharged into the sewer. The ground of the town was clean and tidy. It had just rained yesterday, and there should be water everywhere on the ground, but there was not even a single puddle on the ground of Westwind Town. The Queen couldn't help but ask, "Where is the garbage?" Rob smiled and said, "Most of the residents consciously don't throw away the garbage. They all throw their garbage into a special trash can." "Why?" the Queen said, "Commoners don't like to be clean. They like throwing away garbage the most." Rob smiled and said, "That's because the environment itself is dirty, so they will casually throw away the garbage. But if the environment looks very clean and tidy, then those who want to throw away the garbage will think about whether they should throw away the garbage in such a beautiful place. After careful consideration, most of them will not throw them away. Only a few bad people would throw garbage like that here. After catching such people, they will be severely punished." The Queen seemed to understand something. She was clear that the environment made people. Although she was the queen of the kingdom, she was not a neat freak. She was not as particular about cleanliness as some noble ladies. The reason was that she had been living in exile since she was a child. In that case, she had no time to care about that. But if she had grown up in a well-off environment, she would never be able to bear the poverty of her palace, where she couldn't even find a piece of jewelry. A clean environment could also guide the townsmen to become clean, and if a few people don't follow, they would be severely punished. The Queen silently kept this in mind. Rob walked quickly around the town, and the Queen soon noticed that there was almost no water pipe on the ground. Like Bright Road, Westwind Town used a huge tower to supply water for the area. In this way, it was inevitable that many huge water pipes were set on the roadside, or even on the roofs, and then followed by many small water pipes. These water pipes were not beautiful and were prone to getting damaged by something like a carriage. Once it was broken, it would cause a large amount of water to be wasted and affect the water supply of a large area. However, there was no huge pipe on the ground of Westwind Town now. She could only see some small pipes on the walls of the houses. The smart Queen of course knew that the pipes had been moved through the sewer, so the ground was cleaner and tidier, and it could also protect the pipes from being accidentally damaged. "This system is really awesome," the Queen said. "After looking at the example, it's almost time for me to do it as well." "Oh? You have the money to do this on Bright Road?" said Rob. The Queen smiled proudly. "Do you think I'm always poor?" However, after she said this pridefully, she suddenly changed her face from being prideful to a serious one. "Thank you for your guidance. In the past year, I have been using some of the measures you taught me, such as reducing military strength, using a minimum number of soldiers to defend the city, and developing my economy with great strength. Large-scale production, using advanced tools, and detailed division of labor." All right. She listed a long list, and it took a long time for her to finish it. At last, she concluded, "This autumn harvest, we still use the method of not taxing ordinary people and taxing only the factories and businessmen. As a result, we collected a lot of money." "Oh? Really?" Rob smiled and said, "Congratulations." The Queen's eyes were extremely complicated. "I always thought you were lying to me, but it was not until this tax payment that I realized that the money you took from me was nothing at all. What I got from you was far more than what you took from me. This should be considered a sincere gratitude." As far as Rob knew about the Queen, she had never said such words to anyone. But now she said it so frankly to Rob, which overturned the impression he had always thought of her a bit. "Hey," Rob said, "you are not like this at ordinary times. I'm not used to your sudden sentimental behavior. You jump up and complain to me. You lift your table and fight with me. That's your style." The Queen snorted and said, "It's rare for me to be gentle to others. How could you ask to be scolded?" Rob said, "I just feel that your setup is going to collapse." "No way." Just as the Queen was speaking, a guard suddenly came over and whispered something in her ear. The Queen's face suddenly became extremely pale. She whispered, "Really?" "Yes, it's true," the guard said, "the spies have brought all the videos that have been recorded secretly. Please have a look." After saying that, the guard handed over a small box, which was a videotape used to store patterns and sounds. The Queen took the box with a complex expression on her face. Rob asked, "What's wrong? Why do you look so strange?" The Queen said, "Damned man, please go back to the chapel at once and call the Princess of East Gran, Russ Belmont Dracula, to watch something." Hearing her serious words, Rob was interested. "Oh? Did you take a video of something from East Gran? Why did you ask the big loli to come with you? Anyway, ask her to come here." Rob became interested and asked Lillian to push him back to the chapel. It was late at night. There was no night life in the Middle Ages. Most people had to sleep in the dark. Rob asked Lillian to call Russ, but this call woke up all the women in the room. Shuelu, Little E, the two light nuns, the big loli. These girls were all wearing tube nightgowns. There were only two people, Lillian and Suafa, who weren't. They wouldn't sleep before Rob fell asleep, so the two of them were still wearing black and white maid clothes. The group of people gathered around the stone table, looking at the crystal ball on it. The Queen pointed the crystal ball at the videotape, and then used the switch of the box. A magic projected image was unfolded in midair. The video was a little blurry and not very clear. It seemed that the magic tool used to record this video was not very good. In the video, it was a magnificent palace. Few people present could recognize where it was, but the little girl exclaimed, "Ah! This is the royal palace of East Gran, the meeting hall of my father." Rob guessed what was going on as soon as he saw the trash video. "Oh, my lady, is this the picture taken by the micro camera I sold you last time?" "Yes," the Queen said. "After you sold it to me, I handed it over to the spies of my kingdom. It took me a lot of effort to install it in the meeting room of Mondra. In fact, it was too large. It was discovered by the cleaning servants several times. Fortunately, the servants didn't know what it was. They thought it was just an ornament, so they didn't take it off." Rob shrugged and said, "I had no choice." The little girl next to him had a very bad expression on her face. The Queen went to her home to take videos secretly and even asked her to come watch. It was really hard to spit out. At this moment, something happened. A middle-aged man about 40 or 50 years old walked up to the camera and sat on a chair. This man looked thin, with a slightly long face, a pointed chin, and a sinister and deep temperament. The little girl recognized him at a glance. "It's my father. Mondra." Rob said, "Oh, your father looks like this. Why does he look like a bad man?" "That's right," the little girl actually helped Rob to speak against her father, "he is a bad guy." Rob didn't know how to retort this time. It seemed that the relationship between the father and daughter was quite bad. At this time, another man came into the picture. He was wearing the uniform of a bishop. It was obvious that he was an important member of Church of Light. He was a little fat and had a staff in his hand. This time, it was Little E and the two light nuns who were called at the same time, "Ah! The Archbishop of the Church of Light." The Queen said, "Humph. That place is called a Chapel of Darkness now." Little E and the two girls didn't argue with the Queen. They just stared at the archbishop, who was the highest in command appointed by the old Church of Light in the Kingdom of Gran and was in charge of the Templar Knights. More than a year ago, Little E and the two light nuns had full respect and worship for him, but now when they looked at him, they felt that they couldn't respect him at all. Rob said with a smile, "Miss Queen, it seems that you have secretly recorded something between Mondra and the Church of Light, right?" "No. It's not like that," the Queen said. "There will be someone more unexpected to you soon." "Oh?" The two of them sat on two chairs, seeming to be waiting for someone. The two of them talked from time to time without any interest. At this time, the space in front of the two of them suddenly twisted, and then a black magic array was activated. Then, a red-skinned monster with horns on its head emerged from the magic array. "Ah! It's an abyssal demon. It's the demon we saw in the crack of the ground last time." Of course, Rob recognized it at a glance. "Wow, this guy can teleport. Monsters are really powerful creatures." The Queen asked, "Did you get the key point wrong?" Rob shrugged and said, "Oh, yes. The point is that the abyssal demon actually ran to see Mondra and the Archbishop. It's interesting." As soon as the demon appeared, Mondra said, "Mr. Demon, we have made an agreement that you will make trouble within the territory of Westwind Town and I will attack Bright Road head-on, but you haven't achieved anything yet. This is different from our agreement." A hint of anger flashed across the monster's face. "I encountered a small problem here and need to solve it. After I solve it, I will go all out to attack Westwind Town." "Mondra, isn't there just one powerful priest in Westwind Town? You can't even kill a priest, so I have to doubt the ability of the demon race. That priest is not worth mentioning. Sooner or later, I will find a way to kill him," the demon said. "I was just distracted by something else." The so-called other thing referred to the strange goblin. Of course, the poor goblin did not know that Goblin was a priest, or he must have been pissed off to death now. Being beaten up by a goblin was a great humiliation to the demon. Of course, it would not take the initiative to tell Mondra and the Archbishop, so it skipped the words just now. He turned to them and said, "I'm asking for help from other abyssal demons. Soon, other abyssal demons will come to help me. Even my father, an archdemon, can also come. They will help me solve that small trouble, and then, even Westwind Town can be captured." Hearing this, the two of them, Mondra and the Archbishop, couldn't help but be moved at the same time. A lone abyssal demon was already tricky enough. Did this fellow still need to summon his own race? It sounded that there were more than one of them, and there would be an archdemon coming. This was a very powerful battle force. The two of them looked at each other and saw excitement and worry in each other's eyes. The reason why they were so excited was that these powerful demons could help them to mess up the West Gran, and the reason why they were worried was that if these demons were too powerful, it would be a little troublesome for them to deal with these demons after they defeated West Gran. However, although it was troublesome to deal with the abyssal demons, it was better to deal with that persistent woman. He had to deal with that woman first. The woman who took the Orthodox bloodline and got the full support of the Church of Darkness in the Kingdom of Gran was the most difficult thing for Mondra and the Church of Light to remove now. In that case, we'll wait for your good news. Once you break through Westwind Town, I will immediately attack Bright Road. We will work together and try to kill that woman in one go. After that, I will give you several cities as agreed before, so that you can establish a kingdom made of demons, and the residents of these cities are all yours." As soon as he said this, the little girl's face turned pale. It was so white that there was no trace of blood left. Sadness, despair, anger and all kinds of emotions were written on her immature face. The Queen snorted, "You bastard Mondra. Did you hear that?" Rob, who had always been kind to others, couldn't help but sigh. Shit. This person can't be called a human anymore. The demon let out a burst of weird laughter. In fact, it was very clear that even if Mondra really gave him a few cities and some townsmen to eat, he was just pretending to coax him. When he becomes careless, Mandra would immediately attack and kill him. If those cities were burned to ashes, then all the crimes would be covered up and no one would know. The smart demon had already made up his mind. When Mandra and the queen were both injured, he would go out and take advantage of the situation. He would kill the queen and Mandra and turn the whole kingdom of Gran into a kingdom of demons. At that time, all the people of the kingdom of Gran would become livestock kept by the demon. Both sides grinned mischievously. The people who were watching the video couldn't laugh at all. Mandra, are you here just to say that? Demon, of course not. I come here because I have a request to the Archbishop of the Church of Light. Oh, the Archbishop sat up straight and said, as long as we can destroy the Church of Darkness, we can discuss your request. The demon said in a deep voice, the hometown of our demon race is in the territory of the Jinghong Mountains, which is the territory of the Kingdom of Norma and also the area of influence of the Old Church of Light. Once the reinforcements are sent to me, our hometown strength will be weakened. Therefore, I need the Church of Light to promise me that when our demon race goes all out to deal with West Gran, there will be no military action against the demons in the Jinghong Mountains. Otherwise, our race will have to think it over before and join hands with the Queen to deal with you. Oh, I see, the Archbishop put on a serious face and said, I can promise you now that I will not send a single soldier to the Jinghong Mountains during this period. Please do your best to defeat West Gran. The demon said, it's useless to just make such promises. In addition to the soldiers, there are also some guys who always come to the mountain to make trouble. The Archbishop thought about it seriously and asked, are you talking about those adventurers? That's right, the demon said, although these guys are not as powerful as an army, they are also very troublesome. You have to be responsible for dealing with them, or our demon race will not be able to fight against West Gran with all our might. Got it, the Archbishop said with a cruel and evil smile on his face, these reckless adventurers are really annoying. We have long been disgusted with them. It's easy to solve this problem. As long as our church pretends to issue adventure tasks, gather them together, imprison them, and even secretly execute them, there will be no problem. Shualu almost overturned the table. Damn it! I'm not going to go on an adventure. I have to go to East Gran and kill this damn Archbishop. This is what I must do most now. Little E and the two nuns couldn't help but shake their heads. Although they no longer believed in the Old Church of Light, they still felt very sad when they heard the Archbishop say so. Very good, the demon chuckled. Then I wish us a pleasant cooperation. After saying that, the black magic array on the ground was activated again. The demon slowly drilled into the ground and disappeared. Only Mandra and the Archbishop were left. The two of them looked at each other and chuckled. Stupid demons. Let's teach these demons human intelligence after we kill West Gran. The video ended here. Both sides of the crystal ball were quiet, and no one wanted to speak. After a long time, the big loli said in a cold voice, if I want to protect the holy light, the first person I have to kill is my father. Otherwise, how can the holy light come to this world? Don't do that, Rob said. There are many ways to protect the holy light, but they don't include killing your father by yourself. Even if your father is bad enough, you can ask someone else to do it for you, because you are not alone in carrying the whole world. Little E sighed, I want to mobilize all the followers of the new Church of Light to start a holy war against the old one. No. Don't do that, said Rob, if you really start a holy war like this, then your new Church of Light will be no different from the old one. I believe that the old Church of Light was also once a pure organization when it was just established, but it gradually changed after a few holy wars, because the archbishops will find that the holy wars are very good. It can bring power and wealth, so the heart of the archbishop will be corroded. If you don't want the new Church of Light to become the same as the old one, never start a holy war. Rob's words made both the little girl and little E silent. However, he turned to Shualu and thumbed up, I support you. Kill the archbishop. The queen said, hey, your bias is too obvious. You have refuted what Isher and Russ said, but only supported Shualu. I don't agree with such a crazy bias. Rob squinted. It's none of your business. I don't care whether it's my business or not, the Queen said. Save it. It's not unfair, Rob said seriously, it's a wrong idea. Of course I should stop them. As for what Shualu said, I don't think it's a problem at all. The damn Archbishop wants to gather all the adventurers and secretly kill them. What's wrong with Shualu if she wants to kill him? If this kind of thing happens, and she doesn't even want to kill the other party, then she is a waste who is always willing to be enslaved. He gave her a thumbs up and said, it's a good thing that you dare to resist power. With a bright smile on her face, Shualu asked, will you go with me? No, don't even think about it. Rob refused without hesitation. Such an insidious power holder, 8 out of 10 games will be killed by the players. I'm tired of killing this kind of person. You can find a way to kill him yourself. Anyway, don't come to me. Shualu was speechless. What's more, Rob suddenly smiled and said, you won't fight alone, because you will have a good ally. Who is it? Shualu asked. Rob pointed at the crystal ball and said, Miss Queen, Anne. The Church of Darkness behind her. He smiled at the crystal ball and said. Russ was speechless. The Queen snorted, are you satirizing me as a dog? No. Rob said, I'm satirizing the Church of Darkness, but not you. Although you look like faithful to the Church of Darkness, I understand that you have already lost your faith deep in your heart. The Church of Darkness is just a tool for you. In your heart, you must be thinking of dog biting dog, a dog, dog biting hare, but you can't speak it out. The Queen was rendered speechless. Rob crossed his legs and said with a smile, no matter which world it is, the people who don't believe in God encourage the poor to believe in God every day. What a miserable era. The Queen didn't deny it. From her point of view, she couldn't admit it, but she couldn't deny it either. She just took a look at Rob deeply and said in a low voice, you're right. I'll put this video on the cinema and send someone to secretly send it to the nobles of East Gran. I think, maybe a holy battle will really begin next. Unfortunately, it's really a pity when I really want to develop my internal affairs, but I can't miss such a good opportunity. With such a treasure in hand, if I don't make good use of it, I will feel that I'm wasting my life. Rob threw up his hands and said, I understand, but I won't support you. Anyway, it's up to you. On the second day, the 8 projection rooms of Elizabeth Cinema City suddenly stopped playing movies at the same time. Instead, they began to play a short video for free to all the audience. This short video was played by 3 main characters, Mondra, the Archbishop, and the Abyssal Demon. Their ugly faces were undoubtedly shown on the screen. As soon as the video was released, the public on Bright Road immediately exploded. Countless people rushed into the cinema and watched the video again and again. At the beginning, everyone was still studying the authenticity of the video. After all, there were not many civilians who had seen Mondra, but many civilians had seen the Archbishop. After countless people's careful study, they confirmed that the video was true. Then, public opinion went crazy. Although these people had been under the rule of Mondra for 16 years, many of them didn't take political struggles seriously. They just did whatever they wanted to do. However, the short video this time had refreshed all the commoners' values. Especially Mondra's words, I will give you several cities, so that you can establish a kingdom made of monsters, and the residents of these cities will be eaten by you. These words triggered the most sensitive nerves of the commoners. It was not until now that they realized that Mondra did not treat them as his subjects, or even as adults. He only treated them as a pile of meaningless meat to feed the monsters. Kill Mondra. We can't let such a fake king sit on the throne again. Only the Queen is worthy of the throne. Sure enough, only the official descendant can bear the throne. Those who get the throne by crooked ways must only know how to defend their rights by crooked ways. I'm willing to join the army of West Gran. Make sure I'm the first one to charge. I'm willing to join the army and fight for justice. The angry public decided to follow the queen wholeheartedly and no longer sway between the queen and Mandra. And what the archbishop said also touched the hearts of countless people. All the adventurers who were still active in the territory of West Gran were angry, and once these reckless adventurers were angry, it was also a power that could not be ignored. Countless adventurers immediately gave up their existing tasks and gave themselves the task of beheading the Archbishop of the Old Church of Light. There was no need for him to pay for this task. In other words, the reward was to make himself realize what they wanted. For a moment, many adventurers tidied up their clothes and set off for East Gran. They had their own ways to cross the border and sneak into East Gran, and they also had their own ways to sneak into the capital of Saints, looking for an opportunity to assassinate the Archbishop. Then, something more interesting happened. The spies sent by Mandra on Bright Road actually took the initiative to turn themselves in, because they could not accept that their king was such a scumbag. After the spies turned themselves in, they exposed more spies. Then, all the spy networks hidden on Bright Road were almost all uprooted by the Queen in an instant, and only a few leaders of the spies escaped from the chaos. Then, the messengers who were worried about the copy of the videos began to set out for East Gran. They sent the videos to the nobles one by one. At the same time when Mandra's plot was wildly displayed on Bright Road. "Godfather, do we need to show this video to the townsmen for free in the cinema?" asked Suafa in a low voice. "Of course," Rob said. "Do I even need to ask you this question? I thought you didn't like to get involved in this kind of thing. I thought you wanted to keep a low profile." Rob shook his head and said, "Although I don't like to get involved in this kind of thing, the public has the right to know it. I can't hide this kind of darkness from the townsmen. Of course, I won't add fuel to the fire like Miss Queen. I won't instigate the townsmen' emotions." Suafa understood. "We need to let the people know what's going on, and then let them decide how to deal with it on their own." "Yes," Rob said with a smile, "although most people are stupid without their own intelligence and education, they will always be stupid without their own brain thinking. If they often think, they will gradually become smarter. Even if they think in the wrong direction, I can still stand out to correct them. Take the copy of the video sent by Miss Queen to the cinemas, but we can't play this all day long like Miss Queen in 8 projection rooms. That's insane. Just put it at the end of every movie." Suafa nodded and took the video. Then, the townsmen of Westwind Town also got angry. It was not until now that they understood why the monster army always sent a lot of troops to attack this place. Even if it could be counted as the acting battle in Westwind Prison, the monsters had attacked this place 3 times. Moreover, from the video, the abyssal demon would gather more demons, and then Westwind Town would face a more severe test. Damn it! It's him who colluded with the abyssal demons to attack our Westwind Town again and again. You still call him king? Remove the word king. We don't have such a king. Judging from his tone, Westwind Town will be the place that's going to be sacrificed to the demon. He is going to give us all to the demons as food. I want to join the army and fight against him. Don't be silly. What the hell are you going to do? Even if you want to fight with Mandra, it is the army of the Queen. At present, Godfather's personal guard team in our Westwind Town only consider fighting with the monster army. Then let's deal with the monsters first, and then deal with Mandra. We have Godfather as our backing, and there is no battle that we can't win. Well, that's true. Let all the monsters come here. Godfather will clean up the big ones, and I'll clean up the small ones. I don't think you are right. An old town citizen shook his head and said, according to Godfather's character, he won't take the initiative to deal with Mandra. He will only sit on his stone stool and rest lazily. When Mandra calls him, he will easily pull Mandra to death. Is he qualified to let Godfather travel such a long way? Hearing this, the other townsmen were reasonable. Mandra doesn't deserve to be on the same level as our Godfather. Godfather, don't run so far for such a little guy. Right, Mondra is bad to his people, while Godfather is good to his people. I will always support Godfather. I will always support Godfather. After a deep discussion and exchange, the townsmen came to a conclusion that only Godfather was good in the world. His children were like treasures. If they threw themselves into the arms of Godfather, they would be able to enjoy eternal joy. Early in the morning, the sun shone brightly. Shualu was getting dressed and ready to go. She was as hot as ever today. She wore a silk robe which was rubbed by Rob. It was exquisite and generous, and had a high defensive power. Her weapon was also made by Rob. Gorda and Jike were also neatly dressed, coming from the cabin on the hillside, across a hillside covered with green grass, and stood in front of Rob. "Godfather, we are leaving now," said Gorda. "Are you sure?" Rob said, "I don't think it's necessary to go. We have to go. Someone plotted to deceive all the adventurers and execute them secretly. We have to kill this guy so that we can eat and drink in peace." Rob threw up his hands and said, "But it's useless to kill him. He is just a pawn sent by the Church of Light in the Kingdom of Gran. Even if you can kill him successfully, the Church of Light will only send a new archbishop. Then, the new archbishop will say something similar again." Gorda didn't answer. However, Shualu stood in front of Rob with a bright smile on her face. In other words, she was confident and bold. She said very seriously, "Then we'll kill the new archbishop as well." "Send another one? Kill him again until the Church of Light a good archbishop. This is how we take risks. Are you sure that there will be a good archbishop?" Rob said, "Look, it hasn't been long since he became the archbishop, but he has lost his humanity already. Do you really think that there are still kind and upright people among the archbishops and leaders of the Church of Light?" After careful consideration, Shualu shook her hot red hair and said, "Then I'll go to the Kingdom of Norma and explore the City of Saints and all the big shots in it, including the paparazzi." Rob smiled and said, "Your ideal is very rich, but reality is very bony. You are not strong enough to do that. There are so many adventurers in this world. As long as we gather them together." Before she could finish her words, Shualu laughed at herself and said, "Oh, that's impossible. If the adventurers are willing to join hands, they will not be called adventurers, but soldiers." After a pause, she continued, "Anyway, there must be a way. Adventurers are people who find a way to make something impossible possible." "A road to the mountain," said Rob. "This is really a way for adventurers to solve problems." "Well, then I won't talk nonsense. I can only say that I wish you a smooth journey, Anne." Rob took out 3 crystal balls, he handed it to Shualu and said, "There are 3 crystal balls here. They are mobile phones that can only be used to talk on the phone, but can't transmit images. If you 3 meet any problems that can't be solved, you can call me." "Right, this mobile phone is not a direct call. You can choose a target when you dial the phone, which means that you can also talk to each other." The cell phone was a new product developed by Rob recently. He used an emerald which could store data, to save a database and record the number of each crystal in it. Then, when he dialed a number, it would judge by multiple conditions. First, it would look for the number he wanted in the emerald's database, and then use the emerald to connect to the corresponding crystal ball. In this way, the structure of mobile phone base was formed. Thus, the crystal ball was no longer paired, but formed a network, which could connect the crystal ball that he wanted to connect to at will. Rob said, "Remember, the crystal ball in my hand is 000000, the crystal ball in Shualu's hand is 000001, Gorda X is 000002, and Jike's is 000003. Who do you want to contact? Tell the crystal ball this number when you make the call." "Gorda, why do I have to use numbers? I'm not good at memorizing numbers. Can't I use their names?" Rob snorted, "Do you know how many people in this world are called by the name of Gorda? When they all have mobile phones and tell the crystal ball to call Gorda. Who will it dial? I, Gorda stammered, then don't sell the crystal ball to someone else. Shualu couldn't help laughing, haha. You idiot. Jike couldn't help smiling. The three adventurers played with the mobile phone in their hands for a while, and then made several calls to test them. Soon, they figured out the use of the mobile phone, and felt it was very convenient. They quickly put away the treasures. With this thing in Shualu's arms, she began to feel complacent. She reached out and hooked it around Rob's neck, and said in a low voice, "Honey, if I met danger on the way of taking an adventure, call you, and throw out a transmission portal scroll. Then you'll come to help me, won't you?" "No." Rob shook his head and said, "I will sneer at you on the other side of the phone." Shualu was speechless. However, she had already known Rob's temperament. He liked to be enigmatic. Wow, he was really good at making sarcastic remarks. But no one could compare with him in terms of love. If he was really in danger, this fellow would definitely come to rescue her as soon as possible. He couldn't turn a blind eye to it. "I'm ready to go." Shualu walked out of the courtyard of the chapel and went straight to the train station. Gorda and Jike waved at Rob and followed him. In the train station, there was a brand new steam train, which was carrying sleepers and iron tracks, whistling. This was a new train that had just been completed by the dwarven craftsmen. It had been bought by the railway company invested by Marion, Pobo and the Queen. At present, it was mainly responsible for the transportation of the iron tracks and sleepers to the direction of Nonley village, and help the construction team complete the railway as soon as possible. Nonley village was located between Bright Road and Westwind Town. Although the three of them could only run 20 miles south by the train, it could also reduce the distance by 1 day for them. What was interesting was that not only did the three of them board the train, but also many businessmen were buying tickets. One of them was an old friend of Westwind Town, the dwarf businessman. He still came to Westwind Town every once in a while as before. However, because of his small business structure, he was doing daily goods, so he gradually couldn't keep up with the development of Westwind Town. Rob waved his hand at the steam train and watched the train leave Westwind Town and head to the south. He couldn't help but feel a little worried. He only hoped that they could throw out the instant transmission scroll in time before they were put in grave danger, or that they could open the transmission portal before they died. He didn't want them to be killed instantly. As soon as the train left, a funny guy came over from the cement road in front of the chapel. It was a strange car that has a steam engine, a huge metal frame, and several iron wheels. With a white barrel on its head. It drove on the cement road with great difficulty. The strange car was obviously very poor in power, and was extremely difficult to drive. If it hadn't walked on the flat cement road, it would have been difficult for it to move at all. It took a long time for it to move from a few hundred miles away to the door of the chapel. The head of a dwarf popped out of the car and waved at Rob. "Grandmaster Blacksmith, look, this is your idea. I made a steam car according to your idea." "What the heck? You call this thing a car?" Rob didn't know whether to cry or to laugh. "The idea I proposed is not this small thing. It should be something taller." The dwarf leader said, "It's a test. You said that it's good to try, even if it results in failure." As soon as he finished speaking, the steam car collapsed with a bang. The iron wheels rolled out in several directions. The main body of the car fell to the ground dejectedly. The dwarf leader was stuck in the middle of the bent iron, and his beard was wrapped around something. He screamed in the pile of scrap metal, "Help me out." A group of dwarves ran up from behind, took out iron rods, and finally pried the bent iron frame open. The dwarf leader crawled out of the scrap iron pile, looking embarrassed. "It seems that the strength of this thing needs to be studied again." At this time, the commander, Elsie, ran out from nowhere and grabbed the dwarf leader's beard. "You bastard! You promised to help me reassemble the tank as soon as you developed the steam engine, but you were playing with such a shabby thing now, yet my steam tank's still not here? Where is my steam tank? You have broken it into parts and don't care about it now? Give it back to me quickly. The dwarf leader muttered, there's no battle now. What's the use of using a tank? Didn't you watch that damn video? The abyssal demon has already asked for help from its hometown. Soon more demons will come. They will lead the monster army to attack Westwind Town again. We need weapons, a large number of weapons, and the best weapon in the world is tank. The kind of trash like the holy sword are already the tears of the generation. Hurry up and make more tanks. I want 500. No way, the dwarf leader said, do you think our race has a population of 20,000? We only have 2,000. We can only get 500 tanks for you after a very long time. You also know that you don't have enough hands? Then why do you still do this kind of rubbish that will turn into scrap metal at any time? Elsie said, do something serious for me. Do the 996 working hour system. Hearing the conversation between the two, Rob couldn't help laughing. Elsie complained while grabbing the head of the dwarf leader, which annoyed him a little. He had to mutter, forget it. Although I can't take out a tank now, there is a good thing for you to see. This is the idea proposed by the Grandmaster Blacksmith, and it was made by our race. According to the Grandmaster Blacksmith, this is to make up for your tank's fire defects. The Grandmaster Blacksmith said that last time when the Wolf Riders attacked the city, you drove the tank to fight against them, but the Wolf Rider passed the tank and ran past it. You couldn't attack them at all. At that time, the battle happened in the town, so you couldn't fire with your tank either, so we added a less powerful weapon. Of course, Elsie still remembered this. He asked Rob for a less powerful weapon. At that time, Rob joked and asked him to shoot arrows. He thought that Rob hadn't considered his request at all, but he didn't expect that Rob had already ordered the dwarves to develop it. He couldn't help but feel happy. A thing proposed by Godfather? It must be a good thing. Let me have a look. The dwarf leader waved his hand, and two dwarves immediately opened the sewer lid and jumped in. After a while, they crawled out of the sewer again, holding some strange small boxes in their hands. These small boxes had a reserved screw hole on them, which seemed to be used to fix something. A long line was drawn on it, and there was a switch on the end of the line. The dwarf leader said, look, these iron boxes are used to hang outside the tank. And the switch on the end of the line is used to extend to the inside of the tank. When we make a new tank for you, we will reserve some holes on the outer shell of the tank. At that time, we will hang the boxes on the outer shell of the tank, and these lines with switches are extended into the tank through the holes. You can control these switches and trigger these boxes from inside the tank. Elsie understood what he meant at once. Is there magic in these boxes? Yes, the dwarf leader said, try it. Elsie took a box and pointed it at a big stone in the distance. He clicked the switch and the lid of the box was opened. Then, stars flew out of the box and hit the big stone continuously. It had the spell Starfall sealed. Wow! Elsie was overjoyed. This box is so powerful. The outer wall of my tank is full of this kind of boxes. Then I can activate the boxes through the switches in the tank. Yes, that's it, the dwarf leader said. When I heard the idea of the Grandmaster Blacksmith, I also felt that it was a big brain idea. In the future, we can try to develop all kinds of strange weapons, hang them on the outer wall of the tank, and operate them inside. Elsie, my tank is even more powerful now. But, Rob said with a smile, there is also a problem here. As the number of weapons increase and the switches increase, you have to drive the tank while using these weapons. How can you care about it? I think maybe we should design the tank to be driven by more people and separate the driver from the barrel. The dwarf leader was stunned for a moment, and then bowed to him. The Grandmaster Blacksmith is awesome. He always thinks of something that others can't imagine. I will make the new tank of Commander Elsie perfect. Rob smiled and said, I have a small suggestion. Make the steam car look good for me. The dwarf leader smiled awkwardly, yes, I will. Time passed quickly. A few days passed quickly. The news of the video last time was no longer discussed in Westwind Town. The townsmen of Westwind Town were particularly heartless, because they were not afraid of strong enemies. No matter how powerful their enemies were, they didn't think they could pass Godfather. With a strong military force and a rich economy, the people would gradually become happy. Lu Sun once said, if a person has money, his EQ and IQ will be higher, and he will not easily lose his temper. This was the current situation of the townsmen of Westwind Town. However, on Bright Road, the public opinion was getting more and more out of control, and the cries of war were getting louder and louder. In a town with a population of hundreds of thousands of people, once public opinion broke out, the momentum would be extremely terrifying. People could be seen every day in the streets and alleys gathering together and talking loudly about the despicable Mandra. Countless voices shouted, "Fight! Fight! Knock down the despicable Mandra." The queen was not a bad queen. In fact, she was an excellent politician. How could she miss such an opportunity? Soon, recruitment began. It turned out that although ordinary townsmen usually hated military recruitment and war, this time, no one objected. Recruitment had just begun, and a lot of people already actively registered for it. The will of the people was unprecedentedly high. The entire sky above Bright Road seemed to be echoing with the sound of horns. Not long after, Rob received the news that Duke Madeline led the Black Earth Knights and several groups of miscellaneous soldiers to go to East Gran. This was a war of justice. Countless people came to the gate of the city spontaneously to see the army off. When Rob heard the news, he couldn't help but sigh deeply. It wasn't easy to earn a few months of peace, yet it begins again. While he was complaining about the Queen and worrying about the safety of Madeline, he suddenly saw several people at the door of the chapel peeking. These people were dressed in black cloaks and covered faces, and they didn't look like good people at first glance. Moreover, they were peeking at the chapel, which made him more suspicious. In Westwind Town, no one would approach Rob's chapel like this. Because everyone here knew that Godfather was kind and amiable, not the kind of leader who liked to put on airs like nobles. Anyone could enter his chapel and visit it openly. When Godfather was in a good mood, he would say hello to you, buy you a cup of Coca-Cola, and when he was in a bad mood, he would not scold you. At most, he would be lazy on his stone stool and won't talk or greet people, making people think that there was a scarecrow lying on the stone stool. Such people who came to the chapel to poke their heads must be an outsider. They didn't know the rules of Westwind Town. Rob happened to be in a good mood today. He chuckled at the people in cloaks and said, "Don't stand outside and poke your heads. If you have anything to say, come in and talk." Those people froze for a moment. Obviously, they didn't expect Rob to be so indifferent. After hesitating for a while, they seemed to have made up their mind. Then they lifted their cloaks and walked towards Rob. There were 5 people in total. The middle-aged man in the front looked about 30 years old. He had regular facial features, a gentle expression and a bright smile, giving people a feeling that he was a good man. The 4 men behind him were younger, but their faces were also calm and nice. Their good faces were in sharp contrast to their sneaky behavior just now. Seeing that they were constantly glancing at the statue of the God of Light at the door of the chapel, coupled with their steady and kind faces, Rob immediately guessed. He smiled and asked, "Are you people from the Church of Light? And with high positions at that?" The middle-aged man in the lead froze for a moment, and then smiled. "You're awesome. No wonder you're the leader of Westwind Town. Although you're in the land of West Gran, the Queen doesn't dare to hurt you. Your eyes are so sharp that you saw through us at a glance. You even guessed that we're in high positions." "It's not hard to guess," Rob said, shrugging his shoulders. There is a person who has a similar style to you. He comes to visit me every day, several times every day, for fear of being out of the political and influence center of Westwind Town. When I saw you guys just now, I felt as if I saw him." The middle-aged man was embarrassed. However, a few seconds later, he came to his senses and asked, "The man you just mentioned is Commander Elsie?" "Yes, his name is Elsie. If I'm not wrong, you are also one of the leaders of the Church of Light like Elsie, right? The 4 people behind you should be knights or priests and the like," said Rob with a smile on his face. "Well, let's cut the crap. Why did you come to Westwind Town and poke your head into my chapel? If you want to find Elsie, you can go out and turn right. Do you see the sewer lid on the ground? Open it, go in and follow the road sign to the underground factory of the dwarves. Elsie is checking the tanks there." The middle-aged man was at a loss whether to cry or to laugh. "We are not here for Elsie. To be honest, we are here to join the new Church of Light and work for you. There is a secret weapon here, which is a gift for you. Please accept it." He took out a fist-sized golden stone from his pocket and placed it on the table. It looked like a piece of gold, but the middle-aged man didn't place it lightly. The golden stone collided with the table. Rob could tell from the sound it made when it collided with the stone table that it was not gold. Because gold was very heavy, the sound of it falling on the table should also be a little heavy. But it didn't make a sound at all. "What's this? Why are you giving it to me?" Rob asked with a smile. "This is my holy weapon, Dawn Break," the middle-aged man said respectfully. Hearing the name, Rob was a little stunned. It suddenly occurred to him that last time when he went to Bright Road, he saw the Black Earth Knights attack Russ. When they were about to catch her, a masked man suddenly appeared, emitting a strong light, which made everyone's eyes close. Then he took the opportunity to save the big lowly. At that time, the Black Earth Knights were discussing that the strong light was emitted by the holy weapon, Dawn Break. Rob was also a little interested in it, but he didn't expect to see it in front of him with his own eyes. "Oh, it's you," said Rob. "Well? What is me?" the middle-aged man asked, perplexed. "No, nothing." Rob smiled and said, "Let's get down to business. You came to Westwind Town to give me this holy weapon and said that you would work for me. Can I understand this as you are going to betray Mondra and the Church of Light?" "No, it's not a betrayal," the middle-aged man said seriously. "If we really planned to betray them, then we would go to Her Majesty and devote our holy weapon to her. Then we can work as a commander in West Gran's army to deal with East Gran. We have been spying on East Gran and the Church of Light, and we have a lot of information. If we join their army, it will pose a huge threat to East Gran and the Church of Light. That is a true betrayal. Since we arrived at Westwind Town, it means that we don't want to be traitors." "Well, that's reasonable," Rob said. "Then what are you going to do?" A bitter smile appeared on the middle-aged man's face. "We don't want to do anything. All of a sudden, we feel that everything is meaningless. We don't want to do anything. We don't want to appear for the sake of East Gran and the Church of Light, and we don't want to help West Gran and the Church of Darkness deal with our former friends. Therefore, we wanted to come to the new Church of Light and be a believer of the true God of Light." "Huh?" said Rob, "you have seen through the mortal world? What does it mean to see through the mortal world?" "Well, not caring about anything." The middle-aged man thought it over and found it was true. His face was once again filled with bitterness. "It's really boring. When I first saw the video of the conversation among the 3 parties, Mondra, the Archbishop, and the demon, I couldn't believe it. But after looking at it carefully a few times, I confirmed that the 2 people were really the Archbishop and Mondra. I couldn't believe that they were so dark, and I had been working for them all the time." Rob was speechless. The middle-aged man sighed. "I can't even imagine that our church will collude with the monsters and plot against the adventurers. I can't stay in such a church any longer. I have to leave it. But I sincerely believe in the God of Light, so Except for Westwind Town and the new Church of Light, I don't want to choose any other way. Are you really high-ranked? It was Rob's turn to be surprised. I can't believe there is such an innocent guy like you in the ranks. What do you mean? The middle-aged man's face flashed with anger. Are you mocking that there is no good person in the Church of Light? Wow. Rob quickly changed his tone. Well, I apologize for what I have just said. It's not right to speculate over a group of people. No matter how dark the world is, there is always a glimmer of light. It seems that although you left, your heart is bright. After Rob said this, Russ came out of the chapel. She was delighted to see the person sitting in the yard. Ah! Uncle Eddie, you are here. The middle-aged man's name was Eddie, and he was called uncle by the little girl. It seemed that the two of them were quite close. It was not strange at all. The reason why the little girl could lurk in Bright Road to assassinate important politicians must have because of the secret support of Eddie, the spy. In addition, she worked as a heretic judger in the Church of Light, so there must be a lot of communication between them. Rob saw the kind look in Eddie's eyes. It seemed that he really took good care of the big lowly, and the big lowly also returned to be a little girl. She jumped over and asked, "Why are you here?" Eddie smiled bitterly. "I'm here for the true God of Light." Hearing this, the little girl understood. You watched the video? Yes, Eddie sighed deeply. Even a person like me who watched the video also left as soon as possible. The Church of Light's business in the Kingdom of Gran is going to be completely ruined. As a bishop, he knew very well what the Church of Light was doing in the world, which was to control the public. But now, a video had swept away the trust of the Church of Light in the public. The Church of Light's business in the Kingdom of Gran was over. Even the most devout believers of the Church of Light would no longer trust it. Maybe only those who were not pious enough would stay there. The little girl couldn't help but ask, "How's the battle in the east?" Eddie sighed, "War? There is no war." The army of Duke Madeline sent troops to attack, and the morale of their whole army was high. Where Madeline's troops pointed to, towns and villages fell with the wind, and even several noble generals guarding the places directly dropped without shooting an arrow. Humph! You deserve it. It would be best if Madeline could attack the capital of saints along the way, and that the nobility in the capital of saints would tie up my father and the archbishop and exile them out of the city. That would be the best. You wish, don't you? Rob suddenly blurted out, "Things are not that simple. Justice is worthless in front of money and power. Those who are going to use their buttocks to think immediately will firmly stand out to support Mondra and the archbishop, and then, Madeline will encounter a strong resistance." "Think with your buttocks?" the big girl asked curiously. "Can you think with your buttocks?" Eddie didn't know whether he should laugh or cry. Godfather is just making a metaphor. The bottom here is the standpoint. Rob gave him a thumbs up and said, "You understand." Eddie said, "Although I'm naive, I'm not stupid." "Rob, but I always thought naivety and stupidity are the same thing." Eddie was speechless. At this time, Little E and two light little nuns also came out. When the three of them saw Eddie, they were also as surprised as the big lowly. "Eddie, you are also here?" Eddie smiled bitterly. "Sorry, I'm late." "In fact, it's not too late," Rob said with a smile. "People who come later than you are about to come in an endless stream, right? Little E, you have to be prepared. The foundation of the old Church of Light in the Kingdom of Gran is about to collapse, and those devout believers will definitely not join the Church of Darkness, nor will they believe in the God of Desert, the God of Forest, the Goddess of Spiders. Then their only choice is here." Hearing this, Little E thought carefully and her cold face slowly turned red. It seemed that she was a little excited and moved, because she suddenly realized that a large number of believers were coming. The new Church of Light might be about to start a new journey. She turned to Eddie and said, "Eddie, it's good that you're here. After all, I'm just a nun. I'm not capable enough. I hope you can take charge of the overall situation." Eddie stole a glance at Rob and quickly refused. How can I do that? I'm new here and don't know anything. I don't even know the teachings of the new Church of Light. I can't preside over the overall situation, so please ask Isher to be responsible for it. I want to start from the lowest level here and start from scratch. After I deeply understand the teachings of the new Church of Light, I'll come out to help you do stuff. After saying that, he quickly stole a glance at Rob. Seeing that Rob had a smile on his face and was obviously satisfied with his words, he breathed a sigh of relief. Rob chuckled in his heart. He took the opportunity quickly. Another Elsie. All the people who could get the position of a bishop in the Church of Light were smart people. One of the advantages of such a smart man was that when he had a clear understanding of Rob's strength, he was more loyal than an idiot. He would never go against Rob at all. That was what Elsie was like. Of course, Elsie also had a strong desire for power. He clearly knew how terrifying Rob was, so he would never try to challenge Rob's absolute authority with his power. The more, the better. In fact, Rob was very clear about little Ye's dwarf comings. Although she was kind-hearted, innocent and full of love in the world without any crooked thoughts, she was not a person who was good at organizing and arranging. If she was asked to spread the teachings and carry forward the virtues to hundreds of people, she could do it perfectly. But she couldn't spread her thoughts and consciousness to the whole world. She needed someone like Elsie or Eddie to help her. Elsie was very busy now, of course he couldn't, but the new Eddie could. A person who has no flaws in her character, a truly kind and loving personality can be a spiritual symbol, while a person with the ability to advance and retreat practically do the practical things. Could the new Church of Light really walk on the road of prosperity? Rob patted Eddie's shoulder and said, "Please help her. I'm looking forward to your help. I hope you can spread the belief of the new Church of Light and guide all the confused people." Eddie quickly put his hands on his chest and bowed slightly. That is what a devout believer of the God of Light should do. When the two were talking about this, the lid of the sewer was opened, and Commander Elsie came out. He didn't seem to like the sewer very much, because it had already been put into use, so the dirty water was flowing in all directions, spreading an unpleasant smell. However, it was the fastest way to get to the underground village of the dwarves from the sewer. The large exit the dwarves had reserved for the tank was far away from Rob's chapel, so it was inconvenient to take a detour, so Elsie still pinched his nose and walked through a section of sewer. He came out and waved at Rob. "Godfather, I'll report the progress of the tank to you." Before he could finish his words, he saw Eddie and exclaimed, "Ah, Eddie, why are you here?" Seeing Elsie, Eddie was not surprised at all. He was a spy on Bright Road and had a lot of information channels. He knew everything around the place. He was very clear that Elsie had been chased into Westwind Town by the Black Earth Knights and had a good reputation here. After telling Elsie what he had said to Rob, Eddie smiled and said, "We have to work together and work side by side in the future." Side by side? Elsie chuckled in his heart. Back then, we were indeed in a state of being side by side in the Church of Light. I was in charge of the Templar Knights, and you were in charge of intelligence and internal affairs. We could be considered as two generals of one nation. But in Westwind Town, you came late, so you can only be a few shoulders dwarfer than me. Ha! Although Elsie thought so, a warm smile appeared on his face. That's great. Let's go to the tavern and have some drinks later. The two of them talked about the old days, but Rob turned his attention to the holy weapon on the table. Dawn break, this golden stone emitted a dazzling light on the table. Although it was still in an inactivate state, it could still blind ordinary people's eyes. Rob knew that this thing could release a very strong flash bomb, which could make the people around unable to see anything for a dwarf time. Last time, the big lowly was surrounded by the Black Earth Knights, which was the reason why she escaped. He was curious, by the way, what is it made of? When he didn't say anything, the two of them talked happily. However, as soon as he asked, the two of them stopped talking almost in an instant. At the same time, they turned to Rob and said, "Golden obsidian." After saying that, the two of them could not help but look at each other, thinking in their hearts, this guy is still so good at flattering his boss. After a dwarf while of 0.01 seconds, Eddie stepped back and gave the chance to speak to Elsie. He knew that it was better not to compete with Elsie for favor since he was just a newcomer. Elsie chuckled and said, "Godfather, this is called a golden obsidian. It is a very rare stone. Hundreds of years ago, it was found in the mountain range by adventurers, and then fell into the hands of the old Church of Light. The church found that a special rune could activate its top and emit a strong light, so it was made into a holy weapon, specially used to flash the eyes of the enemy." "Oh, I see," Rob said. "It can only flicker once in a while, but it can still stay bright for a long time. Besides, can you adjust its brightness? It's so bright that it can blind you. Can it be a little gentler? It's okay for it to stay on for a long time, but it will consume the power of light absorbed from the sun stored in it, and when it's empty, you need to bask it in the sun to replenish it." Elsie explained, "But what does it mean to be gentle? If it doesn't flash, won't it lose its effect of blinding the enemy? What's the use of blinding the eyes of the enemy?" Rob said, "It's better to kill the enemy directly than blind the eyes of the enemy." Elsie was speechless. Eddie was speechless. After a while, Elsie added, "The brightness can be adjusted, as long as you cut it into small pieces. When the church first got this, it was much bigger than it is now, and its light was also much brighter at that time. When it was used in front of two armies, it can make both armies temporarily blind. Later, after a war, it was smashed in half by the enemy, half of which was lost, and the other half was the present piece, only the size of a fist. The church repainted runes on it, so it can still be used, but the light has been weakened a lot, and now it can no longer deter an army. It can only shine on a team." Before he could finish his words, Rob suddenly raised his hand and slapped the fist-sized golden obsidian. Elsie and Eddie too shouted almost at the same time, "No." However, it was too late to stop him. Rob's slap hit the stone hard. How could the poor stone withstand his attack? It was smashed into pieces in an instant, and broke into small pieces on the table. The bigger one was only the size of a finger, and the smaller one was only the size of a mung bean. Elsie and Eddie too were rendered speechless. Rob picked up the golden obsidian as big as a mung bean from the table and chuckled, "The light emitted from this size shouldn't be dazzling, right? Elsie, Eddie, can you draw the rune that makes it shine continuously?" "I can draw it." Eddie raised his hand. "Good. You can draw it now." Rob handed him a pen and helped him apply the magic essence ink. Then he pointed at him to shrink. Eddie shrank into a very small person in an instant, standing on the stone table in a daze. "What are you thinking about?" "Start drawing the rune," said Rob. "Eddie, with all due respect, I really can't understand what you want to do. Breaking such a precious holy weapon into small pieces, and then letting the small stones shine. It will completely lose its effect of making people blind." "Why would I use blinding light?" Rob said, "What I want is not to make people blind." Eddie was speechless. Forget it. Although he had a lot of complaints, he was as smart as Elsie. He knew when he should be obedient. He picked up the pen and brushed it. Not long after, the mung bean-sized golden obsidian was painted with runes that would allow it to continue to shine. Rob chuckled and said, "Make the condition for triggering the runes. Starting condition, light on, closing condition, light close, dot." Although Eddie didn't know what was going on, he did as he was told. Rob asked Lillian to bring a thread and tie the obsidian on it. Then the other end of the thread was wrapped around the tree above his head. There was a bean-sized stone hanging on the thin thread and swaying over his head, which looked very strange. Rob raised his head and said, "Light on." The golden stone suddenly lit up, emitting a bright light above Rob's head. Rob laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, I can sit on the stone stool and read books when it's dark." Eddie broke out in a sweat and thought, "This godfather. How could such a rare holy weapon be used like this? What the hell is this? Just a torch is enough. However, Elsie, after getting along with Rob for a long time, had already been used to Rob's methods. No matter what kind of weapon he had, it would eventually become household goods in Rob's hands. In any case, since he was extremely powerful, he no longer needed any holy weapon or secret weapon to assist him. These holy weapons were even more useful in his hands as toys. Rob waved at him and said, "Thank you for making these voice-controlled lamps. Then I'll install them at every intersection of the town and make them road lamps. By the way, I want a big one in my chapel hall and a small one in each bedroom." Eddie didn't know whether to cry or to laugh, but said obediently, "It's not hard at all to do such a thing at all. I'm willing to serve Godfather." Eddie began to draw. Rob looked at the pile of broken stones on the stone table and thought, "There are only a few hundred stones here, so I can only make a few hundred voice control lamps. It's not enough." He turned to Elsie and asked, "Do you know where we can find this kind of obsidian?" Elsie said respectfully, "Godfather, I got this piece hundreds of years ago and made it into a holy weapon. If I could easily get it, it wouldn't be called a holy weapon." Rob said, "That makes sense, but there must be a way, right? I remember that you just said that the first one was found by an adventurer in the mountain range?" Elsie nodded, "Yes, it was found in the Jinghong Mountain." Rob said, "Then let's go to there to look for some. Maybe we can find it. According to the principles of mineral formation, if we can find a small piece of ore, we can often dig out a large mine. If we find it, well, then we can make countless electric lamps." Elsie said with a bitter face, "The Jinghong Mountains is the den of the black dragon Avicus and also the home of the demons. It is said that the Demon King's city is located in the Jinghong Mountains. The monsters there are many times stronger than the ones in Black Pine Mountain. It is extremely difficult for humans to enter the Jinghong Mountains. Only the bravest adventurer dares to take such risks. However, most of the adventurers don't come back alive and countless adventurers go missing every year." Rob rested his chin on his hand and thought for a while. "Wow, it sounds great. Should I go and have a look?" Elsie hurriedly said, "Godfather, be careful. Although you are extremely powerful and all kinds of monsters can't withstand a single blow from you, don't rush into Jinghong Mountains, because the Black Dragon, only that thing can't be defeated by human power. Even if you are. The Black Dragon Avicus went out of the mountain every 4 years to plunder human wealth. It had a history of more than 1,000 years. Countless heroes had used countless holy weapons and secret weapons, and used all kinds of methods to try to kill it, but none of them succeeded. Although Elsie worshipped Rob as a god, he believed that he might not be able to defeat the Black Dragon. Rob threw up his hands and said, "Well, although I don't think I can't defeat the Black Dragon, I have to listen to others' advice. The most important thing is that I have already been tired of the task of running to a mountain to look for some ores. Since I'm tired of it, I won't be able to mass-produce lamps for the time being." Elsie breathed a sigh of relief. It would be better if Godfather didn't go anywhere. Westwind Town cannot live without Rob now. If Rob gets damaged while dealing with the Black Dragon, the monsters would immediately come over, and the Queen would definitely come to take back the jurisdiction of Westwind Town. At that time, Westwind Town would be in a mess, and the position that he had obtained with great difficulty would be lost. He didn't think he had the ability to stop the monster army and the Queen's army. Therefore, for him, Rob's safety is the guarantee of his greatness. In the following days, the peace in Westwind Town was temporarily restored. Rob was still lazy every day. Occasionally, he would take some time to shoot The Lord of the Rings, The Return of the King, count the box office of the first and second movies, and then listen to the news of the battle between the two movies from The Businessmen. The progress of the war was exactly the same as Rob had expected. At the beginning, the army led by Madeline was as strong as a bamboo, and the enemies fell all the way when they felt the wind. However, the closer her army got to the capital of saints, the greater the resistance she encountered. Because the closer they got to the power center, the less people would think about problems with justice, and the more people would think about problems with power and interests. Some of the great nobles who had already gained benefits didn't care who was justice and who was evil, nor did they care about who colluded with the monsters. They only cared about whether their status was stable or not. Among them, the biggest representative was the great Duke of the White Lion Knights, Ingsi. He is the confidant of Mandra, his most trusted general, and was very powerful. Moreover, he had chased the Queen and Madeline before. He was very clear that he could not surrender to the Queen. Even if the Queen did forget their past grievances and did not kill him, he would not be able to get his current status back. Therefore, a large group of nobles led by the White Lion Knights formed an army to fight against Madeline. The two sides began a seesaw battle hundreds of miles to the west of the capital of Saints. The soldiers in black armor and the soldiers in white armor were fighting on the battle line, which was more than 100 kilometers long. The war was once again stuck. How could it be so easy to defeat a strong enemy with the slogan of justice? Without absolute national power, the war would only become endless consumption. Instead of getting involved in the war, Westwind Town continued to walk on the happy road. Many poles were erected on both sides of the street, with a glass cover on the top of the poles. In the middle of the cover, there was a golden obsidian. In the daytime, these golden stones received sunlight to replenish their magic. In the evening, the townsmen who were drunk in the tavern could see the street lights on both sides of the street extended all the way as long as they shouted, "Lights on the way home." Westwind Town had become a sleepless city. The townsmen who had returned at sunset were now used to returning late. The opening hours of all kinds of stores naturally extended. The night market began to take shape, and the restaurants started becoming very popular. The lengthening of business activities had stimulated the consumption of money to a greater extent. If the internal demand was stimulated, the economy would also become better. Of course, this was not the biggest change in Westwind Town. The real big change had begun since Eddie came to Westwind Town. In other words, after the crazy video was spread out from Bright Road and Westwind Town, it was known by more cities and villages. The most loyal followers of the old Church of Light wavered. This was not an era of atheist thinking. After a person's faith was shaken, he must have a new faith in his heart, otherwise he would lose the courage to live on. For the believers who had lost their faiths, they had to find new spiritual comfort for themselves. And the only way to comfort them was to find the new Church of Light. They decided to abandon the old Church of Light and become followers of the new Church of Light, rushing madly to Westwind Town. These people called Westwind Town the Holy City, and said that the old Church of Light had already been allied with the monsters. Only the new Church of Light was the real holy city of the God of Light. With the combination of these words and the video, the news spread 10 to 100 to 1,000 to 10,000. Countless villages, towns, and believers were affected. With dozens of days of food on their backs, they headed for Westwind Town with enthusiasm. No matter how far their hometown was from Westwind Town, they only wanted to worship the true God of Light and take a look at the real holy city, even if they got tired to death. These believers gathered in Westwind Town from the whole continent. Many people from East Gran even took the risk to cross the national boundary. Some of them successfully escaped the sentries, and some of them were caught by the sentries, but the sentries did not make things difficult for them. After all, they were all people of the same race in the past. The sentries only needed a little water, and the people of East Gran could continue to move towards Westwind Town. When they arrived at Westwind Town, they were immediately shocked by the street lights. The entire town was emitting golden light at night. If this wasn't the holy city, then where else could it be? Facing this surging believer, Little E and the two little light nuns were completely at a loss. Fortunately, there was now Eddie, who had been in charge of internal affairs when they were in the Church of Light. He was very good at coaxing the believers. He asked little E to sit down on a high platform and disguise herself as the holy nun. The following chores were all handled by Eddie, coaxing all the believers coming and going. For a moment, it seemed that everyone was happy and satisfied. Only Rob was unhappy. There were people coming and going every day in the chapel, and it was very noisy. Now, when he was lazy on his stone stool, he would be watched by the believers. From time to time, there would be believers coming to him, a priest, to tell him the truth. Rob had been tired of confessions since he came to Westwind Town. Of course, he didn't want to play any more and sent away the troubles of the believers. Fortunately, Eddie saw the opportunity quickly and would immediately come to help him take the believers away, so as not to make Rob continue to be annoyed. In this frantic atmosphere, Elsie walked to Rob's side and respectfully stood and squatted down beside him and whispered in his ear, "Godfather, I have something to talk to you in secret." Oh, seeing his strange attitude, Rob was a little curious. "What's the matter?" "Godfather, thanks to the video incident, our new Church of Light has gained a large number of followers. It seems to be a good thing, but it has caused us trouble." "Oh," said Rob with a smile at the corners of his mouth. "A big tree attracts the wind?" Elsie hurriedly said, "It's great. It's really insightful." He complimented Rob first, and then continued, "Our new Church of Light used to be a nameless small church. The small faith was only contained on this small area of Westwind Town, and would not arouse any hostility from others. But this time is different." Rob laughed. "Elsie, the old Church of Light is not powerful enough. Anyway, their headquarters is in the Norma Kingdom, 108,000 miles away from us. There is also a desert kingdom in the middle. Now the real trouble for us is the Church of Darkness." "Rob, really?" Elsie lowered his voice and said, "Now that West Gran is known to be in the hands of the Church of Darkness. Although this church does not seem to like to rule out dissidents as much as the Church of Light, it does not rule out dissidents, not because of their noble character, but because—" Rob continued, "It's because they were weak before, right?" Elsie put on an inexplicable expression of admiration. "Godfather, to put it bluntly, in fact, the Church of Light used to be relatively weak in the Kingdom of Gran. It was not until we betrayed the young queen, got Mondra's support and laid a solid foundation that we began to persecute the people of the Church of Darkness. Today, the Church of Darkness, with the support of the queen, has taken control of the entire West Gran. When the influence of our new Church of Light was still small, they did not bother to pay attention to us. But now that we are so wantonly attracting believers to worship, even being called Holy City, it is impossible for the Church of Darkness to sit back and watch." Rob gave him a thumbs up and said, "You're a good person. You're very flexible and considerate." Elsie was overjoyed and was praised by Rob again. Rob said, "It depends on the Queen's attitude. Her relationship with the Church of Darkness is just like the relationship between Mondra and the Church of Light. If the Church of Darkness really doesn't like our Westwind Town and wants to get rid of it as soon as possible, I'd like to see what the Queen will do." While the two of them were talking, Bright Road, the royal palace. The Queen sat in a secluded secret room. Opposite her sat an old man in a black cloak with a black cross hanging on his chest. He was about 60 years old, with a square face and a faint black aura. He was saying in a low and hoarse voice, "Your Majesty, we can't stand by and watch what's happening in Westwind Town anymore." The Queen frowned and remained silent. The old man said in a low voice, "We have spent a lot of efforts and finally found an opportunity to destroy the Church of Light. I thought that after the video was broadcasted, we could win over all the believers of the Church of Light and make them become the believers of our Church of Darkness, but I didn't expect that a new Church of Light would suddenly appear and take away more than half of the believers who should belong to us. If we don't deal with this matter right away, it will shake the foundation of our Church of Darkness." "Well, what do you think we should do, sir?" the Queen said. It turned out that the old man was the Archbishop of the Church of Darkness. He said in a low voice, "After he repels the monster army, we will send someone to Westwind Town to assassinate that man." The queen said expressionlessly, "How? Tell me how. You should know that the Desert Kingdom sent a group of assassins, right? You must have heard such important information, haven't you?" The Archbishop said in a low voice, "Of course I know. But we are different from the Desert Kingdom. As soon as the people of the Desert Kingdom get close to him, he has already been on guard. But we haven't broken our relationship with him yet. We seem to have a good relationship on the surface. If we send assassins to kill him, he may not be able to expect it." The queen's face was still expressionless. "But I got the information that even while he was sleeping, the assassins couldn't damage him even when they stabbed him several times. And even when they fed him with the poison, they poisoned themselves instead. Do you want to kill yourself? What method will you use?" The Archbishop said, "I don't believe that there is such a thing in the world that can't be called even while asleep, and even if he is fed with poison, he won't die. It's nonsense. He should have woken up a long time ago. He knew that an assassin wanted to kill him nearby, so he used some special magic and war technique to protect himself. Otherwise, there is no way in the world that he can avoid swords and blades while sleeping." The queen continued to be expressionless. "Oh, so you think the information is wrong?" He was not off guard at that time, but on guard even before the assassination started, so he could not be killed. And as long as is not on guard, he could be killed? The Archbishop nodded, "Yes." The queen asked, "Do you want to kill him, or is it from the Church of Darkness of Lost City?" The Archbishop said in a low voice, "It's my idea. The Lost City is located at the southwest of the continent, and there are forests and mountains in the middle. How can news be spread so quickly? That's why I plan to discuss with the Queen first and make a detailed plan. After that, I will send the news back to Lost City." The Queen understood what he meant at once. Only in this way will the Pope feel that he is a capable frontline commander, not a loser who only asks for help from headquarters when he runs into problems. The Queen's face, which had been expressionless all this time, suddenly revealed a smile. "Since it's only your idea and the people in Lost City don't know, then it's easy." Easy?" the Archbishop stunned. At this moment, the Queen suddenly turned her wrist, took out a golden dagger from her sleeve, and stabbed it into the old man's chest. As an intelligent expert, she always wore a black robe when fighting, and her staff, secret weapons, and so on were always black. But this time, she pulled out a dagger with a golden light, which was really shocking. The Archbishop was old, and his reaction was slow. In addition, he was in a mental class, not a physical class, so he couldn't react at all. When the dagger was stabbed into his chest, a golden light spread out from it and wrapped the whole Archbishop. At the same time, all the dark magic on his body were destroyed. He even couldn't throw out magic to fight back. He just looked at the Queen in surprise and said with difficulty, "What? What? What are you doing? What? What?" The Queen snorted, "You haven't seen this dagger before, have you? Its name Holy Sanctioner. It has been with me since I was a child. At that time, I piously believed in the God of Light, and now I am of the Church of Darkness. It feels so complicated to use this light to kill people." The Archbishop said with difficulty, "Why? What, you? Kill me?" The Queen said, "Although your assassination plan doesn't even have a chance to succeed, you will bring him a lot of trouble. I can only ask you to die." The Archbishop said, You would actually help, an outsider. I understand. Ah. Woman. This thing. You actually betrayed the God of Darkness for a man. You will be punished. By God. The Queen sneered, "Punishment? Don't laugh. Let me tell you. Like him, I haven't believed in any God for a long time. I don't believe either the God of Light or the God of Darkness. If the God of Darkness really has the ability, I'd like him to punish me. I'd like to see if it really exists. The archbishop was speechless. The archbishop felt that his blood was flowing non-stop, and his eyelids were getting heavier and heavier. He slipped down from the chair and fell to the ground, falling into boundless darkness. The queen kicked his body over, took the holy sanctioner that was inserted in his chest, and withdrew it into her sleeve. Then she shouted, "Help!" Number 1 pushed the door open and looked at the corpse on the ground. His expression didn't change at all. "Your Majesty, what should we do with this guy's corpse?" The queen said, "Smuggle the corpse out of the royal palace tunnel and throw it in a place where the patrol can easily find it. There is no need to hide it anymore." Number 1 nodded and said, "Got it. Let the Pope investigate by himself, right?" The queen chuckled, "No matter how much they investigate, there is only one answer. He was killed by a holy weapon of the Church of Light." Number 1 picked up the corpse and lifted up a piece of stone on the ground. There was a long and dark passage below. He disappeared with the corpse of the archbishop soon after. The queen sat down again. After a few seconds, she sighed faintly. The death of the archbishop will make the Church of Darkness chaotic for a while, right? But after this period of chaos is over, the news will eventually spread back to Lost City. I won't be able to delay it for too long. Damn man. I can only help you to this point. In the evening, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. It was already in the middle of winter and the sky was very dark. When the queen finished her government affairs and had time to make a phone call, it was already dark outside. But when she called Rob, she found that Rob's side was bright. Well, it was not sunlight, but a light bulb hanging above Rob's head, which made his surroundings very bright. Looking further away, Westwind Town in the background was also brightly lit everywhere. The queen sighed, "It seems that there is no night in Westwind Town now." Rob smiled and said, "Well, you called me today just to send such an exclamation. Do you want to write another poem?" "I don't like writing poems," the queen said indifferently. "I have never been in the mood to write poems since I was 4 years old." "Did you kill someone today?" Rob suddenly said. "I can feel a murderous aura from you even through the crystal ball." The queen said expressionlessly, "No, I'm not. As the queen of a kingdom, do I need to kill people by myself?" Rob said, "Well, then what is the theme of this call?" The queen said, "It's not a big deal. I just want to remind you a little bit. In the following days, you should be careful of the assassins of the monster army. You have watched the short video and know that the demons are calling reinforcements to deal with you, right? These demons are sinister and cunning, and their intelligence is not inferior to human beings at all. They can pretend to be human beings to approach you, and suddenly stab you. You should know that you are the backbone of Westwind Town. If you are assassinated, the monster army will easily take over Westwind Town. Then I will be affected." Thank you for listening to this audiobook. If you enjoyed it, please remember to like, subscribe, and share to support the channel.